Chapter 3184. The Law of Space. Huan replied to Duan Lingtian's question. The Law of Space? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian widened his eyes in shock. He did not expect Huan to comprehend the law of space as well. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he felt relieved. The Phantom Fox clan specialized in the Tao of illusions. As a rare Thousand Phantoms ice fox in the Phantom Fox clan, it was only natural for her to comprehend one of the four supreme laws, the law of space. How many profundities have you comprehended? Duan Lingtian asked again. I think 5, Huan replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. 5. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was not as shocked as before. After all, he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, he had even comprehended one of the profundities to the initial stage. Which 5? Duan Lingtian asked again. Teleportation, distortion, confinement, magnetic storm, and creation. These 5, Huan replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. Magnetic storm? Creation? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard these 2 profundities from the law of space. There were a total of 9 profundities from the law of space. Apart from the space elemental profundity, there were also 8 profundities. Teleportation, distortion, confinement, territory, dimensional/magnetic storm, and creation. Huan you've comprehended 6 profundities. You still have the space elemental profundity. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. He did not expect Huan to have comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, only 1 less than him. Huan you haven't comprehended any profundities to the initial stage, right? Duan Lingtian asked again. Yes. Huan nodded. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Which profundities have you comprehended to the initial stage? Creation, Huan replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. The creation profundity was one of the profundities from the law of space. It was a supportive profundity. Once it was cast, it could create countless spaces to confuse the opponent. The effect of the creation Upanishad was similar to an illusion formation. As a Thousand Phantoms ice fox who has comprehended the creation profundity, she should have an advantage. However, I didn't expect her strength to improve so much in just a few years. Duan Lingtian was a little shocked. Fortunately, the 2 Phantom Fox clan members did not do anything to Huan They only followed her. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to track Huan Thousand Phantoms ice fox for so long. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. On the way back to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, Duan Lingtian had already asked the Imperial Tutor Pavilion Master about the cultivation of those 2 people. One was a 7 stars immortal king, while the other was an 8 trigrams immortal king. If they made a move, Huan wouldn't be a match for them. Even if they can't confirm that she's the Thousand Phantoms ice fox, they're still suspicious of her. I wonder if they have told the other members of the Phantom Fox clan about this matter. If he tells others, I'm afraid things will get a little troublesome. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He could not help but feel worried. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was right. After the 2 Phantom Foxes were killed by the Imperial Tutor Pavilion Master, the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory learned about this. After all, the 2 Celestial Kings had left their soul orbs in the Phantom Fox clan. Naturally, the Phantom Fox clan was alerted when their soul orbs shattered. Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong are dead. Before they died, they sent a message saying that they had encountered a woman suspected to be a Thousand Phantoms ice fox. A Thousand Phantoms ice fox? Isn't she the Thousand Phantoms ice fox that the main clan in the 7 Upper Province ordered us to keep an eye on? Are you sure? No, it's just a suspicion. However, with Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong's deaths, it seems like things aren't as simple as they seem. Didn't Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong say that the woman is only a 10 Directions Celestial Duke? Moreover, she's not even 100 years old. A 10 Directions Celestial Duke who's not even 100 years old? With her innate talent, it's highly likely that she's a Thousand Phantoms ice fox. What's so rare about a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who's not even 100 years old? Haven't you heard that the profound Nether Mansion has a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who's not even 100 years old? Not only that, but she has also comprehended 9 profundities from the law of space and has even comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. No matter what, we have to investigate that woman. Did Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong say where they are in their last message? They did say that they're in the profound nether mansion. The profound nether mansion? The profound nether mansion where Duan Lingtian, who swept through the central province of the Southern Heaven Territory, is from? At this moment, 3 figures flew out from the Phantom Fox clan. They were led by a white-clad, white-haired, and white-browed young man. The white-haired, white-browed young man looked to be in his early 20s at most. However, it was such a young man that the 2 old men behind him were extremely respectful towards him. The white-clad young man was none other than the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. He was a celestial lord. Since he had received news about the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox and the profound nether mansion, he had no choice but to personally investigate the matter. The main Phantom Fox clan was located in the 7 upper province of the spirit overarching heaven. The Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory was only a branch clan. However, 10 years ago, the branch clans in the Southern Heaven Territory, including the Phantom Fox clan, had received an order from the main Phantom Fox clan. They were looking for the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan. Clan leader, why do you think the main Phantom Fox clan is so desperate to find the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox? Based on what I know, the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Foxes that appeared in the Phantom Fox clan in the past were kept in the wild until they became celestial emperors. One of the old men could not help but ask the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Upon hearing the old man's question, the other old man looked at the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan curiously. Based on what I know, the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that appeared in the Phantom Fox clan is from the Du clan. Do you understand what I'm saying? The clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan said indifferently. The Phantom Fox clan was divided into 3 main surnames, one of which was the Phantom Fox clan. First, the Phantom Fox clan was a branch clan with the surname Zhang. Second, the Du clan. Third, the Yuan clan. The Zhang clan has always been neutral. However, the Yuan clan and the Du clan have been fighting each other for years. Do you think the higher-ups intend to help the Du clan or the Yuan clan? The old man who had remained silent earlier asked. That's not something we can speculate on. All we can do is investigate if the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that Zhang Lizhong and Zhang Qiyu are after is really the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. If it's true, we'll report it to the main Phantom Fox clan and be rewarded handsomely. The eyes of the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory shone brightly when he thought about the rewards promised by the main Phantom Fox clan. The eyes of the 2 old men behind him lit up when they heard the clan leader's words. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware that the people from the Phantom Fox clan had made their way to the profound nether mansion. Moreover, the person leading the group was the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, a celestial lord. Since Huan has also comprehended the law of space, she should be able to use the supreme powerhouse divinity as well. Duan Lingtian decided to share the supreme powerhouse divinity with Huan after learning that she had also comprehended the law of space. As long as one carried the supreme powerhouse divinity with them, they would be able to see the law of space in their dreams. Huan Before sharing the supreme powerhouse divinity with Huan Duan Lingtian decided to let Huan try it first to see if she could see the law of space in her dreams. After all, Huan was not human. After Huan woke up, Duan Lingtian knew the supreme powerhouse divinity would be beneficial to her. Huan since the supreme powerhouse divinity is beneficial to you, you can sleep while I cultivate. You can cultivate while I sleep. Duan Lingtian said to Huan I'll listen to you, brother Lingtian. Huan nodded obediently. Huan has always been 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, and her innate talent and comprehension are frightening. With the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's cultivation resources and the Supreme Divinity, her cultivation speed and comprehension speed are definitely above mine. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. However, he did not feel disappointed or jealous. Instead, he felt happy for Huan No matter how strong Huan was, she was still his woman. She would only help him deal with others, not others. It was no different from him becoming stronger on his own. While Duan Lingtian and Huaner were cultivating and sleeping, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion received a message from the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan. Grandmaster. Since the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had informed the mansion master of the profound nether mansion after killing the 2 members of the Phantom Fox clan, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion immediately contacted the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. The leader of the Phantom Fox clan is here? The old man was slightly surprised when he heard the message from the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. His eyes glinted as he said, "It seems like that girl isn't as simple as she seems. Meet him. If possible, try to sound him out and see why he's here." The old man replied to the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. "All right." Upon receiving the message, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion went to meet the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan. Clan leader Zhang, may I know why you've come to the profound nether mansion? Based on what I know, this is your first time visiting the profound nether mansion. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked with a smile. Mansion master Zhang, one wouldn't visit a temple without a reason. I'm here because 2 members of the Phantom Fox clan are suspected to have died outside the profound nether mansion. Do you have any leads? The mansion master of the Phantom Fox clan asked without beating around the bush. Is that so? The mansion master of the profound nether mansion was shocked. However, why are the members of the Phantom Fox clan here? Don't tell me they're working for the Blood Skull Gang? The mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked curiously. The Blood Skull Gang? The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan frowned. There are 3 other assassins from the Blood Skull Gang outside the profound nether mansion. Is it possible that your clansmen had a conflict with them? Chapter 3185. Assassins from the Blood Skull Gang? Moreover, there are 3 of them? The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan frowned when he heard the mansion master's words. Mansion master Zhong, why did you allow the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang to ambush the profound nether mansion? They didn't do anything, so it's not appropriate for us to act recklessly. After all, the Blood Skull Gang is one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. The patriarch of the profound nether mansion said. They're here for Duan Lingtian? The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan asked. Although I rarely leave the Phantom Fox clan, I've heard of Duan Lingtian's name. Rumor has it that he has become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke before the age of 100. Moreover, he has comprehended all the profundities from the law of space and has even comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. Patriarch Zhang, it seems like you know a lot about Duan Lingtian. However, it seems like you're behind the times. He's no longer a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. He has become a Celestial King. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion said with a smile. A breakthrough? The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan was shocked. Then realization dawned on him. No wonder I haven't heard about him entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Initially, I thought he couldn't find a match in the middle realm, so he didn't bother to enter. Mansion Master Zhong, may I have the honor of meeting him? The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan asked with a glint in his eyes. Although the 2 men from the Phantom Fox clan had died outside the profound nether mansion's estate, they had said they were following a woman who seemed to be 1,000 Phantom's ice fox. Moreover, the woman was not even 100 years old, but she was already a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. However, when the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan thought about Duan Lingtian in the profound nether mansion, he could not help but wonder if the woman was 1,000 Phantom's ice fox as well. After all, the 1,000 Phantom's ice fox that had appeared in the Phantom Fox clan 1,000,000 years ago was a man. The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan was unaware that Duan Lingtian had consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. He's currently cultivating in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. I'll have to ask the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion if he's free. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion said. Imperial Tutor Palace? The leader of the Phantom Fox clan was shocked. Duan Lingtian is already the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion? However, with his innate talent and comprehension ability, he's indeed qualified to be the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. He had heard about the significance of being the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Yes, he's currently the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. The Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion nodded. At the same time, he sent a message to the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian, asking if he was willing to meet the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion also asked Duan Ling Tian. I'll go. Duan Ling Tian was awakened from his cultivation. He did not expect the leader of the Southern Heaven Territory's Phantom Fox clan would come to the profound Nether Mansion after the deaths of the two Phantom Foxes. Moreover, the clan leader of the Southern Heaven Territory wanted to kill him. The reason he wants to see me isn't because I'm involved in the deaths of the two Phantom Foxes. It must be because of something else. Duan Ling Tian decided to meet the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. After all, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan was a potential threat to him. Perhaps the day would come when the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan would oppose him. Now that he had the chance to meet the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, he could use this opportunity to test the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Under the guidance of an elder from the profound Nether Mansion, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the place where the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion was entertaining the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Mansion Master. As Duan Ling Tian greeted the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion, he saw 3 people sitting at the side. Among the 3 people, only one of them was seated. He was a young man with white hair and eyebrows. 2 old men stood behind him, one on his left and one on his right. They looked like 2 competent bodyguards. Duan Ling Tian, this is clan leader Zhang from the Phantom Fox clan. He's heard about you a long time ago. He came to the profound Nether Mansion to meet you because he's curious about you. The Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion smiled. Clan leader Zhang. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan and greeted the patriarch. At the same time, the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, a fox is cunning. Since Zhang Dong Nan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, wants to see you, it's not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Duan Ling Tian, I've long heard of you. Now that I've met you, I can see you live up to your reputation. As expected of a prodigy among humans, Zhang Dong Nan said with a sigh as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. As soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian, he was certain Duan Ling Tian was not 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. After all, he did not sense the aura of a Duan Ling Tian from the Phantom Fox clan. Therefore, he did not suspect Duan Ling Tian. If 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox was a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, it would be difficult for him to confirm Duan Ling Tian's identity with his cultivation base. Therefore, he could only suspect Duan Ling Tian's identity. The Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion had warned Duan Ling Tian because he was worried Zhang Dong Nan would lead Duan Ling Tian by the nose and try to pry information out of him. However, he did not expect Zhang Dong Nan would only chat with Duan Ling Tian after meeting him. He did not have any intention of trying to get information out of him at all. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was puzzled as well. It seemed like Zhang Dong Nan only wanted to get to know him. After chatting with Duan Ling Tian for about half an hour, Zhang Dong Nan suddenly recalled something. He looked at the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion and asked, Mansion Master Zhong, did anyone join the profound Nether Mansion recently? For example, a young woman who's not even 100 years old and wears a veil, a bamboo hat, and a white robe. The only person who joined the profound Nether Mansion recently is Duan Ling Tian. The Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion said. The Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion said, Clan leader Zhang, I'm sure you've heard that the profound Nether Mansion only accepts disciples at certain times. Apart from monstrous geniuses like Duan Ling Tian, the profound Nether Mansion won't accept disciples. All right. Zhang Dong Nan nodded. Then, he rose to his feet and bade farewell to the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion and Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, if you have time, you can visit the Phantom Fox clan. There are many beauties in the Phantom Fox clan. Who knows, you might find your celestial companion there. Zhang Dong Nan said to Duan Ling Tian meaningfully before he left. The The mansion master of the profound nether mansion sneered when he heard Zhang Dong Nan's words. He knew Zhang Dong Nan intended to use the women from the Phantom Fox clan to bind Duan Ling Tian to the Phantom Fox clan. However, he was not worried Duan Ling Tian would fall for his trick. This was because his grand ancestor had told him through voice transmission that the woman whom his grand ancestor had killed was extremely beautiful. It would be difficult to find another woman who could compare to her in this world. His grandmaster had lived for more than 30,000 years and had seen countless women. Based on his grandmaster's words, it was not difficult for him to imagine that the woman by Duan Lingtian's side was a peerless beauty. You must be joking, clan leader Zhang. I, Duan Lingtian, am married. I even have a son and a daughter, but I don't dare to fool around outside. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Which capable man doesn't have multiple wives and concubines? Take me for example. I just recently took in my 16th concubine. Zhang Dong Nan gave Duan Lingtian a knowing look before he left with the two men behind him. Duan Lingtian, remember what I said? Come visit the Phantom Fox clan when you're free. Before Zhang Dong Nan left, he did not forget to remind Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Why was the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan acting like a matchmaker? Duan Lingtian, Zhang Dong Nan is here for the two dead members of the Phantom Fox clan. I'm curious, who's the woman by your side? The mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Mansion master. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, due to some reasons, I can't reveal her identity to you. Please forgive me. The fact that she was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox was related to her safety, so it was best if fewer people knew about it. Outside the profound nether mansion. After Zhang Dong Nan left the profound nether mansion with the two old men, he was in no hurry to return to the Phantom Fox clan. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion said, there are 3 assassins from the Blood Skull gang waiting outside the profound nether mansion. Perhaps they have seen Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong. Zhang Dong Nan's eyes glinted as he said to the two old men behind him, let's split up and find those 3 assassins. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. The two old men nodded and left. Zhang Dong Nan was the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan, a celestial lord. The two old men he brought with him this time were also outstanding 10 Directions celestial kings. Both of them had comprehended profundities to the initial mastery stage. Even in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, these two old men were well-known figures. About 15 minutes later, Zhang Dong Nan received news that one of the two old men had discovered the 3 assassins from the Blood Skull gang. North of the profound Nether Mansion's estate, a man and 3 men were facing each other on a lofty mountain. The 3 men were dressed in black, and they were led by a middle-aged man with a cold expression on his face. However, at this moment, this middle-aged man with a grave and stern face was looking at the old man in front of him with deep fear in his eyes. Situ, I didn't expect you to come personally. It seems like your target this time isn't as simple as it seems. The old man looked at the middle-aged man with a surprised expression on his face. Based on the middle-aged man's words, it was obvious he was an old acquaintance of the middle-aged man. Zhang Zhenhai, why are you here? The middle-aged man, Situ, asked in a deep voice. Zhang Zhenhai. Upon hearing Situ use words, the eyes of the 2 men standing behind him widened in shock. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would recognize the 2 men standing behind Situ as the 2 assassins from the Blood Skull gang who had chased after him in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Oh! Chapter 3186. Lung Yi, one of the 2 assassins from the Blood Skull gang who had gone to the Jade Yellow Heaven to hunt down Duan Lingtian, had been waiting for Duan Lingtian outside the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate for a long time. However, Duan Lingtian had managed to escape with a Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. Lung Yi was ashamed of this. Initially, Lung Yi thought he could kill Duan Lingtian in the Heaven of Yellow Heaven. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to escape from him again. This time, in order to kill Duan Lingtian, the Blood Skull gang had sent a 9 Palaces Celestial King assassin who had gone to the Jade Yellow Heaven with Lang Yi. Apart from that, they had also sent their trump card. This trump card was none other than Situyu, the strongest assassin in the Blood Skull Gang who was not a celestial lord. Not only was Situyu an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, but he was also famous in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He had comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Wind and had even comprehended one of the profundities to the initial stage. Zhang Zhenhai, the one who has comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Metal and the Light Shadow profundity to the initial stage? Leng Yi and the other 9 palaces' celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang exchanged a look. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. Zhang Zhenhai was too famous. Although Zhang Zhenhai's profundities were on par with Situyu's profundities, Situyu's profundities were much stronger than Zhang Zhenhai's. However, Zhang Zhenhai was stronger than Situyu. Situyu was only a human and did not have much to rely on. On the other hand, Zhang Zhenhai was a celestial beast, a phantom fox. Most importantly, Zhang Zhenhai was a phantom fox. After all, Zhang Zhenhai had defeated Situyu in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I came here with my patriarch. Zhang Zhenhai replied to Situyu's question. As soon as Zhang Zhenhai finished speaking, he seemed to have sensed something. His body trembled as he took a few steps back. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Zhang Zhenhai like a phantom. It was none other than Zhang Zhenhai, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Whoosh! After Zhang Dongnan, another figure appeared behind Zhang Dongnan, standing side by side with Zhang Zhenhai. Zhang Yunting. When Situyu saw the other old man standing beside Zhang Dongnan, his pupils shrank again and he let out a cry of surprise. Zhang Yunting. Leng Yi and the other man behind Situyu looked at the other old man beside Zhang Zhenhai, and their pupils shrank simultaneously. Zhang Yunting's strength was on par with Zhang Zhenhai. He was also a famous figure in the upper realm. Most importantly, like Zhang Zhenhai, he was also a member of the Phantom Fox clan. Just now, Zhang Zhenhai said that he came with their clan leader? Then, isn't the person standing in front of him and Zhang Yunting? Leng Yi and the other Blood Skull Gang assassin beside him exchanged a glance. While they were communicating via soul transmission, their pupils constricted simultaneously. Greetings, Lord Dong Nan. I'm Situyu from the Blood Skull Gang. While Leng Yi and the other Blood Skull Gang assassin were trying to guess the identity of the person standing in front of Zhang Zhenhai and Zhang Yunting, Situyu bowed respectfully at the white-haired, white-browed young man with a solemn expression on his face. He had met the white-browed young man before, so he knew the white-browed young man was the current clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, a celestial lord. Greetings, Lord Dong Nan. After Situyu bowed, Leng Yi and the other Blood Skull Gang assassin quickly bowed humbly at Zhang Dong Nan as well. In fact, both of them were not even qualified to introduce themselves in front of Zhang Dong Nan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Situyu. Zhang Dong Nan looked at Situyu in surprise. I'm curious who your target is this time. I didn't expect the Blood Skull Gang to send you here personally. Zhang Dong Nan had long heard of Situyu, the top assassin in the Blood Skull Gang. In fact, he was also aware that Situyu was known as a Celestial King assassin in the Southern Heaven territory. There were many Celestial Kings who were undefeated in a direct confrontation with him, but very few Celestial Kings were able to survive his assassination attempts. At the very least, Situyu had never failed a mission that targeted a Celestial Lord or below. Lord Dong Nan, this is no longer a secret. My target this time is Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion. Situyu said. Duan Lingtian? Zhang Dong Nan was shocked. I know him. However, don't you think the Blood Skull Gang is making a mountain out of a molehill by sending you to kill him? Zhang Dong Nan felt the Blood Skull Gang was making a mountain out of a molehill by sending Situyu to kill someone who had just become a Celestial King. Lord Dong Nan, there's something you're unaware of. Previously, Leng Yi, a 9 Palaces Celestial King and a 9 Palaces Celestial King, fought Duan Lingtian head-on, but he failed to kill him. After that, they crossed the Devata realm to the Yen Huang heaven to kill Duan Lingtian. However, they couldn't even find a trace of Duan Lingtian. Based on Situyu's words, It was clear he was unaware that Lang Yi and the Nine Palaces Celestial King had encountered Duan Ling Tian. Lang Yi and the Nine Palaces Celestial King had intentionally concealed this matter from the Blood Skull Gang since they were worried the Blood Skull Gang would punish them. After all, he had been careless at that time. Oh! Zhang Dongnan was slightly surprised when he heard Situ Yu mention the Yen Huang Heaven. They went to the Yen Huang Heaven to kill Duan Lingtian? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian is from the Yen Huang Heaven? No. Situ Yu shook his head. Situ Yu shook his head. Duan Lingtian has only been to the Yen Huang Heaven. Lord Dong Nan, I'm sure you've heard about the reincarnated Celestial Emperor plotting against the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit in the Yen Huang Heaven, right? You're saying he's the reincarnation of a Celestial Emperor? Zhang Dong Nan raised an eyebrow. He had heard about the rumor a few years ago, but he was not certain if it was true. No. Situ Yu shook his head again. Situ Yu shook his head again. He was deceived by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor when he went to the Yen Huang Heaven. In the end, he managed to obtain the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. That's how he managed to become a 10-direction Celestial Duke and comprehend the law of space. He consumed the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Zhang Dong Nan was shocked. No wonder. I was wondering how a human boy who's not even 100 years old managed to achieve so much in just a few hundred years. As it turns out, he consumed the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Realization dawned on Zhang Dong Nan as he thought to himself. However, the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit only allows one to comprehend 8 profundities of a law, right? How did he manage to comprehend all the profundities from the law of space? Moreover, he even comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage? I don't know. Perhaps he has a high comprehension ability, Situ Yu said. Zhang Dong Nan nodded. From the beginning until the end, Situ Yu's expression was solemn and humble as he spoke to Zhang Dong Nan. Yes. Zhang Dong Nan nodded. Then, he looked at Situ Yu and asked, have you seen these 2 people around the profound nether mansion recently? Zhang Dong Nan raised his hand and tapped his finger in the air. In just a blink of an eye, 2 lifelike figures appeared in the air. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would have recognized the 2 figures Zhang Dong Nan had drawn in the air were the 2 phantom foxes he had met before. They were the 2 phantom foxes whom the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had killed. Yes. Situ Yu nodded. Some time ago we saw them following a white-clad woman here. However, they have nothing to do with our target, so we didn't pay them any heed. They're from the Phantom Fox clan. They were last seen outside the profound nether mansion. But they're dead. I suspect someone killed them outside the profound nether mansion. Zhang Dong Nan's eyes turned cold as he spoke, causing the temperature in the air to drop by a few degrees. Upon hearing Zhang Dong Nan's words, Situ Yu's expression changed slightly. The expressions of Lang Yi and the other phantom foxes changed drastically as well. Lord Dong Nan, although we've seen them, we didn't do anything to them. Lord Dong Nan, I swear we didn't do anything to them. At this moment, Lang Yi and the young man could tell that the reason the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan was here was because of the deaths of the 2 Phantom Fox clan members. Needless to say, Situ Yu was here because he suspected them. Lord Dong Nan, we're from the Blood Skull Gang. Unless we're on a mission or someone provokes us, we won't kill for no reason. Unlike Lang Yi and the other phantom foxes, Situ Yu quickly regained his composure and said bluntly, moreover, the Blood Skull Gang won't accept missions that target members of the noble clans. Yes, I agree. Zhang Dong Nan nodded. At the same time, his expression returned to normal. Do you know why the woman they were following appeared outside the profound nether mansion? Clearly, Zhang Dong Nan wanted to use the woman he suspected to be the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox as a breakthrough point. I really don't know. Situ Yu shook his head before he said, however, although she appeared outside the profound nether mansion, she seemed to be looking in the direction of the mansion's estate. It was as though she was waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Zhang Dong Nan narrowed his eyes. Does this mean she has an acquaintance in the profound nether mansion? If she wasn't waiting for someone, I really don't understand why she would look in the direction of the mansion's estate. Situyu continued to speculate. Do you know anything about her? Zhang Dongnan asked. I didn't pay much attention to her at that time. I only know she was dressed in white and had a graceful figure. She wore a veil and a bamboo hat. I didn't see her face. Situyu shook his head. Lord Dongnan. At this moment, Leng Yi, who was standing behind Situyu, seemed to have recalled something. His eyes lit up immediately. HM? Zhang Dongnan looked at Leng Yi curiously. Lord Dongnan, I've read the Blood Skull Gang's investigation on the Duan Ling Tian. The Duan Ling Tian came from the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory. Situyu said. Chapter 3187. Are you certain? As soon as Leng Yi finished speaking, Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, narrowed his eyes and stared at Leng Yi. Lord Dongnan, I'm certain. Leng Yi nodded confidently. Lord Dongnan, if you don't believe me, you can investigate this matter. After all, Duan Lingtian is quite famous in the borderlands of the 6 southeastern regions. Many people know that there's a beautiful woman by his side. Previously, when she was with him, she always wore a veil and a bamboo hat when she was outside. Come to think of it, the reason why such a beautiful woman wore a veil and a bamboo hat was because she didn't want to cause trouble because of her peerless beauty. Leng Yi revealed everything he knew about Duan Lingtian. All right, I'll look into this matter. Also, you'll follow me to the Phantom Fox clan's estate for the time being. If what you said is true, I won't mistreat you. Zhang Dongnan's voice turned cold as he looked at Leng Yi. However, if I find out that you lied to me, don't even think about leaving the Phantom Fox clan alive. Lord Dongnan, I can follow you. However, I'm afraid you'll have to inform my organization first. Leng Yi did not seem to feel guilty at all. I have a way to contact the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. You don't have to worry about that. Zhang Dongnan said indifferently. As soon as Zhang Dongnan finished speaking, he nodded at Situyu before he brought the 2 old men and Leng Yi back to the Phantom Fox clan. Situyu did not say anything when Zhang Dongnan brought Leng Yi away. After all, he knew it was useless for him to say anything. After all, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan was a celestial lord. Apart from that, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan was a celestial lord as well. Situyu would have to resort to assassination to deal with the 2 old men behind the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. The Phantom Fox clan's methods were too strange. He had fought with Zhang Zhenhai before. Although their cultivation bases, profundities, and celestial weapons were on par with each other, Zhang Zhenhai was able to defeat him with his illusion divine ability. Send a message back to inform Vice Chief Chen of this matter. Situyu said to the remaining Blood Skull Gang assassin behind him. The assassin nodded and sent out a message. The Blood Skull Gang had more than one vice leader. Situyu did not know which vice leader the Phantom Fox clan was acquainted with. Therefore, he asked his men to contact Chun Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Now, the mission to deal with Duan Lingtian was personally handled by Chun Yuanshan. On the other side, on the way back to the Phantom Fox clan's estate, Zhang Zhenhai, who was following behind Zhang Dongnan, could not help but say, Lord Patriarch, if what Leng Yi said is true, that woman must be in the profound nether mansion right now. She might even be with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, there's no doubt the profound nether mansion has something to do with the deaths of our 2 clansmen. Zhang Yunting said, Everything you've said is ultimately just a guess. Do you have any proof? Are we supposed to search the profound nether mansion ourselves? Zhang Dongnan said indifferently. When the 2 heard this, they fell silent for a moment. There are many grade 6 celestial mansions under the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. However, the only one I'm truly afraid of is the profound nether mansion. A hint of dread could be seen in Zhang Dongnan's eyes as he continued to say, My father told me there's a powerful celestial lord hidden in the profound nether mansion. He's not much weaker than a titled celestial lord. His strength is even comparable to the patriarchs of some of the 10 great clans. When Zhang Dongnan said this, it wasn't just Zhang Zhenhai and Zhang Yunting who were frightened. Even Leng Yi, who was on the side, was frightened. One had to know that the patriarchs of the 10 great clans were all powerful immortal emperors. Ordinary immortal emperors couldn't be compared to them at all. And now Zhang Dongnan was telling them there was a hidden celestial lord in the profound nether mansion? How could they not be shocked? That person is said to be the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound nether mansion. In terms of seniority, he should be the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. Zhang Dongnan continued. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion? Zhang Zhenhai's eyes widened slightly. Lord Patriarch, I remember when we visited the profound nether mansion. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion said Duan Lingtian is the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Doesn't this mean Duan Lingtian is protected by that powerhouse? Zhang Zhenhai's eyes were filled with dread when he spoke. You only realized this now? Zhang Zhenhai shook his head. We don't have any evidence. Even if we did, we wouldn't be able to prove it. To put it bluntly, the profound nether mansion isn't afraid of the Phantom Fox clan at all. In fact, even 3 Phantom Foxes might not be a threat to the profound nether mansion. As the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, Zhang Zhenhai was well aware of the profound nether mansion's strength. He knew the profound nether mansion was the strongest force in the Southern Heaven territory below Grade 5 forces. Naturally, not many people in the Southern Heaven territory were aware of this. If the profound nether mansion is so powerful, why would the Azure Green Mansion dare to go against them? Zhang Yunting had heard about the conflict between the profound nether mansion and the Azure Green Mansion. Indeed, there's conflict between them. However, have you heard of any of the stronger celestial kings from either side dying? Zhang Dongnan said, the conflict between the profound nether mansion and the Azure Green Mansion is just a small matter. There's no way the profound nether mansion's celestial lords would lower themselves to deal with the juniors. Realization dawned on Zhang Yunting when he heard Zhang Dongnan's words. The profound nether mansion is so powerful? Is the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion as strong as the clan leaders of the 10 major clans? And now, Duan Lingtian is the Imperial Tutor of the profound nether mansion? Lang Yi followed behind Zhang Dongnan and the other 2. When he heard their conversation, he felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet to his head. He did not expect the profound nether mansion to be so powerful. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have such a high status. If we kill Duan Lingtian outside the profound nether mansion, do you think the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion won't know about it? Will he let it go so easily? Thinking of this, Lang Yi couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I think it's better for us to inform the vice leader of this matter. I'm sure the vice leader knows about the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion and Duan Lingtian's current status as the Imperial Tutor of the profound nether mansion. Lang Yi sent a message back to the Blood Skull Gang and to Chen Yuanshan, the deputy leader. Who's that? Duan Lingtian is the Imperial Tutor of the profound nether mansion? According to Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, the old man from the profound nether mansion is still in the profound nether mansion? Chen Yuanshan's expression changed drastically when he received Lang Ye's message. It seems like we have to let the leader decide on this matter. Let's see if we should continue with the mission to kill Duan Lingtian. While Chen Yuanshan was looking for the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, he also sent a message to Situyu and Duan Lingtian outside the profound nether mansion, telling them not to act rashly even if they saw Duan Lingtian leaving the mansion. Situyu were confused. What was going on? In the profound nether mansion, in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. After Duan Lingtian returned from the mansion master of the profound nether mansion, he went back to cultivating. With the help of the celestial fruits and celestial pills given to him by the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. When Huaner woke up and gave him the supreme powerhouse divinity, he went to sleep while Huaner began to cultivate. The cycle repeated itself endlessly. Half a month later, Huaner had completely absorbed the medicinal efficacy of the Ice King Celestial Fruit and the Fire King Celestial Fruit and successfully became a 1 basic Celestial King. As expected of 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, Not only is her cultivation speed fast, but she's also able to absorb the medicinal efficacy of the celestial fruits so quickly. Although Duan Ling Tian had expected this, he could not help but sigh emotionally when he heard about Huan Er's breakthrough. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was about to cultivate when he received a message from the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. I've received news that the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan has sent his men to the borderlands of the Southern Heaven territory after returning to the Phantom Fox clan. Do you think it has something to do with the woman next to you? The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion asked. The borderlands? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. It seems like the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan is aware of something. Is it the Blood Skull Gang? As for how the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan found out about the borderlands, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan must have leaked the information to him. If I knew this would happen, I would have asked Senior to kill those 3 assassins. When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, streaks of killing intent flashed in his eyes, as though they were about to devour someone. Mansion Master, we're from the borderlands. Duan Ling Tian replied. Do you need me to send someone to deal with the Phantom Fox clan's men? Since the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan sent someone to the borderlands, it means he knows something and wants to confirm it. The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion sent a message to Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he would send someone to deal with the Phantom Fox clan's men as soon as Duan Ling Tian gave the order. There's no need for that. Duan Ling Tian stopped the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. Let him investigate. Even if we kill him, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan will send someone else to deal with the matter. Although Duan Ling Tian appeared calm on the surface, he felt a sense of foreboding. In truth, he was filled with a sense of crisis. The Blood Skull Gang must have found out a lot about me in the borderlands, including the fact that Huan Er and I were together. Huan Er was outside the profound Nether Mansion's estate for a long time, so the Blood Skull Gang's assassins must have seen her. As long as Zhang Dong Nan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, interrogates the assassins, he'll definitely be able to find out about Huan Er and me. I'm afraid Zhang Dong Nan already knows Huan Er is in the profound Nether Mansion. Chapter 3188. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian left his room. To be safe, he went to look for the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion to see if the profound Nether Mansion would be able to stop the Phantom Fox clan. After all, he did not know much about the Phantom Fox clan's strength. Although the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had said the profound Nether Mansion was not afraid of the Phantom Fox clan, he did not think it was a lie. Senior, Duan Ling Tian went straight to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion and said, I'm afraid it won't be long before the Phantom Fox clan comes to the profound Nether Mansion. Is the profound Nether Mansion able to protect my sister? Duan Ling Tian asked with a grim expression on his face. What's going on? The old man was still unaware of the situation. The Phantom Fox clan's leader must have found out about us through the Blood Skull Gang's assassins. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent someone to investigate the place where I used to live. Duan Ling Tian told the old man everything the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion had told him. Why is the Phantom Fox clan following Huan Er? Why is the Phantom Fox clan's leader targeting Huan Er? The old man asked. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. Senior, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but it's too important for me to tell you. I'm here to ask you if the Phantom Fox clan's leader will be able to protect Huan Er if he comes to the profound Nether Mansion to ask for Huan Er. This was Duan Ling Tian's true purpose of coming here. So that's what you're worried about. The old man shook his head. Didn't I tell you the Phantom Fox clan won't dare to act recklessly in front of the profound Nether Mansion? You don't believe me? It's not that I don't believe you. I just want to confirm it. Duan Ling Tian felt slightly awkward. After all, he had come to look for the old man because he doubted the old man's words. However, after listening to the old man's words, he knew the old man was not lying. Don't worry. Let alone the Phantom Fox clan, the profound Nether Mansion wouldn't be afraid even if there were 2 more branch clans in the Southern Heaven territory. Based on the old man's words, it was clear he did not care about the Phantom Fox clan at all. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. You can focus on your cultivation and raise your cultivation base as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about anything else as long as I'm in the profound nether mansion." The old man said, "Thank you, senior." Duan Ling Tian thanked the old man with a serious expression before he left to cultivate. After Duan Ling Tian left, the old man's eyes glinted as he muttered to himself, "It seems like that girl is the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that the Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Province is looking for." The main Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Province has offered a reward in the black market. Anyone who can provide information about the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox will be rewarded handsomely. That reward, even I am tempted. The old man shook his head and smiled. However, there's nothing I can do about it. Since I've placed all my bets on that lad, I can only follow him to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man continued to sit by the lake and fish. He resumed his calm and collected demeanor as if nothing had happened. Time continued to pass by quietly. During this time, Duan Lingtian had left the divine offering land. His friends and family who were in various mundane realms had their own encounters as well. Naturally, most of them did not have any fortuitous encounters. Only a small number of them had fortuitous encounters. However, even if he did not encounter any amazing fortuitous encounters, he had been in the realm of gods, the world of divine offering. He had absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy there and was baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy. Now that he had returned to the mundane realm, his cultivation speed was much faster than before. In fact, it was difficult to find anyone in the mundane realms whose cultivation speed was comparable to theirs. The Purple Spike realm was one of the many mundane realms in the colossal world. Moreover, it was a large mundane realm with countless planets. "Aunt Xuanai, you should leave now. I'll lure these people away. You can avenge me in the future." In a star field outside a planet, a handsome figure stood there and spoke to a young woman with a solemn expression. The person who spoke was a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. However, a hint of anxiety could be seen on his face at this moment. "Nian, you should leave now. If I can't even take care of you, how am I supposed to face brother Ling Tian and sister Feier in the future?" The young woman had a face that could topple the world. Her every move seemed to make everything around her pale in comparison. These two people were none other than Duan Tian and Han Xuanai, who were sent away from the divine offering land by Xiajia. Both of them were sent to the same mundane realm. Although they were separated in the beginning, it did not take long before Han Xuanai found Duan Tian. Many years later, Duan Tian had grown from an ignorant child into a young man. "Aunt Xuanai." Duan Tian was about to say something when he heard the sound of wind whistling in the distance. In just a blink of an eye, he and Han Xuanai were surrounded. "You won't be modest anymore since you won't be able to run away." There were 20 to 30 people surrounding Duan Tian and Han Xuanai. The leader was an old woman who was riding a strange beast that resembled a lion or tiger. She held a crooked walking stick in her hand. "Granny, are you with them?" "Lu ping wu 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 gao ji 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 gao ji. Are you with me? 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 Are you with me?" A middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes stood next to the old woman as he stared coldly at Duan Tian and Han Xuanai. It was these two people who had killed his only son. "Humph!" Duan Tian glared at the middle-aged man. "If your son didn't pester my aunt, we wouldn't have attacked him. He deserved to die." A hint of anger could be seen on Duan Tian's youthful face as he glared at the middle-aged man. "Tian, why are you wasting your breath on them? If they want to fight, let's fight." Han Xuanai shouted. With a raise of her hand, energy surged out of her body and transformed into a dazzling light blade that slashed the 3 people standing nearby. Although she had killed 3 people in an instant, she did not feel happy at all. After all, these 3 people were the weakest in the group. "You're seeking death." As soon as Han Xuanai made her move, the old woman who was the leader of the group was infuriated. She shouted coldly before she made her move as well. Her target was Han Xuanai. At the same time, the middle-aged man beside him also flew toward Duan Tian. As for the other people brought by the old woman and the middle-aged man, they also charged toward Duan Tian. The old woman was the strongest person present, followed by Han Shuanai and the middle-aged man. However, when the old woman made her move, Han Shuanai was completely suppressed. As for Duan Tian, although he was not any weaker than the others, he was slightly weaker than the middle-aged man. Due to this reason, he was at a disadvantage when the middle-aged man targeted him. "Die, boy!" The middle-aged man shouted coldly as strands of energy shot out from his fingers toward Duan Tian. Tian. Han Shuanai's heart was burning with anxiety when she saw this. She forcefully blocked the old woman's attack and risked her life to save Duan Tian. At this moment, Han Shuanai, who was severely injured, was like an arrow at the end of its flight. "Tian, are you all right?" Han Shuanai stood with Duan Tian's back facing each other. Her face was pale as she asked worriedly, "Aunt Shuanai, I'm fine." At this moment, Duan Tian did not see Han Shuanai's pale face. He also did not see Han Shuanai forcefully blocking the old woman's attack. "Humph! You can't even protect yourself. How can you protect this boy?" The old woman sneered as she stared at Han Shuanai. "Boy! Today will be your doomsday." The middle-aged man sneered as he looked at Duan Tian. It was as though Duan Tian was already a dead man in his eyes. However, Duan Tian was staring blankly at the sky in the distance, as though something had attracted his attention. The middle-aged man's gaze followed Duan Tian's gaze. With just a glance, he saw a purple-clad woman hovering in the sky in the distance. The purple-clad woman stood there. Her graceful figure and enchanting face seemed as though she was a beauty who had walked out of a painting. Her beautiful hair danced even though there was no wind. On the surface of her body, streaks of purple aura energy were pulsating like bolts of purple lightning. They revolved around her body at a rapid speed. "Sister Feier?" When the old woman followed the middle-aged man's gaze, Han Shuanai also noticed the purple-clad woman standing in the distance. "Mother!" Duan Tian looked at the familiar figure in the distance. He was so excited that his eyes turned red and misty. The purple-clad woman standing in the distance was none other than Li Fei, who had been searching for Duan Tian in the Purple Spike realm for many years. She had finally found her son's whereabouts 2 days ago. She had appeared just in time when her son was on the brink of death. "Mother, let's go." However, when Duan Tian thought about his current situation, horror dawned on him. He quickly sent a voice transmission to urge Li Fei to leave. In his opinion, his mother's strength was, at most, on par with him. Even if she was stronger than him, it would not be by much. Even Aunt Shuanai was no match for that old woman. Even if his mother was here, it would be useless. "Sister Feier, let's go." Han Shuanai's expression changed as well. She sent a voice transmission to urge Li Fei to leave. At the same time, she looked away as though she did not know Li Fei at all. "Both of you?" Li Fei hovered in the air as she looked at Duan Tian and Han Shuanai excitedly. However, when she shifted her gaze to the others, her gaze turned cold. As soon as Li Fei's gaze turned cold, everyone present on the scene could feel the air in the stellar province turning cold as though winter had arrived. Chapter 3189. Swoosh! Swoosh! The old woman and the middle-aged man's expressions changed drastically. Putting everything else aside, based on the fact that Duan Tian did not even make a move earlier, it was obvious that Duan Tian was much stronger than them. "Sir." The old woman wanted to say something, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she saw streaks of purple light suddenly appear in the void around her. They were like purple meteors streaking across the sky. The purple meteors flew toward the old woman, the middle-aged man, and the people they brought with them. Swoosh! 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 The old woman did not have time to finish her sentence since she was busy dodging the streaks of light. If she did not focus on dodging, she would definitely die. "Ah! Spare me! No!" While the old woman was dodging the streaks of purple meteors in the sky, a series of shrill cries rang in her ears. A few moments later, the cries stopped, and the streaks of purple meteors disappeared. However, when she looked around, she discovered the people she brought with her. including the middle-aged man, were all dead. I'm too late. Li Fei took a step forward. In just a blink of an eye, she appeared next to Duan Yantian. Xuanai, thank you for taking care of Niantian all these years. At the same time, Li Fei looked at Han Xuanai, who was standing behind Duan Yantian. Then she took out a bottle of pills and handed it to her. This is a healing pill. Take it. Sister Fei you? Han Xuanai was stunned for a long time before she took the bottle of pills from Li Fei. She could not figure it out. In just a few years, how did Li Fei, who was not as strong as her, become so strong? Based on her strength, she had probably reached the peak of the mundane realm. Mother, Duan Yantian was also shocked by Li Fei's strength. He did not expect his mother, who he had almost caught up to, would become so strong. Mother? The old woman was shocked when she heard Li Fei's words. However, when she heard Duan Yantian calling Li Fei his mother, she regained her senses. Run! Without any hesitation, the old woman turned around and tried to flee. Right now, the exotic beast she was riding on had already been killed by the purple streak of light. Thus, she could only flee on her own. However, would she be able to escape? Humph! Li Fei coldly glanced at the old woman's back. Her face turned cold as she raised her hand and grabbed in the direction the old woman fled. Suddenly, swoosh! In the void, a gigantic hand formed by purple light grabbed the old woman and brought her back. Then, it turned into a purple rope and tied the old woman up. Swoosh! 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 Li Fei asked faintly. Her tone had become increasingly cold. Sir, as long as you're willing to spare my life, I can give you all of my family's wealth. Swoosh! The old woman said with a pale face as her body trembled violently. That's not enough for me. As Li Fei spoke again, she flicked her finger and shot out a purple light blade, cutting off one of the old woman's arms. Ah! The old woman shrieked in pain. She tried to circulate her energy to stop the bleeding, but Li Fei destroyed her cultivation base with a flick of her finger. You destroyed my cultivation base? The old woman glared at Li Fei. Her eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness. You'll die a horrible death. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. I'm not even afraid of you as a human. Why would I be afraid of you as a ghost? Li Fei sneered. You can come and look for me after you become a ghost. I'll make sure you won't be able to leave even if you become a ghost. As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, she flicked her fingers again. A purple sword light shot out and cut off one of the old woman's legs. When the old woman shrieked in pain again, Li Fei made her move again and cut off the old woman's other arm and leg. Duan Yantian's scalp tingled when he saw this. Mother! However, his heart was filled with warmth. He knew his mother was venting her anger on his behalf. As for Han Xuanai, she looked at the old woman coldly. If she was as strong as Li Fei, she would have tortured the old woman even more. I beg you, give me a quick death. The old woman, who had lost all 4 of her limbs and was covered in blood, begged Li Fei. She no longer had the angry look from before. Li Fei looked at her coldly. Don't beg me. Beg my son. The old woman looked at Duan Yantian with a pleading look in her eyes. Please. Duan Yantian was only a young man after all. He did not hesitate to kill the old woman when he saw her pitiful state. Mother. After killing the old woman, Duan Yantian threw himself into Li Fei's arms. He was so emotional that his eyes were red. All right, how old are you now? Don't forget that your Aunt Xuanai is going to laugh at you. Li Fei patted Duan Yantian's back before she pulled him away. She patted his head and said, In just a blink of an eye, you're already taller than me. Han Xuanai waited for Li Fei to reunite with Li Fei before she asked, Sister Fei how did you become so strong? I obtained the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's inheritance. Li Fei replied, The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's inheritance? Han Xuanai and Duan Yantian widened their eyes in shock when they heard Li Fei's words. Naturally, they knew who the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was. This mundane realm was called the Purple Spike Realm after the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Based on this, one could easily imagine the purple spike supreme celestial status in the mundane realm. It was said that the purple spike supreme celestial was one of the strongest beings in the Devata realms. Later on, she returned to her hometown, the mundane plane, and left behind her inheritance. Mother, I heard that someone obtained the purple spike supreme celestial's inheritance a few years ago. Is that person you? Duan Yantian looked at Li Fei in shock. He did not expect the person who obtained the purple spike supreme celestial's inheritance was his mother. Sister Fei congratulations. Han Shu and I quickly congratulated Li Fei after recovering from her shock. Actually, it's because I appeared in the purple spike realm near the purple spike supreme celestial's place of inheritance. That's why she chose me. If both of you were close to the purple spike supreme celestial, she would have chosen both of you as well. At this moment, Li Fei knew why the Redbud Supreme Celestial had chosen her. It was because her body had been cleansed by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. Therefore, the Redbud Supreme Celestial was certain Li Fei would not be inferior to her in the future. Yes. Han Shu and I and Duan Yantian were puzzled when they heard Li Fei's words. They finally understood after listening to Li Fei's explanation. Mother, even if that's the case, the fact that you're close to the purple spike supreme celestial means you're fated with her. Duan Yantian smiled. He was genuinely happy that his mother had such a fortuitous encounter. He knew his mother very well. All these years, his mother had been under a lot of pressure. After all, among all the women by his father's side, his mother was the only one who was mediocre in terms of cultivation. Whether it was Aunt Kerr or Aunt Tianwu, both of them were more outstanding than his mother in terms of cultivation. In his opinion, his mother's suffering was finally over. Nian Tian is right. Han Shu and I agreed with Duan Nian Tian's words. They're out. At this moment, Li Fei suddenly looked into the distance and called out softly. In the next moment, 4 figures appeared in the distant starry sky. It was as though they had appeared out of thin air. The owners of the figures were 4 women. These 4 women all possessed beauty that far surpassed that of ordinary people. When the 4 of them stood together, the most eye-catching thing about them was their nearly identical faces. Apart from their different auras, their appearances were almost identical. Apart from that, they wore different outfits as well. The woman standing on the left wore a purple robe embroidered with plum blossoms. The woman on the right was also wearing a purple robe. However, there were orchids embroidered on her purple robe. The third woman was dressed in a purple robe embroidered with bamboo leaves. The fourth woman was dressed in a purple robe embroidered with chrysanthemums. Young master. After the 4 women appeared, they bowed to Li Fei in unison, their tone respectful and reverent. I've found them, Li Fei said to the 4 women. Now I can return to the Devata realm with all of you. However, I want to bring my son and sister with me. At the same time, Li Fei introduced the 4 women to Han Shu and I and Duan Yantian. The 4 women were the servants the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had sent to the mundane realm to wait for her successor. They were in charge of bringing her successor back to the Devata realm. It's a pity we don't know which mundane realm Ling and the others are in. Otherwise, we could have gone to pick them up. Duan Yantian sighed. I remember it clearly. At that time, only the 3 of us entered the mundane realm. The others were in other mundane realms. Han Shu and I said, I remember it as well. That's why I decided to bring them to the Devata realm after finding all of you. Li Fei paused for a moment before she said with a sigh, I didn't expect all of you to be together for such a long time. Sister Fei will it be inconvenient for you to bring Nian Tian and me to the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's place? Han Shu and I asked hesitantly. It's not inconvenient at all. When Master sees all of you, I'm sure she'll be willing to accept all of you as her disciples. After all, your innate talent and potential aren't inferior to mine. Li Fei said as she shook her head. Whether it was her son, Duan Yantian or Han Xuanai, she was confident in them. Father should be in the Devata realm as well, right? Duan Yantian muttered to himself. Upon hearing Duan Yantian's words, Li Fei and Han Shuanai fell silent. A purple figure appeared in their minds at the same time. Pieces of memories from the past also appeared one by one at this moment. Chapter 3190. 30 years later. 30 years was not a long time for celestials in the Devata realms. In fact, some powerful celestials could go into closed-door cultivation for hundreds of years or even longer. In the Imperial Tudor Pavilion of the Profound Nether Mansion. Senior. 30 years later, Duan Lingtian was already over 100 years old. The aura of someone who was not even 100 years old had completely disappeared from his body. 30 years passed in just a blink of an eye for the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. After all, he had lived for more than 30,000 years. 30,000 years was equivalent to thousands of 30-year periods. He had long grown numb to the concept of time. Even if I don't go to the Su clan, I can still enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? I remember you told me that anyone below the Celestial Lord Realm in the Southern Heaven territory is allowed to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian asked bluntly. Yes. The old man nodded. That's right. How do I enter the upper realm? Duan Lingtian asked again. You just need a formation compass to enter and leave the upper realm. The old man replied. Senior, do you have a formation compass? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately when he heard the old man's words. It was as dazzling as the night sky. Why do you ask? The old man frowned. Are you planning to enter the upper realm? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm planning to enter the upper realm to see if I can find a fortuitous encounter. After all, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords have spent a lot of effort to maintain the upper realm. What's your cultivation base now? The old man's frown deepened. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to really enter the upper realm. It had only been 30 years since Duan Lingtian had become a one basic celestial king. Even with the resources provided by the profound Nether Mansion, Duan Lingtian was, at most, a two-form celestial king. In fact, he might not even have a breakthrough yet. 3 talents celestial king. Duan Lingtian replied. However, Duan Lingtian's words shocked the old man. You've become a 3 talents celestial king? Seeing the doubt in the old man's eyes, Duan Lingtian did not bother to explain further. With a thought, he released his cultivation aura. Usually, with the profound divine metal around, the aura of his cultivation base would be concealed by the profound divine metal. If he did not release his aura, even the old man would not be able to see through his cultivation base. Even if you've broken through and become a 3 talents celestial king, you'll still have a slim chance of survival in the upper realm. Unless your attainments in the laws of space. Before the old man could finish his words, he saw Duan Lingtian casting all kinds of profundities from the law of space. He immediately shut his mouth. You little brat, you're really abnormal. With a wave of his hand, the old man took out a formation compass and said, This is the formation compass to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. From today onward, I'll place it here. You can enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through here. However, if you want to leave the upper realm, you'll have to return to the transporting formation you were teleported to. With a wave of his hand, the formation compass fell to the ground. The formation compass did not look much different from an ordinary formation compass. The only difference was that it was slightly larger. There were many small holes on it that were used to store celestial crystals. As the old man raised his hand again, immortal crystals appeared in the small holes on the formation plate. They were dazzling under the sunlight. Based on the old man's actions, it was clear he did not intend to stop Duan Lingtian from entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Are you going to enter the upper realm alone or with Huan? Over the past 30 years, Huan would occasionally follow Duan Lingtian to the backyard to fish with the old man. Her naivety and innocence had left a good impression on the old man. After 30 years of living together, the old man had treated Huan like his own granddaughter. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, felt like Huan was more important to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. I'll go with Huan. Duan Lingtian said. What's the girl's cultivation base now? The old man asked. A 6 combos celestial king. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Even he was shocked by Huan Er's cultivation base. For the past 30 years, he and Huan Er had shared many celestial fruits and celestial pills in the profound nether mansion. However, after 30 years, his cultivation base was 3 levels lower than Huan Er's. The only consolation was that his comprehension of the law of space was slightly higher than Huan Er's. Although Huan Er had used the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the law of space, her comprehension of the law of space was not as good as his. Perhaps it was because she was not human. A 6 combos celestial king? The old man was shocked. How could a 1 basic celestial king become a 6 combos celestial king in 30 years? Although he had lived for more than 30,000 years, he had never heard of such a person in the Southern Heaven territory. Even in the Upper 7 regions, it was rare for a 1 basic celestial king to become a 6 combos celestial king in 30 years with Huan Er's cultivation base. Most of those people had heaven-defying innate talent. It seems like the girl is the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that the Phantom Fox clan in the Upper 7 regions is looking for. At this moment, the old man was certain Huan Er was Huan Er. In the past, he was not certain. However, now that Huan Er had become a 6 combo celestial king from a 1 basic celestial king in 30 years, and the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven territory was looking for her, he was certain of her identity. If she was not 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, it was impossible for her to have such heaven-defying innate talent. The 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox clan in the Southern Heaven territory was the reason why the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven territory had their eyes on her. After all, if they could bring her to the 7 Upper Province, they would be rewarded handsomely. The reward was much better than the bounty that was offered to the public. Even the old man, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion, was tempted by the bounty. Based on this, one could just imagine how generous the rewards from the main Phantom Fox clan were. How's the girl's comprehension of the law of space? The old man asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Earlier, when he saw Duan Lingtian casting the law of space, he was as shocked as he was when Huan Er became a 6 combo celestial king. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man sighed in relief. At least she's not that scary. Although she's outstanding, she's still lacking compared to you, little freak. However, with her comprehension of the profundities from the law of space, she's not much weaker than you in terms of overall strength. The old man replied. If it were not for Duan Lingtian, the old man would have been shocked by Huan Er's comprehension of the law of space. However, with Duan Lingtian here, he was already mentally prepared, so he was not as shocked as before. Senior, please tell me more about the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the old man. The upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man patiently explained the upper realm to Duan Lingtian. The upper realm was different from the middle and lower realms of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It was meant for the Southern Heaven territory. Anyone in the Southern Heaven territory would be able to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, as long as they possessed a formation plate that allowed them to travel to and from the upper realm. There was no scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, unlike the middle realm, the upper realm had a scoreboard. Unlike the middle realm, the upper realm had a scoreboard that was only updated once a year. Once you enter the upper realm, you'll appear in a safe zone. Fighting is prohibited in the safe zone. Anyone who dares to make a move will be killed by the killing formation. No matter how powerful a 10 Directions Celestial King is, he won't be able to escape from the killing formation. This is because the killing formation was set up by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the old man's words. One could easily imagine how powerful the killing formation set up by a titled Celestial Lord was. Once you're in the safe zone, you'll be able to obtain an Identity Jade token. Carve your name on the Identity Jade token and drip your blood on it to claim ownership of it. It'll follow you until the scoreboard is refreshed. Before the scoreboard is refreshed, those who rank in the top 10 in the previous year will be guided to a secret realm left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. You'll be able to obtain royal-grade celestial weapons and purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapons in the secret realm. Apart from that, There are also many rare celestial fruits and celestial pills that the profound nether mansion can't provide. Naturally, those who rank in the top 10 will receive the highest reward. The other 20 people who rank in the top 30 will also receive the highest reward. They'll be able to enter a secret realm that's ranked at a lower level. As for the other 70 people who rank in the top 100, they'll be able to enter a secret realm that's ranked at a lower level. In fact, the rewards in the 2 secret realms are not necessarily worse than the rewards in the top 10 secret realms. However, they're much more dangerous. This is especially true for the secret realm where the top 70 people will be able to enter. Many of the trials will require more than 30 people to work together to pass. As for the top 10 people, as long as they're strong enough, they'll be able to pass all the trials in the secret realm. Naturally, the celestial kings in the southern heaven territory won't be able to enter the upper realm if only those who rank in the scoreboard have fortuitous encounters are allowed to enter the upper realm. After all, even if one doesn't enter the secret realm, there's still a chance to obtain many treasures in the upper realm. Although the illusory formation will change the location of the treasures, if only one person sees it, they'll be able to keep it for themselves. However, if more than one person sees it, they'll have to fight for it. The old man paused for a moment to allow Duan Lingtian to digest the information before he continued. Apart from that, the upper realm is similar to the middle realm. If you don't want to be killed, you can leave by crushing your identity jade token. The place you'll exit from is where the formation compass you used to enter the upper realm is located. If you don't crush your identity jade token, you'll have to return to the safe zone and use the transportation formation there. At this point, the old man had basically finished explaining everything he knew. Chapter 3191. In the opinion of the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, Duan Lingtian's progress from a 1 basic Celestial King to a 3 talents Celestial King in 30 years was considered fast. However, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, Duan Lingtian's progress was still too slow. Even with the resources provided by the profound Nether Mansion, it still took me 30 years to break through from a 1 basic Celestial King to a 3 talents Celestial King. At this rate, won't it take me at least 200 years to break through and become a 9 palaces Celestial King? Moreover, I'm only a Celestial King. It's even harder to become a Celestial Lord, let alone a Celestial Emperor. Even a 10 directions Celestial Emperor with strength comparable to a Heavenly Emperor might not be able to rescue Kerr and the others from the Divine Offering Land. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian felt even more pressure on his shoulders. If he had 10,000 years to play around with, he wouldn't think much of it. But now, he only had 900 years left. 900 years was too short a period of time. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, he would have a better chance of improving himself there. There are some fortuitous encounters in the upper realm that you might not find in the 10 major clans or the 5 major sects, the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion said. Duan Lingtian had heard about this from the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion a few years ago. For this reason, he was no longer interested in the 10 major clans or the 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven territory. He was more interested in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although he was only a 3 talents Celestial King, his comprehension of the law of space had improved tremendously. With his current strength, he was confident he could protect himself in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, he was not alone in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Be careful. If your life is in danger, crush your identity jade token immediately. Before Duan Lingtian and Huan entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion reminded them solemnly. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, they entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through the formation compass. The formation they used to enter the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion was located in the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Regardless of whether they left the Imperial Tutor Pavilion by crushing their identity jade tokens, they would return to the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion to strengthen their foundation. Duan Lingtian's vision darkened, and when he regained his sight, he discovered they were standing on a stone platform, and in the surroundings there were many stone platforms. What a beautiful woman! As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huaner appeared, Many of the celestial kings who had just entered looked at Huaner with bright eyes. There was no one else in the world who could compare to her in terms of beauty. She was a great temptation to any normal man. Beauty, I'm Hong Manchio, a direct descendant of the Hong clan, one of the 10 great clans of the Southern Heaven Territory. Why don't you give up your gigolo and follow me? An ordinary-looking young man said as he walked up to Huaner. From the beginning until the end, Huaner did not pay any attention to him. Huaner's eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end. When she looked at Duan Lingtian, a smile bloomed on her beautiful face. This caused the men in the surroundings to fall in love with her even more. After a while, a few men stepped forward to strike up a conversation with Huaner, but she still ignored them. At this moment, the onlookers shifted their gazes from Huaner to Duan Lingtian. Brat, who are you? I'd like to see what makes you so beautiful. Brat, I'm a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, one of the 5 major celestial sects of the Southern Heaven Territory. Who are you? The group of people glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian had some enmity with them, such as killing their fathers or seizing their wives. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who had never seen them before. Even they had never seen Duan Lingtian before. The reason they disliked Duan Lingtian so much was because Huaner was always by his side. A bunch of idiots. Duan Lingtian glanced at the group of people who were arguing with him indifferently. A hint of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth as he spat out these words in a neither fast nor slow manner. Duan Lingtian's words were akin to poking a hornet's nest. Brat, don't activate the one-time concealment formation in your identity jade token if you dare. The young man who claimed to be a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect glared at Duan Lingtian and said arrogantly, "After all, no one dared to make a move in this safe zone. After all, the killing formation that the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord had set up would instantly kill them. For this reason, the group of people did not dare to make a move against Duan Lingtian even though they were furious. Everyone who entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could activate the concealment formation on their identity jade tokens before they left. Once the concealment formation was activated, no one would be able to detect their presence. Therefore, they would not have to worry about being targeted. The concealment formation on the identity jade token could only be activated in the safe zone. For this reason, if one wanted to leave the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, one could only rely on one's own strength to return to the safe zone unless one crushed one's identity jade token. This was not something ordinary people could do. After all, there were many celestial kings lying in ambush near the safe zone. They were waiting for other celestial kings to return to the safe zone so they could ambush them. After the Wind Thunder Dao sect's core disciple made a move against Duan Lingtian, many people began to taunt him as well. However, Duan Lingtian completely ignored them. He brought Huaner to a nearby stone wall and collected 2 identity jade tokens. Duan Lingtian could engrave his name on the identity jade token. He could engrave his real name or fake name on the identity jade token. Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not bother inscribing his real name on the identity jade tokens, since there was no need for him to inscribe a fake name. At the same time, she engraved the words Huaner on her identity token as well. Although Huaner had never been taught how to write, she had inherited the memories of 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Therefore, she was able to write on her own. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Huaner performed blood ownership claim on their identity jade tokens in unison. They could feel a strong connection with their identity jade tokens. Huaner, let's go. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huaner before they flew out of the safe zone. Nobody knew how many safe zones there were in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, it was not certain which safe zone one would end up in. If one wanted to leave the safe zone, one would have to return to the safe zone they were in. For example, if Duan Lingtian and Huaner wanted to return to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion in the Profound Nether Mansion, they would have to return to the safe zone. Apart from that, they would have to crush their identity jade tokens to leave the safe zone. However, once the identity jade token was crushed, the points inside would be emptied. It would be equivalent to a wasted trip. When Duan Lingtian and Huaner left, They did not activate the invisibility formation in their identity jade tokens under everyone's watchful eyes. Seeing this scene, the group of people in the safe zone were all stunned. These two are so daring? In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, only powerful 10 directions celestial kings would dare to do something like this, right? Is it possible that they're one of those 10 directions celestial kings? I've never heard of her before. That woman is extremely beautiful. If she's here before, there's no way Ouyang Yue, the true disciple of the 100 Flowers celestial sect, would be the most beautiful woman in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. That's right. I've met Ouyang Yue once. Although I was stunned by her beauty in terms of appearance, Ouyang Yue still pales in comparison to this woman. Two unknown characters left the safe zone just like that? Aren't they afraid they'll be eliminated as soon as they leave the safe zone? They must be confident in their strength. Both of them must have some sort of technique to conceal their cultivation bases. It's impossible to determine their cultivation bases. Under the shocked gazes of the people in the safe zone, Duan Lingtian and Huan left the safe zone. The safe zone was a vast stone platform that hovered in the air without any support. The stone platform was located in a dark and gloomy world. The sky was dark, and the ground was red as though it was dyed in blood. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is nothing compared to the upper realm. It seems like the southern heaven celestial lords have really put in a lot of effort into the upper realm. Although the scenery in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was natural and lifelike, it paled in comparison to the scenery in front of them. Duan Lingtian could feel the oppressive atmosphere as he walked in the middle of the dark place. An ancient and desolate aura surged over, giving him the feeling that he was in an ancient battlefield. Before he knew it, Duan Lingtian and Huaner had left the safe zone. It would take them some time to return to the safe zone. Huaner were being watched by quite a few people. In fact, as soon as they left the safe zone, Duan Lingtian had sensed many people probing them with their divine consciousness. Among these people, there were people inside the safe zone, and there were people outside the safe zone. It was obvious the people outside the safe zone were waiting for their prey. However, none of them dared to make a move. After all, they could not detect Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's cultivation bases. That woman, she's not even 100 years old. Outside the safe zone, 3 people were hiding in the dark. One of them, a young man, muttered to himself, "She's definitely the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. Not even 100 years old." "You're right." When the other two heard the old man's words, they were shocked to learn that Huaner was not even 100 years old. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort rang in the air as a figure appeared out of thin air and blocked Duan Lingtian and Huaner's path. It's Jun Wangchan, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Many people who were hiding in the dark immediately recognized the person who had blocked Duan Lingtian and Huaner's path. Chapter 3192. The Wind Thunder Dao sect was one of the 5 great sects in the Southern Heaven territory. It was a grade 5 sect in the Devata realm. The core disciples of the 5 great sects in the Southern Heaven territory were all outstanding geniuses. Most of them were celestial kings below the age of 2000. Jun Wangchan, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, was a 10 directions celestial king who had comprehended 9 profundities from the law of metal. Although he had not comprehended any of the profundities from the law of metal to the initial stage, his strength was still not to be underestimated. At the very least, the group of people hiding nearby did not dare to attack Jun Wangchun even if he did not activate the invisibility formation on his identity jade token. "Brat, I didn't expect you to not activate the invisibility formation on your identity jade token." Jun Wangchan stood in the way of Duan Lingtian and looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold smile on his face. In fact, he did not have to activate the invisibility formation. However, he was afraid Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian would discover him when he was tailing them. For this reason, he had activated the invisibility formation on his identity jade token and followed them here. Under the cover of the concealment formation, it was impossible to directly attack. That was because the concealment formation contained a restriction formation, which prevented people from using the concealment formation to launch a sneak attack. The restriction formation would only disappear after 3 breaths of time had passed since the invisibility formation was removed. Naturally, during these 3 breaths of time, the person who removed the invisibility formation would not be able to attack others. After all, the restriction formation was a powerful defensive formation as well. Naturally, it was impossible for a mere identity jade token to contain such a powerful formation. Since the identity jade token was connected to the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to a certain extent, it contained such a powerful formation. Why wouldn't I? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man calmly. He vaguely remembered the young man. The young man was one of the few people who had made a fuss in the safe zone earlier. He remembered the young man saying he was a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Brat, remember this. The person who killed you is me, Jun Wangchun, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. I will let the beauty by your side know that a weakling like you is not worthy of her. While Jun Wangchen's celestial origin energy that had fused with the law of metal's fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity, surged in his body, he did not forget to look at Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Instantly, he felt a sense of defeat. For a moment, he vented all of his anger on Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brat, I'll send you on your way now. As soon as Jun Wangchun said that, he started to move. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand. Light flowed around it, emitting an extraordinary aura. Royal-grade celestial sword? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he sensed the aura of the celestial sword in Jun Wangchen's hand. He could tell it was a royal-grade celestial weapon. That purple-clad brat is doomed. Although Jun Wangchun is the weakest core disciple in the Wind Thunder Dao sect, his strength is not to be underestimated. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, there aren't many people who are stronger than Jun Wangchun. Jun Wangchun has always been ranked in the top 100. His strength speaks for itself. When Jun Wangchun made his move to kill Duan Lingtian, the people who were hiding in the dark or using concealment formations were certain Duan Lingtian would be killed by Jun Wangchun. After all, in their opinion, Duan Lingtian was a nobody. Those who tried to kill my brother Lingtian deserved to die. When Jun Wangchun was about to charge toward Duan Lingtian on his sword, a clear and melodious voice rang in the air. The person who spoke was none other than Huan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Huan gentle gaze that was focused on Duan Lingtian turned cold when she saw Jun Wangchun flying toward her. It was as though the temperature in the surroundings would drop if she looked at Jun Wangchun. In the next moment, swoosh, Huan appeared in front of Duan Lingtian as her celestial origin energy surged out of her body and merged with the law of space's space elemental profundity. A 6 combos celestial king? This peerless beauty is a 6 combos celestial king? Wait, did you notice? She's not even 100 years old. Heavens, a 6 combos celestial king who's not even 100 years old? Where did this monster come from? She's really not even 100 years old. When the crowd discovered Huan was only a 6 combo celestial king through her celestial origin energy, they did not think she would be a match for Jun Wangchun. However, when they found out that Huan was not even 100 years old, they were shocked once again. She's comprehending the law of space. Many people discovered this as well. After all, Huan celestial origin energy had merged with the law of space's space elemental profundity. A 6 combos celestial king? Jun Wangchun frowned when he saw Huan standing in front of Duan Lingtian. However, when he discovered Huan was only a 6 combos celestial king, he smiled. A 6 combos celestial king was not a threat to him. Moreover, it would be easy for him to toy with a 6 combos celestial king. However, just when he thought she was a pushover, her eyes narrowed as she stared at him. In the next moment, Jun Wangchun realized that the space around him had solidified as if he had been imprisoned. The law of space's restraining profundity? So what? With my strength, I can easily break the restraining profundity cast by a 6 combos celestial king. Jun Wangchun brandished his sword. Golden light shone brightly as a majestic energy surged out of his sword in an attempt to break the space around him. Swoosh, 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 boom. When the energy from Jun Wang Chen's sword landed on the space around him, it only caused the space around him to tremble. It did not shatter. How's this possible? Jun Wang Chen's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. The law of space's restraining profundity cast by a mere 6 combos Celestial King shouldn't be able to stop my attack. Unless she's comprehending the law of space's restraining profundity to the initial stage. If Jun Wang Chun could think of this, then so could the onlookers. They were all shocked, and when they looked at Huaner again, they couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. A 6 combos Celestial King who was not even 100 years old was enough to scare them. However, a 6 combos Celestial King who was not even 100 years old had comprehended the law of space's restraining profundity to the initial stage. Swoosh! When Jun Wang Chun realized Huaner had comprehended the law of space's restraining profundity to the initial stage, his expression turned serious as he thrust his sword at the space around him. This time, he managed to shatter Huaner's restraining profundity. After all, he was a 10 Directions Celestial King. His cultivation base was 4 levels higher than Huaner's. However, as soon as he shattered the restraining profundity, he discovered a figure had appeared in front of him. The figure was none other than Huaner. Huaner appeared in front of Jun Wangchun in just a blink of an eye. She activated her space territory and waved her hand. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 3 spatial tiers appeared in the sky and surrounded Jun Wangchun in a triangular formation. Before Jun Wangchun could recover from the blow, another gray blade light flashed out from behind the 3 ferocious space cracks. It was as if the blade radiance had crossed the space and was heading toward Jun Wangchun with fierce power. Under normal circumstances, Jun Wangchun would have been able to overcome this predicament with brute force. However, he had just unleashed his full strength and had yet to catch his breath. It was impossible for him to unleash his full strength again in such a short time. For this reason, he decided to defend himself. Golden light surged from his body, and he seemed to have turned into a golden man in an instant. Around the golden man's body, streaks of dazzling golden power wandered and wreaked havoc, surrounding the golden man tightly. She has comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage as well? Although Jun Wangchun was focused on defending himself, he did not feel safe at all. His expression changed drastically. If her cross-dimensional / profundity can easily break through my defenses, I'll crush my identity jade token and leave. Jun Wangchun's expression was grim as he stared at the 3 cross-dimensional / profundity that Huaner had cast. She has comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage as well? The onlookers felt as though their hearts were about to explode. How could a beauty who was not even 100 years old be so monstrous? Huan-er used the transportation profundity. Duan Lingtian reminded Huan-er through voice transmission. He could see the determination in Jun Wangchun's eyes. Moreover, there was no fear in Jun Wangchun's eyes. It was not difficult for him to see that Jun Wangchun intended to crush his identity jade token and leave. However, he did not want Jun Wangchun to leave just like that. As soon as Huaner received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, the 3 cross-dimensional / profundity bypassed Jun Wangchun's defenses and appeared next to him. No! Jun Wangchun didn't even have time to take out his identity jade token and crush it. He could only let out a shrill cry as the 3-dimensional / profundities destroyed his metal body profundity's defense like a piece of rotten wood. Apart from that, the silhouette of a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that appeared on his body was also destroyed. Swoosh! 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 The 3 cross-dimensional / profundities swept past Jun Wangchun's body and disappeared into the void in just a blink of an eye. The onlookers who were hiding in the dark could only watch helplessly as Jun Wangchun was killed. When they regained their senses, they could not help but gasp. This is too terrifying. Is he really just a 6 combos Celestial King? Chapter 3193. After all, Jun Wangchun was a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. He was a 10 Directions Celestial King and possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. However, he was killed by a young woman who was not even 100 years old. The entire process only took a few breaths. She used the law of space's transportation profundity to send the 3 cross-dimensional profundities past Jun Wangchen's defenses and killed him when he least expected it. At that time, Jun Wangchen didn't even have time to crush his identity jade token to leave the upper realm. In my opinion, Jun Wangchen was lucky. Otherwise, he would have taken out his identity jade token and left the upper realm as soon as the 3 cross-dimensional profundities appeared. He got lucky and ended his life. The onlookers who were hiding in the dark could not help but sigh when they saw Jun Wangchen had died. They felt Jun Wangchen had died due to carelessness. All eyes were trained on the white figure hovering in the air. Their expressions turned solemn immediately. Although the woman was only a 6-combo celestial king, she had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. It was not difficult for the onlookers to see that the woman had only cast the cross-dimensional profundity and the confinement profundity to the initial stage. Brother Ling Tian, Huaner called out. After killing Jun Wangchen, she took his spatial ring and returned to Duan Lingtian. Then, she passed the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, she also passed Jun Wangchen's royal-grade celestial sword and the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon to Duan Lingtian. After putting the 2 celestial weapons away, Duan Lingtian performed a blood ownership claim on the spatial ring. With just a glance, he saw a mountain of celestial crystals, some medicinal herbs, and some unique metals in the spatial ring. This is a wind shadow escape talisman? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian discovered 2 celestial talismans in Jun Wangchen's spatial ring. They were similar to the wind shadow escape talisman that Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had given him. Moreover, when his divine sense entered, he found that these 2 wind shadow escape talismans were not inferior to the wind shadow escape talisman he used before. If Jun Wangchen had used the wind shadow escape talisman to escape, Huaner wouldn't have been able to kill him. Naturally, there's no need for him to use such a precious celestial talisman in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm since he can still crush his identity jade token to escape. In the end, he still harbored the thought of getting lucky. Jun Wangchen's death was within Duan Lingtian's expectations. If he did not send a voice transmission to Huaner, Jun Wangchen might have been able to leave the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive. He was the one who reminded her to use the law of space's teleportation profundities to send her attack past Jun Wangchen's outer layer of defense. That was how she was able to kill Jun Wangchen before he could crush his jade token. Jun Wangchen was ranked in the top 100 in the first half of the year. Before he died, he was ranked 92nd with 59 points. Now that Huaner has killed Jun Wangchen, she's definitely ranked in the top 100, even though she has just entered the upper realm. I see. Currently, a new name appeared in the 92nd spot. Huaner. Huaner's name is Huaner. She's not even 100 years old, but she's a 6-combo celestial king who has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Where did she come from? Even the prodigies in the 7 upper province aren't as talented as her, right? How terrifying. I've never seen such a terrifying 6-combos celestial king before. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian saw Huaner's ranking through her identity jade token. After killing Jun Wangchen, a core disciple from the Wind Thunder Dao sect, Huaner had obtained his points and was now ranked in the top 100. Now she had 60 points. Apart from her own points, the rest were from Jun Wangchen. Huaner, do you see it? Duan Lingtian reminded Huaner to check the scoreboard in the upper realm through her identity jade token. This was one of the unique features of the upper realm. It was impossible for outsiders to see the scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, even if they had their identity jade tokens with them. Although the identity jade token would retain its points after leaving the upper realm, one would not be able to see the rankings through the identity jade token. There was only one way for outsiders to find out the rankings in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The only way to do that was to find out the rankings from the people in the upper realm. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, not only could one use celestial weapons, but one could also use celestial talismans, including memory celestial talismans. For this reason, Those in the upper realm could communicate with outsiders through communication celestial talismans. Jun Wangchun was a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect after all. News of him being killed by Huan spread like wildfire. Although there were no other people from the Wind Thunder Dao sect present, there were still some people who recognized people from the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Brother, let me tell you something. Your Wind Thunder Dao sect's core disciple, Jun Wangchun, was killed. Brother Tian, your Wind Thunder Dao sect's core disciple, Jun Wangchun, was killed by a woman who's not even 100 years old. Her name is Huan. Senior sister Qin, your senior brother Jun Wangchun, has been killed. As they sent messages to their friends in the Wind Thunder Dao sect, the news of Jun Wangchun's death began to spread in the sect. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Even if he knew, he would not have cared. After all, to a certain extent, those who entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had already disregarded their own lives. Jun Wangchun's death in the upper realm was purely due to his lack of strength. After all, the Wind Thunder Dao sect's disciples could not possibly go to the profound Nether Mansion and ask them to hand them over. As one of the 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven territory, the Wind Thunder Dao sect could not afford to lose face. The most they could do was to send people into the upper realm to avenge Jun Wangchun. Apart from that, they could not openly attack the upper realm. Brother Lingtian, isn't this a little too easy? I only need to eliminate one person, and I'm already in the top 100. Huan said to Duan Lingtian after she looked at the scoreboard through her identity jade token. Based on her words, it was as though she thought it was a piece of cake for her to enter the scoreboard. Huan, the reason you're able to enter the top 100 is because of the unlucky guy you eliminated earlier. He has 59 points. It has been half a year since the last time the scoreboard was updated. In other words, you've obtained all the points that the unlucky fellow had accumulated over the past 6 months. Duan Lingtian patiently explained the situation to Huan since he knew she did not know much about the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's explanation, realization dawned on Huan. So that's how it is. Does this mean I'll be able to obtain more points if I encounter someone as unlucky as him? Theoretically, yes. However, there are less than 100 people in the upper realm who have more points than him. Duan Lingtian sighed. Let's go, Huan. Let's walk around the perimeter and see if we can find our target. After saying that, Duan Lingtian led Huan in the opposite direction of the safe zone. Wherever they passed, a group of people hidden in the dark held their breaths. There were even some people who completely forgot that they were under the cover of the invisibility formation. No matter how heavy their breathing was, they would not be discovered. They only sighed in relief when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan's silhouettes disappearing from their sight. Have any of you heard of that woman before? Many people asked their companions. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, many celestial kings who were not particularly strong would form a group to obtain points. Of course, people who could walk together usually had a very good relationship with each other and could trust each other. Otherwise, they would be stabbed in the back. I've never heard of her before. Huan, this is the first time this name has appeared on the scoreboard, right? Yes. I've never heard of her before. If she had entered the upper realm in the past, it's impossible for her to remain unknown. Put aside her strength. Just her beauty alone is enough to make her the most beautiful woman in the upper realm and the entire Southern Heaven territory. That's right. This must be her first time here. At this moment, the name Huan was deeply engraved in everyone's mind. They also remembered the peerless beauty of the woman who called herself Huan. Apart from that, many of the men present on the scene could not help but feel envious of the purple-clad young man standing next to the woman. They were all men. How could the purple-clad young man stand next to such a beautiful woman? What did he do to deserve this? Such innate talent and beauty. Moreover, he's not even 100 years old, and he's dressed in white. It's as though he's from the same clan as me. Moreover, there's a handsome purple-clad young man standing next to him. Could these two be Duan Lingtian and the white-clad young woman who seems to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan? Among the crowd of onlookers, there was an inconspicuous gray-robed young man. His eyes flickered a few times before he finally sent out a message. Soon after, he received another message. Do you know anything about the purple-clad young man? The gray-clad young man replied truthfully. There's no doubt he's Duan Lingtian. I met him when I followed Lord Patriarch to the profound nether mansion. As for the woman standing next to him, she must be the veiled and conical woman whom 2 of our clansmen were tailing. Moreover, according to the news from the people we sent to the borderlands, the woman who appeared next to Duan Lingtian in the borderlands is none other than Huan Er. The person who sent the message was also an old man in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Chapter 3194. Not only was Zhang Yunting a 10 Directions Celestial King, but his son was also a 10 Directions Celestial King. Although his son was a 10 Directions Celestial King, his son was not as strong as him since he had only comprehended 8 profundities from the law of water. When Zhang Yunting heard his son's voice transmission, he immediately sent a message to Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion brought a woman suspected to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox into the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Zhang Dongnan's eyes widened slightly when he heard the news. In fact, after he confirmed that the white-clad woman whom the 2 clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan were tailing was acquainted with Duan Lingtian, he was eager to meet her to confirm if she was really 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. If she was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, even if he could not bring her out of the profound nether mansion, he could still send a message to the main Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Province and ask them to send a powerhouse over. After all, the main Phantom Fox clan could easily send a titled Celestial Lord to bring her out of the profound nether mansion. However, he did not dare to send a message back to the main Phantom Fox clan. If the white-clad woman was not 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, the main Phantom Fox clan would not let him off easily. After all, titled Celestial Lords were on par with the current ruler of the Southern Heaven Territory, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Zhang Dongnan would not be able to withstand the wrath of a titled Celestial Lord. Moreover, she's no longer a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, she's a 6 Combos Celestial King now. Moreover, she has comprehended many profundities from the law of space, including the shackling profundity and the cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage. Zhang Dongnan was shocked. Although he was the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory, he had never heard of such a monstrous genius. Even the previous 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan isn't as monstrous as her, right? In just 30 years, her cultivation base has risen from a 10 Directions Celestial Duke to a 6 Combos Celestial King. Moreover, she has comprehended such a profound law of space. Zhang Dongnan's expression turned solemn at that instant. Now that she's already a Celestial Lord, if she intentionally conceals her aura, even I wouldn't be able to tell that she's the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Thinking of this, Zhang Dongnan's eyes flashed. Could it be that I really have to send news back to the main clan under uncertain circumstances? Forget it, let's wait a little longer. Perhaps there will be a turn for the better. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Dongnan sent a message to Zhang Yunting. Elder Yunting, if you have the chance, go and test that woman. Yes. Zhang Yunting nodded, then asked his son, Duan Lingtian, where Huan Er and Huan Er had gone. The environment in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, including the safe zones, was fixed, unlike the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The only thing that would change in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was the locations of treasures and secret realms. Because of this, when Zhang Yunting heard from his son about Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's whereabouts, he immediately rushed over. Along the way, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er had encountered many people, but none of them were ranked in the top 100. These people could not even withstand a single blow from Duan Lingtian. Naturally, since he had no enmity with them, he did not kill them. For this reason, those who were eliminated by Duan Lingtian knew that a powerful purple-clad young man had appeared in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although he was only a 3-talent Celestial King, his battle prowess was on par with a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. After all, among those eliminated by Duan Lingtian, the weakest one was a 7-star Celestial King while the strongest one was a 9 Palaces Celestial King. However, even after eliminating many people, Duan Lingtian only managed to obtain slightly more than 30 points. He was still far from entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I wonder how big the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as he flew across the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Huan, on the other hand, was holding his hand and sticking close to him like a celestial couple. What a golden couple! As a figure flew over from afar like a ghost, a sinister voice sounded from afar, getting closer and closer. A few moments later, a figure clad in a black robe appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Huan. It was an old man. His entire body was covered in a black robe. He was so skinny that he looked like a bag of bones. His face was completely sunken in, making him look very strange. This person is a 10 Directions Celestial King. Duan Lingtian could tell the old man was a 10 Directions Celestial King based on the celestial origin energy the old man emitted earlier. Although Duan Lingtian was only a 3 Talents Celestial King, he was very sensitive to the celestial origin energy of a 10 Directions Celestial King due to his consumable royal grade celestial weapon. There's a little girl who's not even 100 years old. Little girl, you're a peerless beauty. If I'm a few tens of thousands of years younger, I might be interested in you. The black-clad old man chuckled as he looked at Huan. In the end, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and asked, "Lad, are you going to crush your identity jade tokens, or do you want me to send you away? Let me tell you this. If I, the black demon old man, make a move, I might not be able to spare your lives." The black-clad old man warned Duan Lingtian. "Thank you for your warning, senior." Duan Lingtian was not surprised to hear the black-clad old man had lived for tens of thousands of years. After all, celestials in the Devata realms could live as long as heaven and earth. Celestials who had lived for tens of thousands of years could be found everywhere in the Devata realms. For example, the pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion had lived for more than 30,000 years. However, if you want to eliminate us, we'll have to see if you're strong enough to convince us. Faced with the old man's reminder, Duan Lingtian thanked the old man before he looked at him intently. "What? Are you doubting my strength?" The old man was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. Then, a frown appeared on his face as he said, "Wait a minute, don't tell me you've never heard of me, the Black Demon." Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian recalled the black-clad old man's name had appeared on the scoreboard of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through his identity jade token. To confirm his suspicion, Duan Lingtian looked at the scoreboard again through his identity jade token. Black Fiend, ranked 69th, has 186 points. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He looked at the black-clad old man as though he was a hungry wolf that had spotted its prey. "As it turns out, senior, you're ranked 69th on the scoreboard." "My apologies," Duan Lingtian said. "Now that you know who I am, shouldn't you leave?" The old man waved his hand impatiently. "I've killed too many people in the past. Now that I'm old, I feel like I'm looking at my juniors. I don't want to kill you if it's not necessary." Duan Lingtian could not help but smile when he heard the old man's words. He found the old man's words rather amusing. "Senior, please give me some pointers," Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. "Based on your words, it seems like you want to fight me?" The old man raised an eyebrow when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. A hint of seriousness could be seen in his eyes. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, naturally. He knew those who dared to fight him after finding out his ranking were either idiots or truly strong. Since the purple-clad young man did not seem like an idiot, he was certain Duan Lingtian was strong. However, he did not believe Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat him. After all, he had fought most of the people who were stronger than him in the upper realm. He had become a 10 Directions Celestial King 10,000 years ago, but he had not made a breakthrough. During the past 10,000 years, Duan Lingtian had spent most of his time in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, he was very familiar with the people in the upper realm. However, he did not know the purple-clad young man before him. "Senior, please enlighten me," Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. "All right, Since you want to fight me, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as the black demon old man finished speaking, a burning flame burst out from his body. It soared into the sky and emitted a scorching aura. It was clear the old man had comprehended the law of fire. Swoosh! As the flames on the black demon's body surged, a large blade appeared in his hand. As soon as the saber appeared in his hand, a sharp aura surged out of the old man's body and swept toward Duan Lingtian. This old man is much stronger than Jun Wangchun, the core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Although they had not fought yet, based on the aura the old man exuded, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to determine the old man was stronger than Jun Wangchun. He wondered if the old man had comprehended the law of fire's profundity to the rudimentary stage. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already above the old man. The law of space's teleportation profundity? The old man looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, he did not panic. After all, although there were not many people in the upper realm who had comprehended the law of space, there were still a few of them. Boy, take out your celestial weapon. The old man reminded Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian was still empty-handed. It was as though he did not want to have an unfair advantage over Duan Lingtian. Senior, please make your move. If I need a celestial weapon, I'll use it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's impression of the old man improved. After all, not everyone in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was capable of such feats. Boy, how dare you look down on me? Let the Black Fiend sect teach you a lesson. The flames on his body surged as he charged forward with his saber in hand. It was as though he had transformed into a fireball that shot up into the sky. Chapter 3195. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the space elemental profundity, emitting a mysterious aura. Meanwhile, He Sha, who had transformed into a fireball and was charging toward Duan Lingtian, halted his attack when he discovered Duan Lingtian was only a 3-talent celestial king through Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared near Duan Lingtian and looked at Duan Lingtian with a frown on his face. Brat, you're only a 3-talent celestial king? How dare a mere 3-talent celestial king enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Are you tired of living? At this moment, He Sha's tone was even more arrogant when he spoke to Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was a senior lecturing his senior. In his opinion, a 3-talent celestial king should not enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, he would only be giving away points to others and might even be killed. Senior, did you stop because of my cultivation base? Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled when he saw He Sha had stopped attacking earlier. He was about to launch another attack when he saw He Sha had stopped attacking. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by He Sha's words. As it turned out, he had met a nice old man. He Sha did not seem like a righteous person, but he treated Duan Lingtian as though He Sha was his junior. Duan Lingtian felt awkward. He did not know whether to attack or not. Brat, I'll give you one more chance. Leave the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm now. Otherwise, if I really make a move, a mere 3-talent celestial king like you will definitely die. He Sha said threateningly with a dark expression on his face. Senior, the 7 stars celestial kings, 8 trigrams celestial kings, and 9 palaces celestial kings I met earlier were just like you. Duan Lingtian sighed. Do you know what happened to them in the end? Don't tell me you eliminated them. He Sha did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. He thought Duan Lingtian was bragging. Not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded. Brat, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? Do you think a mere 3-talent celestial emperor like you can eliminate a 9 palaces celestial emperor? He Sha sneered. Since Senior doesn't believe me, then Junior can only prove it. Senior has taken care of me many times, so I won't take advantage of you. I hope that after Senior sees my strength, you can become serious and fight with me with all your strength. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not wait for He Sha's response and directly attacked. Confine. With a thought, Duan Lingtian sealed the void where He Sha was, trapping him firmly inside. At the same time, in the space that trapped the Black Fiend, waves of distorted and vibrating power raged and swept towards the Black Fiend. Good. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared dozens of meters away from the confined space. The space law domain swept out and enveloped Heisha. In the past, his space domain could only cover a radius of 10 meters. However, now that he had comprehended the territory profundity to the initial stage, he could cover a radius of 100 meters. The initial stage of the territory profundity? Heisha's expression turned solemn immediately. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically when he discovered the distorted and vibrating power in the confined space was getting stronger and stronger. Coupled with the space domain's power, he felt a strong sense of danger. He has also comprehended the distortion profundity to the initial stage. Heisha's expression changed drastically. Flames rose from his body as he brandished the saber in his hand. He wanted to open up a path in the space domain that was suppressing him. Buzz, 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 buzz. At this moment, Heisha no longer dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian. He unleashed all his strength in an attempt to escape. What a joke! Although Duan Lingtian was only a 3-talent celestial king, he had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Based on this alone, Duan Lingtian was not any weaker than an ordinary 10 directions celestial duke. Moreover, Heisha had no idea what Duan Lingtian had up his sleeve. At this moment, it was naturally more important for him to escape from the space domain and regain his freedom. Otherwise, the situation would be under Duan Lingtian's control. Even if he was stronger than Duan Lingtian, he might still fail miserably. The flaming saber rays tore through Duan Lingtian's territory profundity and the distortion profundity before they swept toward the space shackles in the surroundings. Although more than half of the flaming saber rays had been depleted, Heisha was still confident he could break free from the space domain. Unless Duan Lingtian had also comprehended the space domain's restraining profundity to the initial stage. However, was this possible? How's this possible? Initially, Heisha thought that it was impossible. However, when he saw his saber light being forcibly blocked by the spatial shackles, he knew that what he thought was impossible had happened. The purple-clad young man, who was a 3-talent celestial king, had indeed comprehended the space domain's restraining profundity to the initial stage. He had also comprehended the space domain profundity, the distortion profundity, and the restraining profundity to the initial stage. Heisha's expression changed drastically when he saw a 3-talent celestial king achieving such a feat. His eyes widened, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost. "Senior, do you want to continue?" Heisha's expression changed drastically as he stared at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost. At this moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and 3 space tears appeared outside the space domain. In the next moment, 3 gray blade auras seemed to have crossed the space and whizzed out from another dimension. They hovered around the confinement space and surrounded the Black Fiend in a triangular formation. The dimension profundity to the initial stage. Heisha gulped when he saw this. He could not help but curse. Why am I so unlucky to encounter such a little monster? There were only 9 profundities in the law of space, and only 8 of them could be comprehended to the initial stage. However, the purple-clad young man had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space. It could be said that he had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Heisha had never seen or heard of such an achievement in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even the peerless prodigy of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, a 10-direction celestial king who was ranked first in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, had only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind to the initial stage. However, the purple-clad young man in front of him was only a 3-talent celestial king, but he had already comprehended 3 profundities to the initial stage. Most importantly, Heisha had comprehended the law of space. The law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws, was said to be the most difficult law to comprehend. Swoosh! After taking a deep breath, Heisha withdrew his flame energy and put away his royal-grade celestial saber. "Lad, what's your name?" Heisha asked with a bitter smile on his face, as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who had also withdrawn his attacks. "This is the first time I've met a monster like you. Even a reincarnated celestial emperor might not be as monstrous as you. I wonder what you've experienced in the past to be able to achieve such a feat perhaps. You're from a force in the 7 Upper Province or the Spirit Overarching Region." He Sha shook his head as he spoke. At this moment, he did not have the slightest intention to make a move in front of Duan Lingtian. This was because he knew even if he made a move, he would not be a match for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could easily defeat him without using a celestial weapon. Even if Duan Lingtian was only a 3-talent celestial king, he would still be able to defeat him. "Senior, I'm Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "Duan Lingtian? Why does this name sound so familiar?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's name, He Sha found Duan Lingtian's name familiar. After a while, he raised an eyebrow. "That's right. 30 years ago, there was a monstrous disciple from the profound nether mansion who was invincible in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. His name was Duan Lingtian as well." Although He Sha muttered to himself, he did not make the connection between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. After all, although both of them were monstrous, there was a huge gap between their strength. No, both of them seemed to have comprehended the law of space. He Sha gulped as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Lad, don't tell me you're Duan Lingtian, the disciple of the profound nether mansion who caused a commotion in the southern heaven territory 30 years ago?" "Senior, if you're referring to the disciple of the profound nether mansion, that's me." Duan Lingtian smiled. Based on the old man's words, he knew the old man had heard of him before. "You're right." The old man's eyes widened in shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. He sighed emotionally before he said, "As the saying goes, every generation produces a new generation of geniuses. In the future, the southern heaven territory will belong to you youngsters." He Sha shook his head before he took out his identity jade token. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Lad, I hope you'll be able to surpass me and enter the top 10. I'll keep an eye on you after I leave this place." The moment He Sha's words left his mouth, he crushed his identity jade token. All the points in his identity jade token were taken away by Duan Lingtian. This He Sha is quite interesting. After He Sha left, Duan Lingtian returned to Huan Er's side and took out his identity jade token. 223 points. Currently, Duan Lingtian had 223 points in his identity jade token. Based on his identity jade token, he discovered his current ranking was even better than the old man's. He was currently ranked 65th on the scoreboard. Huan Er, on the other hand, was ranked 93rd since she still had 60 points. "Huan Er, I'll leave the rest to you. Try to maintain a balance between our points," Duan Lingtian said to Huan Er, who was holding his hand. Huan Er nodded. "I'll listen to you, Brother Lingtian." Chapter 3196. Who's Duan Lingtian? He actually replaced He Sha and is ranked 65th on the scoreboard. Those who were paying attention to the scoreboard in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were shocked by the name that suddenly appeared in the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian was ranked in the top 70 as soon as he entered the scoreboard. Based on Duan Lingtian's points, it seemed like he only had slightly more than 30 points before he defeated He Sha. He Sha used to be ranked 69th. However, Duan Lingtian is ranked 65th after he defeated He Sha. To think he's able to eliminate He Sha with such strength, he shouldn't be a nobody in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, I've never heard of such a person before. Duan Lingtian? That name sounds familiar. Duan Lingtian. I remember the disciple from the profound nether mansion who was invincible in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm 30 years ago was called Duan Lingtian. Is it possible that they're the same person? Impossible. Put aside the huge gap between their strength. Do you think someone who was only a 10 directions celestial duke 30 years ago is strong enough to eliminate He Sha? Are you kidding me? He Sha is a veteran powerhouse in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although he hasn't comprehended any profundities from the law of fire to the initial stage, he has comprehended 9 profundities from the law of fire. With his royal grade celestial saber, Only a 10 directions celestial king who has comprehended profundities to the initial stage would be a match for him. Currently, the safe zones in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were bustling with activity. The commotion was caused by the sudden appearance of a name that had risen to 65th place. Duan Lingtian. There were many people from the profound nether mansion in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. They were shocked when they learned that Duan Lingtian had risen to 65th place. However, they did not dare to associate Duan Lingtian with the Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion. Although Duan Lingtian was the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, his status was even higher than the core disciples. After all, no matter how heaven-defying a 10 directions celestial duke was, it was impossible for a 10 directions celestial duke to grow to such a level in just 30 years. Those were the thoughts of the people from the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian. Zhang Yunting, a 10 directions celestial king from the Phantom Fox clan, was on his way to see Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Out of curiosity, he took out his identity jade token and looked at the scoreboard. I didn't expect the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox to be so powerful. Even He Sha was eliminated by her. Zhang Yunting sighed. He did not think it was Duan Lingtian who had eliminated He Sha. He thought it was Huan Er who had eliminated He Sha and gave He Sha's points to Duan Lingtian instead. This was because he had met Duan Lingtian 30 years ago. At that time, Duan Lingtian had just become a one basic celestial king. Now that 30 years had passed, it would be a miracle if Duan Lingtian had become a two-form celestial king. It was impossible for him to defeat He Sha. Even Zhang Yunting was only evenly matched with He Sha a few thousand years ago before he comprehended the profundities of the law to the initial stage. That woman didn't even use a celestial weapon to kill Jun Wangchan, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Now, she even eliminated He Sha. It seems like even I won't be able to defeat her. Zhang Yunting's expression turned solemn. He did not think Huan Er did not have a royal-grade celestial weapon. With Duan Lingtian's status in the profound nether mansion, it would not be difficult for him to obtain a royal-grade celestial weapon for Huan Er. However, even if I'm not a match for her, I can still test her strength. At most, I'll crush my identity jade token and leave the upper realm at a critical moment. Zhang Yunting sighed in relief when he thought about this. In the past, if someone told him that a 6-combo celestial king was strong enough to defeat him, he would not have believed it. However, he had no choice but to believe it now. Duan Lingtian and Huan Er traveled in a straight line. Since he did not know where the other paths led, he decided to travel in one direction until the end. Unbeknownst to them, the members of the Phantom Fox clan were rapidly closing in on them. For a while, Duan Lingtian did not make a move. Instead, Huan Er took over. Everyone she encountered was eliminated by Huan Er one after another. As she continued to climb up the scoreboard, her reputation in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm grew as well. After Huan Er eliminated another person, she was about to continue traveling with Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as though he had sensed something. At this moment, Huan Er turned to look in the distance. Imperial Tutor Duan, we meet again. A gray-clad old man flew over from afar, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as a wisp of a faint smile appeared on his face. Imperial Tutor Duan, it has been 30 years since we last met. Don't tell me you've forgotten about me? The gray-clad old man said with a smile. You're one of the people who followed clan leader Zhang from the Phantom Fox clan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally recognized the old man standing before him. He was one of the two old men standing behind the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan 30 years ago. He did not expect to meet the gray-clad old man from the Phantom Fox clan here. Previously, due to the presence of the clan leader, it was inappropriate for me to speak. Today, I'll introduce myself to you. My name is Zhang Yunting, an elder of the Phantom Fox clan. The gray-clad old man said. Zhang Yunting. Upon hearing the gray-clad old man's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes in surprise. You're Zhang Yunting, who's ranked 52nd on the scoreboard? He had just taken a look at the scoreboard 15 minutes ago. Zhang Yunting was ranked 52nd on the scoreboard. It did not cross his mind that Zhang Yunting was ranked 52nd on the scoreboard. He did not expect Zhang Yunting to be the old man from the Phantom Fox clan. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn when he saw Zhang Yunting looking at Huan who was standing next to him. A hint of killing intent could be seen flashing in the depths of his eyes. Although it was impossible for Zhang Yunting to see through Huan disguise as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, it was not impossible for him to suspect her. Fortunately, Huan had become a celestial king, so Zhang Yunting was not as suspicious as the two old men. After all, Zhang Yunting was a celestial king, and the two old men were celestial kings as well. Although there was a difference in their divine consciousness, it was not that big of a difference. You must be the young lady who killed Jun Wangchan, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, and eliminated He Sha, right? Zhang Yunting asked with a smile on his face. Huan ignored him, since she had received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission earlier. She knew Zhang Yunting was from the Phantom Fox clan, someone who posed a threat to her. Since Huan was ignoring him, Zhang Yunting calmly said, "Miss, I'm currently ranked 52nd on the scoreboard. Why don't we have a battle? If you can defeat me, you will be able to obtain my points, and you will be able to enter the top 50 of the rankings." Zhang Yunting took the initiative to challenge Huan. In his opinion, although he was not certain Huan was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, he was certain she would reveal her true form if he forced her to use her full strength. Even if she did not reveal her true form, her aura would be exposed. At that time, he would be certain she was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. At that time, he would have completed his mission. At that time, it would be worth it even if he was eliminated from the Phantom Fox clan. As long as I can confirm she's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, I'll report this to the Patriarch. The Patriarch will definitely send experts from the main clan to the profound Nether Mansion to take her away. Zhang Yunting thought to himself. Zhang Yunting could not help but feel excited when he thought about the reward he would get for providing the main clan with clues about the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Naturally, he knew the meat of the reward would go to the Patriarch. At most, he would only get a sip of the soup. However, even if it was just a sip of soup, he was more than satisfied. After all, the reward was just too tempting. Huan since he's the one who initiated the battle, you should accept it. However, don't use the techniques of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox or the Phantom Fox clan. Use the profundities from the law of space that you've comprehended. If you can't suppress him with the law of space, use your celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian was not certain about Zhang Yunting's strength. However, based on Zhang Yunting's current ranking, it was not difficult for him to guess Zhang Yunting's strength. At the very least, he was stronger than the Black Fiend. Perhaps, he had comprehended some profundities from a law to the initial stage. However, even if you think he's weaker than you, don't be in a hurry to show that you're stronger than him. It's best if you can maintain a stalemate with him for a while. Give him the illusion that you're evenly matched. Duan Lingtian said. Although she did not know why Duan Lingtian asked her to do this, she did not question it. After all, her brother Lingtian must have his reasons for asking her to do this. There was no need for her to know the reason. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huan celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity surged out of her body. Then, she stepped into the air and reappeared 100 meters away. She stared at Zhang Yunting coldly. Since you want to challenge me, leave your points behind. At this moment, her pleasant voice was laced with coldness. If you want my points, you'll have to defeat me. Zhang Yunting said bluntly. As soon as Zhang Yunting finished speaking, the flames on his body surged and wreaked havoc. Similar to the Black Fiend that Duan Lingtian had encountered earlier, Zhang Yunting had comprehended the law of fire. However, compared to the Black Fiend, Zhang Yunting was much stronger. He has comprehended the law of fire's burning profundity to the initial stage. Chapter 31:97. After a dozen breaths of time, Zhang Yunting realized he still could not make the white-clad woman take out her celestial weapon. Moreover, he did not see the white-clad woman using any of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox's techniques. In fact, she did not even use the techniques of the Phantom Fox clan. It seems like I can only use the Phantom Fox clan's illusory techniques. If she's 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox, my illusory techniques would be useless against her. As long as she can ignore my illusory techniques, I'm sure she's 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox. At that time, I'll go out and inform the clan leader about this. Thinking of this, Zhang Yunting's eyes suddenly narrowed. His originally sharp eyes flashed with a white light. At the same time, the silhouette of a huge white fox appeared behind Zhang Yunting. It was like a towering mountain that occupied half the sky. Just as Zhang Yunting was about to summon his Dharma idol and use the Phantom Fox clan's illusory techniques. It seems like you really don't take me seriously. A clear and cold voice sounded from behind Zhang Yunting, causing his expression to change drastically. Naturally, Zhang Yunting could tell the owner of the voice was Duan Lingtian. However, he did not know when Duan Lingtian had appeared behind him. Zhang Yunting's expression changed drastically. He was about to turn around to face Duan Lingtian when he discovered 3 spatial tears had appeared in the void around him. At the same time, 3 gray sabers with golden flames shot out from the spatial tears toward Zhang Yunting. Spatial energy surged out from Duan Lingtian's body, distorting and vibrating the space around him. It easily destroyed Zhang Yunting's hastily cast defensive technique. Buzz! Buzz! At the same time, Zhang Yunting saw the white-clad woman who had not used her celestial weapon. She took out 2 rings and put them together before throwing them at Zhang Yunting. A terrifying aura surged out from the rings, causing Zhang Yunting's heart to palpitate. No! Zhang Yunting did not have time to use his celestial talisman to escape. He did not even have time to take out his identity jade token and crush it. Buzz! 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 In just a blink of an eye, Zhang Yunting was killed by Duan Lingtian's cross-dimensional/profundity and Huan Er's bracelets. The Yin Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring was a combination of the mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Ring and the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring. The mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Rings and the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Rings were both royal-grade celestial weapons. Although it was still a royal-grade celestial weapon, its power was comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Whoosh! The moment Zhang Yunting died, Duan Lingtian teleported away, allowing Huan Er to obtain Zhang Yunting's points. And just as Zhang Yunting had said before, she was ranked 47th on the scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after obtaining Duan Lingtian's points. Currently, she had nearly 500 points. That Zhang Yunting really has a lot of points. Duan Lingtian glanced at the scoreboard through his identity jade card and put it away. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. The scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm changed instantly. After Zhang Yunting was eliminated, Huan Er's name shot up to the top 50. Anyone who paid attention to the scoreboard would know Huan Er was the one who had eliminated Zhang Yunting. Heavens! That woman eliminated Zhang Yunting? After killing Jun Wangchan, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, she eliminated Zhang Yunting as well? How is she so strong? I heard she's not even 100 years old yet. Zhang Yunting is much stronger than Jun Wangchan. I can't believe she's capable of eliminating Zhang Yunting. Many people in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were shocked by Huan Er's elimination. As for Zhang Yunting's son, when he heard that his father had been eliminated, he glanced down at his own storage ring, and his eyes widened in anger. Father. He discovered his father's soul pearl had shattered. This meant that his father had died. He had been killed by the woman called Huan Er. Meanwhile, Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, also learned about Zhang Yunting's death. Elder Yun Ting, she killed him? She's only a 6-combo celestial king, but she managed to kill Elder Yun Ting? It seems like she hid her strength when she killed Jun Wangchun. Zhang Dongnan's expression was unsightly. Zhang Yunting, like Zhang Zhenhai, could be said to be his right-hand man. However, Zhang Yunting was killed by a woman who was suspected to be 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the strongest people in the Phantom Fox clan were Elder Yunting and Elder Zhenhai. However, Elder Yunting was killed by her. Even Elder Zhenhai won't be able to escape death if he goes there. Zhang Dongnan frowned. He felt this matter was getting more and more troublesome. That's right. I can report this matter to the main clan and ask them to send a powerful 10 Directions Celestial King over. Wouldn't that do? The 10 Directions Celestial Kings in the main clan are much stronger than the 10 Directions Celestial Kings in the Southern Heaven Territory. Even the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect is no match for a 10 Directions Celestial King in the main clan. With this thought in mind, Zhang Dongnan rose to his feet and took out a shining golden celestial talisman. He recorded the matter and sent it out. It was a communication celestial talisman, but it was different from ordinary communication celestial talismans. Ordinary communication celestial talismans could only be used in the Southern Heaven Territory and not in the chaotic astral ocean. The communication celestial talismans could only be used in the chaotic astral ocean. The 7 upper regions was the name of the 7 territories. These 7 territories were superior to ordinary territories like the Southern Heaven Territory. The rulers of ordinary territories were titled Celestial Lords, but the rulers of the 7 territories in the 7 upper regions were titled Celestial Emperors. Most importantly, all of them were famous titled Celestial Emperors. In the spirit overarching heaven, there were many ordinary territories like the Southern Heaven Territory, but there were only 7 territories like the 7 upper regions. The main clan of the Phantom Fox clan was located in the Heavenly Territory in the 7 upper regions. The Phantom Fox clan was a famous clan in the Heavenly Territory. Although there were no titled Celestial Emperors in the clan, there were many Celestial Emperors in the clan. The Phantom Fox clan was a Grade 1 force in the Devata realms. Apart from having many Celestial Emperors, they also controlled many King-grade Celestial Crystal Veins. The Phantom Fox clan status in the Heavenly Territory was equivalent to the 10 major clans and 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven Territory. At this moment, the main clan of the Zhang clan, who was in a corner of the Phantom Fox clan's estate, received a message from a branch clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. The person who sent the message was Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the branch clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. Someone suspected to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox has appeared in the Southern Heaven Territory. Are you sure? The person who received the message was a high-ranking official in the main clan of the Phantom Fox clan. He frowned. What's wrong with Zhang Dongnan? If he's not sure, why did he inform me? However, in the end, he patiently read through Zhang Dongnan's message. She entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and killed an elder from a branch clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. That elder is a 10 Directions Celestial King who has comprehended 9 profundities from the Law of Fire and has comprehended the burning profundity to the initial stage. Moreover, that woman is a 6 combos Celestial King even though she's not even 100 years old. It's no wonder Zhang Dongnan suspects she's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. She's a 6 combos Celestial King even though she's not even 100 years old. The high-ranking official in the main clan of the Zhang clan brought Zhang Dongnan's message to the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan. Even the previous generation's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox isn't as monstrous as her. In just 30 years, she has become a 6 combos Celestial King from a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. After receiving Zhang Dongnan's message, the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan agreed with Zhang Dongnan's words. In that case, I'll send Zhang Jinyi to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in a moment to test that woman's strength. If I can confirm she's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, I'll send a titled Celestial Lord to bring her back. The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan said. Understood. The Zhang family senior who received Zhang Dongnan's message accepted the order and retreated, but waves of shock surged in his heart. He did not expect the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan would send Zhang Jinyi to the Southern Heaven Territory. Zhang Jinyi was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 Directions Celestial Kings in the Zhang clan. His strength was only second to the other 2 10 Directions Celestial Kings. Apart from being a 10 Directions Celestial King, Zhang Jinyi had also comprehended 4 profundities from the Law of Metal to the initial stage. Most importantly, Zhang Jinyi was a direct descendant of the Zhang clan. His illusory techniques were far superior to those from the branch clans. Apart from that, Zhang Jinyi had also mastered the innate ability of a pure Phantom Fox clan member. It was even more powerful than the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan's illusory techniques. Such a person would be invincible in the Southern Heaven territory if he was not a celestial lord. The Grand Elder wants me to go to the Southern Heaven territory to test a woman who seems to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox? Zhang Jinyi was a tall and handsome young man dressed in a long green robe. He frowned slightly when he received the message from the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan. In the end, he left the Zhang clan and made his way to the transporting formation in the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Naturally, he could not travel to the chaotic astral ocean by himself. If he used the transporting formation, he would be able to travel to the Southern Heaven territory with just a thought. I hope that woman is really 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan. Otherwise, I won't let her off easily. Chapter 3198. In the Phantom Fox clan's estate in the Southern Heaven territory. Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory, welcomes the arrival of the emissary. Zhang Dongnan brought all the elders of the Phantom Fox clan out to welcome the emissary from the main clan in the Heavenly Territory, one of the 7 upper province. Yes, although Zhang Jinyi was only a 10-direction celestial king, he was a direct descendant of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan. His bloodline was much purer compared to Zhang Dongnan and the others. Therefore, even though Zhang Jinyi was a 10-direction celestial king, he only responded indifferently. Emissary, please follow me. Following that, Zhang Dongnan led Zhang Jinyi to the main hall of the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Zhang Zhenhai was the only one who followed Zhang Dongnan. The other elders of the Phantom Fox clan did not follow them. That young man is the emissary from the main clan? How dare a mere 10-direction celestial king act so arrogantly in front of the clan leader? How despicable! An elder of the Phantom Fox clan said with a displeased expression on his face. Although he was aware of the existence of the main clan, he respected the clan leader of the branch clan the most. After all, the clan leader had saved his life. However, a junior from the main clan dared to act so arrogantly in front of the clan leader. Although the clan leader did not show any displeasure, he was still furious. Shoo! Keep your voice down. That's the emissary from the main clan. Even if he kills you, the clan leader won't be able to do anything to him. The other elder of the Phantom Fox clan cautiously glanced at the 3 silhouettes in the distance before he said to the elder, I wonder if he's strong enough to suppress that woman who's suspected to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Since the main clan sent him here, he must be strong. It'll be a joke if he can't suppress her. I wonder how the main clan will react. I don't think that's possible. While the elders of the Phantom Fox clan were discussing among themselves, Zhang Jinyi, a 10-direction celestial king from the main clan, was led by Zhang Dongnan to the main hall of the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Emissary, how should I address you? Zhang Dongnan asked with a smile on his face. You don't deserve to know my name. Zhang Jinyi said indifferently. His condescending attitude was obvious. How dare you? Hearing Zhang Jinyi's words, Zhang Dongnan's face stiffened and his smile froze. Behind him, Zhang Zhenhai had already shouted. Impudent? Zhang Jinyi indifferently glanced at Zhang Zhenhai, a cold light flashing in his eyes. You're just an inferior member of a branch family, yet you dare to be arrogant in front of a direct descendant of the main family? A direct descendant of the main clan. Zhang Dongnan's pupils constricted, and when he looked at Zhang Jinyi again, his eyes were filled with shock. Although he knew the main clan had sent a powerful 10-direction celestial king over, he didn't know the 10-direction celestial king was a direct descendant of the main clan. Humph! Hearing a cold snort, Zhang Dongnan's expression changed. He immediately moved to stop Zhang Jinyi, who was about to attack Zhang Zhenhai. Emissary, please show mercy. After stopping Zhang Jinyi, Zhang Dongnan cupped his hands towards Zhang Jinyi. At this moment, his back was drenched in cold sweat. A direct descendant of the main clan? And now, even Zhang Zhenhai, who was standing behind Zhang Dongnan, after hearing Zhang Jinyi say that he was a direct descendant of the main family, his expression completely changed. Naturally, he knew what a direct descendant of the main clan represented. It was the highest bloodline in the Phantom Fox clan, second only to the legendary Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. What? Are you trying to stop me? Zhang Jini stared coldly at Zhang Dongnan and asked sternly, Do you know what price you have to pay to stop me? Emissary, I was raised by Elder Zhenhai since I was young. I can't just watch him die like that. Please show mercy. Emissary, Zhang Dongnan said in a deep voice. Since he's also a 10 Directions Celestial King, I'll give him a chance. As long as he can last 2 breaths of time, I'll spare his life. When Zhang Jini discovered Zhang Zhenhai was also a 10 Directions Celestial King, his eyes flashed coldly as a sneer appeared on his face. 2 breaths of time? Zhang Dongnan was shocked. He did not expect Zhang Jini would dare to make such a bold claim. Even the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, who was widely acknowledged as invincible in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, would not be able to kill Elder Zhenhai within 5 breaths of time, right? How could an emissary from the main clan make such a bold claim? Perhaps, the emissary is just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. Zhang Dongnan could not help but think to himself. Although Zhang Jini was stronger than the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, he did not think the emissary would be able to kill Zhang Zhenhai within 2 breaths of time. 2 breaths of time? Zhang Zhenhai laughed. Just like Zhang Dongnan, he thought the emissary was just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. Emissary, this way please. Zhang Zhenhai beckoned to Zhang Jini before he led Zhang Jini to the sky above the Phantom Fox clan's branch. Zhang Dongnan followed suit. Many of the Phantom Fox clan's members were confused when they saw this. Isn't that the patriarch? Elder Zhenhai is here as well. The person who's fighting with Elder Zhenhai is the emissary from the main clan? Elder Zhenhai is going to spar with the emissary from the main clan. The leaders of the Phantom Fox clan were curious as they watched the battle. I'll give you 15 minutes to prepare. After 15 minutes, I'll remind you again before I make my move. Zhang Jini looked at Zhang Zhenhai indifferently as he said, At that time, if you can survive within 2 breaths of time, you'll be able to live. Otherwise, if you can't hold on for 2 breaths of time, you'll definitely die. Zhang Jini's eyes were filled with disdain when he spoke. As soon as Zhang Jini finished speaking, the atmosphere turned tense, causing the expressions of the Phantom Fox clan's members to change drastically. What's going on? Based on the emissary's words, it seems like he wants to kill Elder Zhenhai. He wants to kill Elder Zhenhai within 2 breaths of time? Is he really a 10 Directions Celestial King? Even the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect wouldn't dare to make such a bold claim, right? I remember Elder Zhenhai fought with the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect. Elder Zhenhai only lost after 6 breaths of time. Isn't the emissary from the main clan a 10 Directions Celestial King? Isn't he a 10 Directions Celestial King? While the clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan discussed among themselves, a group of elders from the Phantom Fox clan who had received the news quickly made their way over. What's going on? What's going on? The elders of the Phantom Fox clan were confused. They did not understand why the emissary from the main clan wanted to kill Elder Zhenhai. Realization dawned on them when they heard Zhang Dongnan's words. As it turned out, Zhang Zhenhai had offended the emissary. Most importantly, the emissary from the Phantom Fox clan was shocked. The emissary from the main clan was a direct descendant of the main clan. After all, he was a Phantom Fox with the purest bloodline. 2 breaths of time. It seems like the emissary is just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. It's impossible for him to kill Elder Zhenhai within 2 breaths of time. Unless he's a celestial lord, it's impossible. The elders of the Phantom Fox clan were certain of this as well. After all, it was impossible for Zhang Jini to kill Zhang Zhenhai within 2 breaths of time. However, when Zhang Jini reminded Zhang Zhenhai and killed Zhang Zhenhai in the blink of an eye, they realized how narrow-minded they were. At this moment, Zhang Zhenhai remained in the same position as before he made his move. On the other hand, Zhang Jini had appeared behind Zhang Zhenhai at some point in time. Zhang Zhenhai's eyes dimmed as his body exploded into a cloud of blood. I overestimated you. I can kill you in less than a breath's time. I only need 1 breath to kill you. Zhang Jini said indifferently as he looked at Zhang Zhenhai's body that had turned into a cloud of blood. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. Even the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, Zhang Dongnan, was rendered speechless as though something was stuck in his throat. So this is the strength of a 10 Directions celestial king from the main clan? Zhang Dongnan's heart trembled in fear. He was a celestial lord, so he could see how Zhang Jini had made his move. Apart from that, he also witnessed Zhang Jini using the innate skill that only the direct descendants of the Phantom Fox clan could master. Even the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect wouldn't be able to last more than 10 breaths in front of Zhang Jini, right? After a moment, Zhang Dongnan was the first to come back to his senses and gasped. Although Zhang Dongnan was saddened by Zhang Zhenhai's death and wanted to avenge him, he knew it was impossible for him to avenge Zhang Zhenhai unless he wanted to die. Gasp, 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 gasp. At the same time, the elders and clansmen of the Phantom Fox clan gasped when they regained their senses. When everyone looked at Zhang Jini again, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Envoy. In the end, Zhang Dongnan broke the silence and said, "With your strength, you should be invincible among those below the Celestial Lord realm, right? Invincible among those below the Celestial Lord realm?" Zhang Jini looked at Zhang Dongnan indifferently and sneered. "You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. In fact, I'm only ranked 3rd among the 10 Directions celestial kings in the Zhang clan, let alone the Phantom Fox clan's main clan." As soon as Zhang Jini finished speaking, the entire place fell silent again. Zhang Dongnan's eyes widened in shock as an indescribable expression of shock appeared on his face. A 10 Directions celestial king like Zhang Jini was not the strongest 10 Directions celestial king in the Phantom Fox clan. Moreover, there were 2 people stronger than him. This, for the first time, Zhang Dongnan felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. Chapter 3199. 5 months later. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the safe zones were in an uproar as the news spread. Heavens! The Tao scholar Profound Sect's true disciple, Yen Ru YV, eliminated Tang Ping Shan from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect? Ever since Tang Ping Shan ranked 1st in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he hasn't been eliminated before, right? Tang Ping Shan is a peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect. He has comprehended 3 profundities from the Law of Thunder to the rudimentary stage. How could he be defeated? Did Yen Ru YV from the Tao scholar Profound Sect grow quickly, or did he conceal his strength? He actually eliminated Tang Ping Shan. From today onward, Tang Ping Shan's legend will be shattered. Yen Ru YV will become a peerless prodigy in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Tang Ping Shan, a disciple of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, was a peerless prodigy who had dominated the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for many years. However, he was eliminated today. He was eliminated by the Tao scholar Profound Sect's Yen Ru YV. Yen Ru YV was no stranger to those in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, since he was a true disciple of the Tao scholar Profound Sect and ranked in the top 10 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most importantly, Yen Ru YV was younger than Tang Ping Shan. Today he had defeated Tang Ping Shan and ascended to the top. From today onward, the news of him defeating Tang Ping Shan would spread like wildfire in the Southern Heaven territory. Somewhere in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a young man stood in the void. He wore a white robe and had a handsome appearance. He held a folding fan in his hand and looked extraordinarily scholarly. His temperament was outstanding and he had an elegant demeanor. "Congratulations, you've gotten what you wanted and defeated Tang Ping Shan. I, Chun-Li, am truly blessed to have a friend like you in this life." The refined young man smiled when he received the message. Then he sent a voice transmission to Chun-Li. "Chun-Li, how's the investigation going? Is Duan Lingtian, who's currently ranked 13th in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the imperial tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion? The target of the mission that was cancelled 30 years ago?" The refined young man was none other than Yen Ru YV, who had just defeated Tang Ping Shan, a true disciple of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect. Yan Ruyu was also a childhood friend of Chun Li, the son of Chun Yuanshan, the deputy leader of the Blood Skull. If one were to ask who Yan Ruyu cared about the most in this world, it would be Chun Li. Yes, according to He Sha, the sectless cultivator who was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian, the Duan Ling Tian in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. I can't believe he's already a 3 talents celestial king. Moreover, he even has the strength to defeat the Black Fiend. According to the Black Fiend, although Duan Ling Tian is only a 3 talents celestial king, he has comprehended many profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Chun Li replied via voice transmission. Where's the woman by his side? Huaner, have you found anything? According to my guess, the reason why he was able to enter the top 20 was because of that woman. Otherwise, it's impossible for a 3 talents celestial king like him to have such a brilliant result in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Yan Ruyu continued to send messages to Chun Li. That woman is very mysterious. She only appeared in the profound Nether Mansion 30 years ago. Prior to that, she had a close relationship with Duan Ling Tian in the Borderlands. At that time, she was already stronger than Duan Ling Tian. Chun Li replied, both of them are monstrous geniuses. If it weren't for your testimony, I would have suspected that there's something wrong with the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence network. Yan Ruyu sighed with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Initially, he had thought his innate talent was shocking. However, his innate talent was nothing compared to Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's innate talent. Duan Ling Tian had just turned 100 years old, but he was already a 3 talents celestial king and had comprehended many profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Huan Er was not even 100 years old, but she was already a 6 combos celestial king and had comprehended many profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Although the mission to kill Duan Ling Tian has been cancelled, if you encounter him, I hope you can kill him for me. Chun Li continued to say, I won't be able to calm down until he's dead. Don't worry, Yan Ruyu said confidently. If I encounter him, he'll definitely die. I heard there's a new person in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who's ranked in the top 10? Chun Li asked, changing the topic. That's right. Yan Ruyu replied, that person is called Zhang Jin-yi, and I don't know where he came from. After he entered, all the people that were eliminated by him died at his hands, and no one knows his background. He's very mysterious. Moreover, he's very strong. Even Tuaku, a true disciple of the Bodhi Zen sect, was killed by him. A hint of fear could be seen in Yan Ruyu's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. Tuaku? Tuaku, the true disciple from the Bodhi Zen sect who has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of earth to the initial stage and is said to have the strongest defense in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Chun Li inhaled sharply. Rumor has it that even Tang Pingshan wouldn't be able to kill Tuaku if he insists on crushing his identity jade token and leaving. That person called Chun Jin-yi. Where did he come from? Although Chun Li had only heard of Tuaku, he was familiar with Tuaku since Yan Ruyu was familiar with him. Even if I'm confident I can kill him now, I won't be able to stop him if he insists on leaving, Yan Ruyu said. Chun Li nodded. If you say that, doesn't it mean that Zhang Jin-yi's strength is not below yours? In fact, he's stronger than you? Chun Li sucked in a breath of cold air again. It's not impossible. However, there's another possibility. Tuaku didn't know Zhang Jin-yi and was killed by him due to his carelessness. Yan Ruyu made her own judgment. If that's the case, then his strength might not be comparable to mine. Regardless, the fact that he's ranked in the top 10 means he's quite strong. Yan Ruyu continued to speculate. In the profound Nether Mansion. In the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. You're ranked 13th and 15th. Why didn't you stay in the upper realm and enter the top 10 as soon as possible? There's still a month left. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion asked in confusion as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er, who had just been transported out of the upper realm. Something's not right. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a grim expression on his face. What's wrong? The old man asked. For months ago, a person called Zhang Jin-yi suddenly appeared in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It's as though he appeared out of thin air. Before that, nobody had heard of him or knew of his existence. No one knew about him, Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. Currently, he's ranked 4th on the scoreboard. Even Tuaku from the Bodhi Zen sect, who was said to have the strongest defense in the upper realm, was killed by Zhang Jinyi. Although it's possible Tuaku's death was due to carelessness, it's highly unlikely. After all, before Zhang Jinyi killed Taku, he had already reached 9th place in the rankings. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim when he finished speaking. So, the old man asked again. I suspect Zhang Jinyi is from the Phantom Fox clan. Duan Lingtian replied. The Phantom Fox clan? The old man frowned before he shook his head decisively. It's impossible for such a person to exist in the Phantom Fox clan. What if he's not from the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory? What if he's from the main Phantom Fox clan outside the Southern Heaven Territory? Duan Lingtian said boldly. With the convenience of the transporting formation, even if he's from the main Phantom Fox clan, he should be able to travel to the Southern Heaven Territory in a short time. The main Phantom Fox clan? You're saying he's from the Heavenly Territory in the 7 Upper Province? The old man's eyes widened, although I'm not certain it's possible. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? It's someone who hasn't appeared in the upper realm before, and his surname is Zhang. Duan Lingtian suspected Zhang Jinyi was from the main Phantom Fox clan. After all, Zhang Jinyi's speed of accumulating points was much faster than his and Huan Er's. Therefore, he decided to leave the upper realm in advance. He and Huan Er did not plan to enter the top 10. Once the rankings were reset, he would enter the secret realm with Huan Er. Even if Zhang Jinyi was from the main Phantom Fox clan, since he was ranked in the top 10, the secret realm he would enter would be different from the secret realm he and Huan Er would enter. Therefore, he did not have to worry about encountering Zhang Jinyi. Although Huan Er and Huan Er were not weak, they would only be able to enter the top 10 at most. Based on Zhang Jinyi's performance so far, even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for him. Now that you mention it, it's true that we have to be on our guard. I really didn't expect that a kid like you would have such a high level of comprehension and have such a good brain. Even the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was convinced by Duan Lingtian's words. In the Phantom Fox clan's estate in the Southern Heaven Territory, Duan Lingtian and the woman by his side have left the upper realm through the transporting formation. Zhang Dong Nan, who had just received a message, could not help but frown. After Zhang Yunting's death, Zhang Dong Nan's son had been lurking in the safe zone to monitor the transporting formation. He had finally found Duan Lingtian and Huan Er to leave the Southern Heaven Territory. Therefore, he immediately sent a message to Zhang Dong Nan. Zhang Jinyi refused to enter the upper realm under an assumed name. Now, it seems like Duan Lingtian is suspicious of him. Chapter 3200. Zhang Jinyi had entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to meet Duan Lingtian and test if Huan Er was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan. Before entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Zhang Dongnan had suggested that Zhang Jinyi change his name, but Zhang Jinyi had ignored him. After receiving Zhang Dongnan's voice transmission, Zhang Jinyi did not linger in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since they're out, let's go to the profound nether mansion and test them, Zhang Jinyi said in a deep voice. Do you think the profound nether mansion, a mere grade 6 force, will dare to stop me? Upon hearing Zhang Jinyi's words, Zhang Dongnan nodded in agreement. After all, the profound nether mansion would not dare to offend Zhang Jinyi. With that, the duo made their way to the profound nether mansion. When the mansion master of the profound nether mansion learned about Zhang Jinyi's identity, he was very cooperative and even brought Zhang Jinyi to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. However, in the Imperial Tutor Palace, there was only the palace master fishing. Other than him, there was no one else. Senior, where's Duan Lingtian and the woman next to him? Zhang Dongnan asked respectfully. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion in the profound nether mansion was as strong as some of the leaders of the 10 major clans. Even Zhang Dongnan did not dare to act recklessly in front of the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. They left 10 years ago. the old man said indifferently. The old man glanced at Zhang Dongnan and said, "They left." Zhang Dongnan was dumbfounded. He thought Duan Lingtian and Huan were sent to hide in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm after the old man received the news. It did not cross his mind that they were no longer in the profound nether mansion. Zhang Dongnan had sent a message to Zhang Yunting's son to ask if Duan Lingtian and Huan had entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, Zhang Yunting's son said he did not see Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian's names on the scoreboard did not change. This ruled out the possibility that Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian had crushed their identity jade tokens and teleported to another safe zone in the upper realm. The upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was different from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As long as one crushed their accumulative point jade, they would not be able to enter the upper realm again. As for the former, even if they were eliminated, they could still enter, but they would have to comprehend their identity jade token again and earn points from the beginning. Hearing the words of Zhang Yunting's son, Zhang Dongnan's face darkened. In that case, there was only one possibility. Indeed, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian were no longer in the profound nether mansion. They had entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm from somewhere else. Of course, there was another possibility. Before he and Zhang Jinyi arrived, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian had left the profound nether mansion's estate to hide. Or perhaps it was hidden in the small world within the Imperial Tudor Palace Master's body. However, even if it was the latter, there was nothing they could do. Lord Envoy, it seems like they're no longer in the profound nether mansion. Zhang Dongnan looked at Zhang Jinyi and said with a wry smile, "If there's any news about that woman, inform me immediately. If I find out that you didn't report it, I won't let you off easily." Zhang Jinyi looked at the mansion master of the profound nether mansion and the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Palace coldly before he tossed a soul pearl at the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. "I'd like to see how a mere 10 directions celestial king like you won't let me off easily." The old man tossed his fishing rod aside and looked at Zhang Jinyi coldly as he said, "I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation base to that of a 10 directions celestial king and fight you." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he made his move. Just as he had said, the old man suppressed his cultivation base to that of a 10 directions celestial king. However, the profundities he had comprehended far surpassed Zhang Jinyi's. Even after Zhang Jinyi cast the Phantom Fox Clan's Phantom Fox Clan's Phantom Fox Clan's Phantom Fox Clan's direct line of descent, he was still evenly matched with the old man. "Old man, you're quite strong. With your strength, you'd be a leader in an ordinary grade 5 force. I wonder why you're fishing in a grade 6 force?" Zhang Jinyi was surprised that the old man managed to fight him to a draw even with his cultivation base suppressed. "You're not from the southern heaven territory, right? It's impossible for a 10 directions celestial king like you to appear in the southern heaven territory." The old man looked at Zhang Jinyi solemnly and asked, "Of course, I'm from the heavenly territory." Zhang Jinyi said proudly, "Remember my words. If you have any news about that woman, send me a message as soon as possible. If I find out that you didn't report it to me, even if I can't destroy the profound nether mansion with my strength, one of my uncles can easily destroy the profound nether mansion." Zhang Jinyi continued to threaten Zhang Jinyi before he left. "Remember my name. My name is Zhang Jinyi. Apart from that, I'm a direct line of descent from the Zhang clan in the Heavenly Territories Phantom Fox clan. Even the weakest of my uncles is a titled Celestial Lord." As soon as Zhang Jinyi finished speaking, he took the lead and left. Zhang Dongnan followed closely behind him. After Zhang Dongnan and Zhang Jinyi left, the old man sighed. "I didn't expect the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory to have a 10 directions celestial king. His strength isn't something those two fellows can contend with. Even if they join forces, they won't be a match for him." Even the old man couldn't help but be surprised by Zhang Jinyi's strength. "Grandmaster, where are they now?" the mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked. "They're hiding in my little world." As soon as the old man finished speaking, 2 figures appeared in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. They were none other than Duan Lingtian and Huan. Earlier, Duan Lingtian and Huan had entered the old man's little world. Unless one's cultivation base was higher than the old man's, it was impossible to detect Duan Lingtian and Huan after they entered the old man's little world. Did you see what happened earlier? The old man asked Duan Lingtian and Huan Yes. Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn. I didn't expect a 10 Directions celestial king from the Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory would be so strong. Even Tang Ping Shan, the peerless prodigy of the 10,000 battles celestial sect, wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves against him. Even Yen Ruyu, the true disciple of the Tao scholar profound sect, who replaced Tang Ping Shan, wouldn't be a match for him. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. Earlier, when the old man suppressed his cultivation base to fight Zhang Jinyi, Duan Lingtian had seen everything. Their strength was on par with each other. Throughout the battle, the old man had used all the profundities he had comprehended. However, he did not gain the upper hand at all. However, his last 2 moves aren't profundities. They must be from the Phantom Fox clan. Duan Lingtian looked at Huan and asked, Huan do you see anything? Yes. Huan nodded. Brother Lingtian, that person used the Phantom Fox clan's innate illusory technique in the beginning. Later on, he used the innate ultimate skill that only the main Phantom Fox clan's members can master. However, those 2 methods are completely useless against me. We're 1,000 Phantom's Ice Foxes, and we have the supreme bloodline in the Phantom Fox clan. None of the Phantom Fox clan's techniques are effective against us. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian and the others were stunned. Now, I finally understand why they want to get rid of you. Once you grow stronger, you'll definitely be their nemesis. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. In that case, you won't have to suppress your strength to the level of a 10 Directions celestial king to defeat him, the old man said. Even if we don't include those 2 methods of his, the current him is still not a match for the 2 of us if we were to encounter him. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Even if Zhang Jinyi did not count his 2 techniques, the law of metal he had comprehended was not to be underestimated. He had comprehended all profundities from the law of metal, and he had even comprehended 4 profundities to the initial stage. Even if Duan Lingtian and Huan joined forces, they would still be no match for Zhang Jinyi, unless, of course, Duan Lingtian used a Devata artifact. However, who knew if Zhang Jinyi possessed an Emperor-grade celestial weapon? In Duan Lingtian's hands, a Devata artifact was not much stronger than an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, even if Duan Lingtian used a Devata artifact, Duan Lingtian and Huan would not be able to defeat Zhang Jinyi. Since Duan Lingtian was not confident he could kill Zhang Jinyi, he did not want to fight Zhang Jinyi. For this reason, he could only avoid Zhang Jinyi for now. You're right. The old man nodded. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face and said, You're right, brat. When you left the upper realm, you said they might come. I didn't expect them to really come. Duan Lingtian had guessed Zhang Jinyi and Zhang Dongnan would come together. However, the events that transpired later proved his speculation right. It's expected. After all, I would have done the same if I were him. Duan Lingtian replied. That may be the case, but not everyone is as meticulous as you. The old man sighed. My confidence in you is growing. Perhaps you might really be able to avenge the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Why? Did you not have confidence in me in the past, senior? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. After Zhang Dongnan and Zhang Jinyi left, Duan Lingtian did not hurry to bring her back to the upper realm. Instead, he waited for almost a month before he entered the upper realm. When Duan Lingtian entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was the day the scoreboard was reset. Huan and I are ranked between the 11th and 30th place. We'll be able to enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm. Duan Lingtian and Huan had entered the upper realm to enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm. The Grade 1 Secret Realm was for those who ranked in the top 10. As for those ranked from the 31st to the 100th place, they would only be able to enter the Grade 3 Secret Realm. Mystic Realms were all treasure-storing mystic realms. Even the treasures hidden inside were similar, but the difficulty of obtaining them differed greatly. The Grade 1 Secret Realm was the easiest to obtain. The Grade 2 Secret Realm was the second most difficult to obtain. Chapter 3201. Clan Leader, Duan Lingtian, and that woman have entered the Grade 2 Secret Realm. I think they're going to enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huaner entered the safe zone, Zhang Yunting's son, who was killed by Duan Lingtian and Huaner, noticed them and immediately sent a message back to the Phantom Fox clan. Envoy. Zhang Dongnan immediately sent a message to Zhang Jinyi, who was resting in the Phantom Fox clan's estate, to inform him that Duan Lingtian and Huaner had entered the upper realm of the Phantom Fox clan. The Grade 2 Secret Realm? This was Zhang Jinyi's first time in the Southern Heaven territory, so he did not know much about the upper realm. Envoy, the scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will be refreshed every year. Before the scoreboard is refreshed, the top 100 people will be sent to the 3 secret realms. They are respectively the Grade 1, Grade 2, and Grade 3 secret realms. Zhang Dongnan explained, if you enter the upper realm now, your identity jade token will send you to a location where you'll meet up with the other 9 participants when the scoreboard resets tomorrow. Since Zhang Jinyi was ranked in the top 10, he was allowed to enter the Grade 1 Secret Realm. Will I be able to meet the woman who's suspected to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in the Grade 1 Secret Realm? Zhang Jinyi asked. No. Zhang Dongnan replied. The Grade 1 Secret Realm and the Grade 2 Secret Realm are separated. That woman and Duan Lingtian are allowed to enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm. You won't be able to meet them. If that's the case, I'm not interested in entering the upper realm. I'll enter the upper realm with a fake name the next time the upper realm opens and enter the same secret realm as them. Zhang Jinyi was not interested in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In fact, he was not interested in the treasures in the secret realms. To him, the Southern Heaven territory was just a small place in the countryside. He had obtained treasures even before he became a celestial king. An ordinary royal-grade celestial weapon? When he had just become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the clan had given him a royal-grade celestial weapon. A purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon? He had obtained one when he had just become a celestial duke. As for immortal pills, immortal talismans, and the like, he had no lack of them. Moreover, he even possessed a celestial talisman that would allow him to escape from a titled celestial lord. Lord Envoy, I have a suggestion. While the scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is being reset, we should kill a sectless cultivator who's always ranked at the top of the scoreboard. After the scoreboard is reset, you can use his name to obtain points in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Try your best to maintain your ranking as high as Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, so you can enter the secret realm with them a year later. After all, if you were to use your own name to enter, it would be too conspicuous. Also, it wouldn't be safe to use a random name. After all, no one would know who you are, and Duan Lingtian would inevitably become suspicious. Zhang Dongnan voiced his concerns. All right, we'll do as you say. Perhaps it was because he had suffered a loss the previous time. But this time, Zhang Jinyi agreed without hesitation. However, I'm not familiar with the sectless cultivators. I'll leave the matter of finding and killing the sectless cultivators to you. As long as you agree, I'll take care of the rest. Zhang Dongnan sighed in relief when he saw Zhang Jinyi had agreed to his suggestion. He was worried Zhang Jinyi would be stubborn. Fortunately, Zhang Jinyi was willing to listen to his advice. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Huaner had been in the upper realm for a day. The scoreboard would be reset in an hour. Currently, Duan Lingtian and Huaner were standing at the edge of the safe zone. No one dared to provoke them. After all, everyone knew Duan Lingtian and Huaner were very strong. One of them was ranked 11th while the other was ranked 15th. In other words, they were not weak at all. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there were very few people who were stronger than them. That person, Duan Lingtian looked at the corner of the safe zone and saw a person looking at him and Huaner from time to time. Duan Lingtian recognized the person. In fact, this was the 3rd time they had met. Furthermore, they were all in the safe zone. Huaner, Is that person from the Phantom Fox clan? Duan Lingtian asked. Although Duan Lingtian could sense Zhang Yunting's aura was similar to the Phantom Fox clan's Zhang Yunting, he did not expect Zhang Yunting to be so strong. However, he was not certain. As 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan, Huan would be able to tell if the person was from the Phantom Fox clan. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan eyes followed Duan Lingtian's gaze. When Duan Lingtian looked away, Huan divine consciousness had already landed on Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, he's from the Phantom Fox clan. Huan was certain Duan Lingtian was from the Phantom Fox clan. As expected, Duan Lingtian smiled. I was wondering why Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, has such a keen sense of smell. As it turns out, he has a spy here. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not do anything to Zhang Dongnan even though he knew Zhang Dongnan was a spy. Moreover, no one was allowed to make a move in the safe zone. It didn't take long for an hour to pass. Meanwhile, the scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm froze for about 15 minutes before it returned to zero. Apart from the safe zones, those who were in the top 100 in the previous year's scoreboard were sent away as well. They were divided into 3 groups and sent to 3 different places. One of the groups consisted of those who were in the top 10. They were sent to a spacious cave. However, there were only 9 of them in the group. Why are there only 9 people? Where's the other one? The 9 people looked at each other in confusion when they realized they were new to each other. Zhang Jini, he didn't come in. It did not take long for someone to confirm this. That Zhang Jini, I don't know where he came from. Even Taku of the Bodhi Zen sect died at his hands. A middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe sighed. Tuoyi, Tuaku is your senior brother. Did he send a message back to the Bodhi Zen sect before he was killed by Zhang Jini? A handsome young man wearing a white robe with a folding fan in his hand asked a young monk wearing a black and white cassock. He had an elegant demeanor and was extraordinarily handsome. The white-clad young man was none other than Yen Ruyu, the true disciple of the Tao scholar Profound sect. He was also the first on the scoreboard in the previous year. He was the one who broke the legend of Tang Pingshan, the peerless prodigy of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, and became the new peerless prodigy in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If Yen Ruyu could maintain his status, he would become a legend as well. Senior Tuaku didn't manage to send a message before he died. The young monk called Tuoyi shook his head and smiled bitterly. If Senior Tuaku had time to send a message, he would have crushed his identity jade token and fled. Come to think of it, even he did not expect that he would be killed. Upon hearing Tuoye's words, realization dawned on Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu, you're the strongest among us now. If Zhang Jin was in front of you, would you be able to eliminate him? A handsome young man asked as he looked at Yen Ruyu with a smile. Based on the young man's words, it was clear he was very close to Yen Ruyu. He was none other than Ouyang Yu Hao, the son of the sect leader of the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect. He was one of the few male disciples in the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect. He was also a true disciple of the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect. Beside him, a woman was holding his hand. The woman was beautiful and had a graceful figure. Standing in the middle of a group of men, she was like a crane among a flock of chickens. She was none other than Ouyang Yue, the former most beautiful woman in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. She was also a true disciple of the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect. She and Ouyang Yu Hao were fraternal twins. She was the younger sister while Ouyang Yu Hao was the older brother. However, the two of them did not have much in common. Ouyang Yue looked delicate while Ouyang Yu Hao looked masculine. I'm not confident. Yen Ruyu waved the fan in his hand and shook his head. At the very least, I won't be able to kill Tuaku even if I defeat him. Indeed, the others agreed with Yen Ruyu's words. Tuaku's defense is the strongest in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of us might be able to defeat him, but we won't be able to kill him. I wonder where Zhang Jini came from. Why is he so strong? More and more people were puzzled by Yen Ruyu's words. After talking about Zhang Jini for a while, the crowd gradually changed the topic. In the end, A tall and burly young man looked at Ouyang Yue and said with a smile, "Junior sister Yue, I heard that everyone who has met you said you're not as strong as her. Moreover, she's quite strong as well. It's her first time entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but she's ranked 15th. I heard that the man next to her, Duan Ling Tian, is weak. He only managed to rank so high because she helped him." The burly young man was none other than Ho Tong Xian, a true disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. "If there's a chance, I'd like to meet her." Ouyang Yue narrowed her eyes slightly as a smile appeared on her face. "Let's see if she's as peerless as the rumors say." Ho Tong Xian, it's a big mistake to underestimate Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is no ordinary person. Yen Ruyu looked at Ho Tong Xian and shook his head. 30 years ago, he was still a tyrant in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. 30 years later, he's already ranked 13th in the upper realm. Do you think he's as weak as you say? Yen Ruyu knew Duan Lingtian better than anyone else. In fact, before Duan Lingtian joined the Profound Nether Mansion and joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans of the Profound Nether Mansion, Yen Ruyu had heard about Duan Lingtian. Naturally, at that time, Yen Ruyu did not think much of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3202. Wait a minute. Yen Ruyu, are you saying Duan Lingtian and the Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion are the same person? Ho Tong Xian was shocked when he heard Yen Ruyu's words. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The others were also shocked by Yen Ruyu's words. Are you serious? That's too shocking. He was only a 10 Directions Celestial Duke 30 years ago, and now, he's ranked 13th in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Yen Ruyu, are you sure? At this moment, the other 7 people looked at Yen Ruyu with an incredulous expression on their faces. Why would I lie to you? Yen Ruyu shook her head. I can tell you, this is 100% true. If you see him in the future, you can ask him about it. This is unbelievable. Someone who was still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 30 years ago has already made a name for himself in the upper realm. Ho Tong Xian sighed. Humph. In my opinion, he must have relied on the woman next to him. With his strength, he's definitely not strong enough to rank 13th. A young man dressed in a green robe scoffed. Hulei, we shouldn't jump to conclusions before we know the truth. That Duan Lingtian is not as simple as he seems. Yen Ruyu said. Although Yen Ruyu did not know Duan Lingtian, he had watched Duan Lingtian rise to prominence. What? Do you know him well? Hulei, a lineal disciple of the Hu clan, one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory, asked Yen Ruyu. Not really. However, how could someone who managed to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from a reincarnated celestial emperor be simple? Yen Ruyu asked as he looked at Hulei intently. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Upon hearing Yen Ruyu's words, not only Hulei, but the others were stunned as well. Is that true? Although I've heard about it from my seniors, I thought it was fake. Which one of the reincarnations of immortal emperors isn't a shrewd person? How could someone steal the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Whether you believe it or not, I don't really believe it. Everyone shook their heads. It's true. I have a friend, Yen Ruyu said. He's the son of Chun Yuanshan, the deputy leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Back then, he vouched for someone and accepted the mission to target the Duan Lingtian. At that time, Duan Lingtian was only an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Even though he's only an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, the assassins sent by the Blood Skull Gang were much stronger than him. You should know that even the weakest assassin in the Blood Skull Gang is a one basic Celestial King. Of course, he didn't kill the Blood Skull assassin with his own strength. Let's not talk about that for now. However, he did obtain the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. In just a few years, he managed to become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke from a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Upon hearing Yen Ruyu's words, the expressions of the other 8 people turned grim immediately. They knew there was no reason for Yen Ruyu to lie. It seems like Duan Lingtian isn't as simple as he seems. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't be confident he'd be able to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Since a reincarnated celestial emperor wants to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he must be well prepared. In the history of the Devata realms, there have been cases of reincarnated celestial emperors seizing the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, most of the time, the person who seizes the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is a reincarnated celestial emperor. Moreover, the reincarnated celestial emperor was much stronger than the person who severed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. I'm very interested in him now. I hope I'll have a chance to meet him in the future. Duan Lingtian was unaware that the top 10 people in the Grade 1 Secret Realm, including Yen Ruyu who was ranked first, were talking about him. Currently, he was in the Grade 2 Secret Realm with Huan Er. Around them, there were another 28 people. There was a spacious hall in the Grade 2 Secret Realm. However, the hall was sealed from top to bottom. There was no exit at all. It seems like we'll have to wait for a while before the Grade 2 Secret Realm officially opens. Previously, Duan Lingtian had learned from the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion about the secret realms in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After entering the secret realm, they would have to wait for about an hour before the secret realm officially opened. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, Huan Er, and a few other people, the rest of the people in the hall were separated from each other. The atmosphere was rather tense. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan Er from time to time. It was obvious they were curious about the duo. Duan Lingtian and Huan Er could be considered as famous people in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, not everyone would be able to rank in the top 20 on their first attempt at entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This is my first time entering the Grade 2 Secret Realm. I've only been to the Grade 3 Secret Realm before. Brother, do you know what we should pay attention to in the Grade 2 Secret Realm? One of the middle-aged men asked the other middle-aged man standing next to him curiously. However, the other middle-aged man merely glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian shook his head. In the Grade 2 Secret Realm, everyone was a competitor. Unless they knew each other, they would not lend a helping hand. In just a blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Rumble, rumble. With a series of rumbling sounds, a door opened in every direction of the hall. There were a total of 4 doors. 19 figures flew out of the 4 doors at lightning speed and disappeared from the 4 doors in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered those who were in a hurry to leave the hall were looking at him. These people, who were strangers to each other, were now looking at him and Huan Er in unison. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of a gust of wind rang in the air as the remaining 9 people surrounded Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. All of them glared at Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. Everyone, what's the meaning of this? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He did not know any of these people, and yet they were attacking him and Huan Er. You can leave, but this woman must stay. The only woman among the 9 people was dressed in a tight red leather jacket. She stared at Huan Er coldly as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. Huan Er looked at the woman in confusion when she heard her words. She did not understand why this woman, whom she had never met before, was targeting her. Why? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as his gaze turned cold. He did not care if these people were targeting him. However, he would not allow them to target Huan Er. Brat, do you know who she is? A middle-aged man among the 9 glanced at the red-clothed woman and asked with a chuckle. She's Jun Xiu He, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Jun Wang Chun, whom the woman beside you killed earlier, is her younger brother. Another old man said with a grin. I see. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. As it turned out, these people were here to seek revenge. You're quite capable to have so many people helping you. Duan Lingtian looked at Jun Xiu He in surprise. You must have paid a hefty price to get these people to help you, right? If there were only 1 or 2 people helping Jun Xiu He, it might be because she had a wide network of friends. However, there were 8 people who were ranked in the top 30 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who were helping Jun Xiu He. Therefore, Jun Xiu He must have promised them something. I don't mind paying a hefty price as long as I can avenge my brother. Junqiu, he sneered. Junqiu, he sneered as she glared at Huan Er. It was as though she could not wait to kill Huan Er to avenge her younger brother. You only have yourself to blame for your younger brother's death. I'll give you a chance to scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. I'd like to see how merciless all of you are. Jun Shoha sneered again. As soon as she finished speaking, she moved like a bolt of lightning toward Huan Er. Purple lightning coiled around her body, making her look like a god of thunder, majestic and awe-inspiring. It was clear she had comprehended the law of thunder. Swoosh! Just as Jun Shoha moved, a long whip appeared in her hand. The whip was crimson and was surrounded by electric snakes. It swept through the void, causing the air to stagnate. Swoosh! 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 After Junqiu he made her move, the other 8 people made their moves as well. Since they had received benefits from Junqiu, it was only natural for them to help her. Huan Er, there's no need to show mercy. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with killing intent when he saw the 9 people attacking him. His celestial origin energy that contained the space elemental profundity surged out of his body as he said in a deep voice, "All right, brother Ling Tian." Huan Er's eyes flashed with killing intent when she sensed Duan Lingtian's killing intent. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er disappeared from their original spot. When they reappeared, they were already outside the encirclement of the 9 people. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er spread out. 4 of you, go and kill that brat. The rest of you, help me kill this little b****. Junqiu, he ordered her subordinates before she made her move again. She flicked her whip and charged toward Huan Er. 4 people charged toward Duan Lingtian. The rest of them went to help Huan Er. Since all of you want to die, I'll fulfill your wishes. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold when he saw the 4 people charging at him menacingly. He no longer teleported away. Instead, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body as his spatial domain spread out. The 4 people were instantly shrouded by the spatial domain. Shackle! With just a thought in Duan Ling Tian's mind, the 4 of them were trapped in a square cage that was burning with golden flames. Chapter 3203. A mere 3 talents celestial king wants to trap us? What a joke! I can break your spatial shackles with a wave of my hand. The 4 people who were trapped by the golden flames did not seem to care at all when they saw the square cage shrouded in golden flames. In the next moment, they launched their attacks in an attempt to break free from the cage. Cross-dimensional slash. As soon as the 4 of them made their moves, with just a thought from Duan Ling Tian, 3 spatial tears appeared outside the cage. It was as though 3 spatial beasts had opened their bloody mouths. In the next moment, buzz, 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 3 blurry rays of light shot out from the spatial rifts, leaving a trail of golden flames in their wake. Teleport. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered. The 3 blurry rays of light were instantly teleported into the cage that was shrouded in golden flames. The 4 people in the cage continued to attack the cage as they tried to defend themselves against the cross-dimensional slash that had suddenly appeared in the cage. At this moment, the 4 people took out their celestial weapons. They were all royal-grade celestial weapons. An illusory image appeared on each of their bodies. It was either an armor illusory image, a vest illusory image, or a cape illusory image. These were the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons they were wearing. Although they knew Duan Ling Tian was only a 3-talent celestial king, they still felt threatened by the sudden attack from the cross-dimensional slash profundity. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 3 cross-dimensional slash shot toward 3 of the 4 people in the cage, locking them in place. The 3 people in the cage attacked the 3 cross-dimensional slash. They thought their attacks would be able to block the 3 cross-dimensional slash. When their attacks were annihilated, only the golden flames on the dimensional slash were extinguished. The dimensional slash continued to fly toward them. Their expressions changed completely. This is bad. How can he be so strong? The 3 people's expressions changed drastically. At the same time, the 4 people's attacks landed on the cage as well. Similarly, Their attacks only managed to extinguish the golden flames on the cage. After the golden flames were extinguished, the spatial energy continued to restrain them. Whoosh! Just as the four of them were preparing for the next wave of attacks with all their might, an ear-piercing sword whistle sounded in their ears. At some point in time, Duan Lingtian had already arrived outside the cage, standing parallel to the four people. He swung the sword in his hand horizontally, bringing out a seven-colored sword light. Duan Lingtian had not used the Seven Orifices exquisite sword for a long time. Although the Seven Orifices exquisite sword had not completely merged with the artifact soul, Huang its power had increased by quite a bit. Not good. What kind of immortal weapon is that? When the four people who were imprisoned heard the sound of the sword, they hurriedly came back to their senses. By the time they realized that the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was extraordinary, it was already too late. Whoosh! The seven-colored sword chi that was capable of annihilating everything in its path killed all four of them. They did not even have the chance to crush their identity jade tokens to leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, none of them had the chance to crush their identity jade tokens to leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. While Duan Lingtian killed the four people, Huan Yin Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring had also killed the five people who had besieged her. Although the 9 people who had besieged Duan Lingtian and Huan had comprehended all the profundities from a law, some of them had even comprehended 2 profundities to the initial stage. However, the profundities that those who had comprehended profundities to the initial stage were only ordinary profundities. Therefore, their overall strength was mediocre. Their strength was nothing compared to Duan Lingtian and Huan. In the end, all 9 of them were annihilated by the duo. Huan, let's go. Duan Lingtian beckoned Huan as the Seven Orifices exquisite sword merged with his body again. Then, the two of them made their way to one of the doors at the side of the main hall. Inside the main hall, corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like a river. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian casually collected the 9 people's spatial rings. The Wind Thunder Dao sect was one of the 5 great sects in the Southern Heaven territory. At this moment, a furious roar rang from one of the palaces in the Wind Thunder Dao sect. At the next moment, outside the palace, under the gazes of a group of Wind Thunder Dao sect's disciples, an old figure flew out from the side hall. His expression was extremely ugly. The old man was none other than Jun Chongshan, the Vice Hall Master of the Wind Thunder Dao sect's enforcement hall. What's going on this time? Why is Vice Hall Master Jun so angry? I remember something similar happened a few months ago. At that time, Vice Hall Master Jun's great-grandson, Jun Wangchun, was killed in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I heard that after Jun Wangchen's death, his sister Jun Xiuhe has been searching everywhere for people with high rankings in order to avenge Jun Wangchen's death in the ranking secret realm of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Based on the time, they should be in the ranking secret realm now, right? Don't tell me something happened to Jun Xiuhe as well? Many shocked gazes fell on Jun Chongshan. A group of Wind Thunder Dao sect disciples whispered to each other. They could not help but suspect that something had happened to Jun Xiuhe. Vice Hall Master Jun, what's going on? Another muscular figure appeared in the sky and asked as he looked at Jun Chongshan. It's Wu Gang, the Vice Hall Master of Hidden Edge Hall. Many disciples from the Wind Thunder Dao sect recognized the muscular middle-aged man who had appeared in the sky. At this moment, the 2 men standing in the sky were celestial lords from the Wind Thunder Dao sect. As the 2 of them stood there, the anger on the old man's body soared to the heavens, causing the nearby Wind Thunder Dao sect disciples to feel a slight pressure. Xiuhe has died, Jun Chongshan said in a low voice. Jun Chongshan said in a deep voice as he clenched his fists. His celestial origin energy pulsed involuntarily from his body, emitting waves of awe-inspiring aura. Many disciples from the Wind Thunder Dao sect with lower cultivation bases were horrified. They quickly flew away from Jun Chongshan. What? Wu Gang's eyes widened slightly. Jun Xiuhe is dead? While Wu Gang was still in shock, Jun Chongshan had already flown away. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared from everyone's sight. Jun Xiuhe, is she really dead? Heavens! Did we really guess it right? That woman called Huan in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm actually killed Junqiu, he who had a group of helpers? How terrifying! With her strength, I'm sure she's definitely ranked in the top 10 in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Vice Hall Master Jun seems to be heading toward Vice Sect Leader Ho's residence? In my opinion, he's probably going to look for Vice Sect Leader Ho to ask senior brother Ho Tongxian to avenge Junqiu he and Jun Wangchun. While the disciples of the Wind Thunder Dao sect were whispering among themselves, the Deputy Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Jun Chongshan, had arrived at the residence of the Deputy Sect Leader of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, Ho Zhen. Vice Sect Leader, please ask Ho Tongxian to avenge my great-grandson and great-granddaughter. Jun Chongshan bowed as soon as he saw Ho Zhen. It was as though he would not stand up if Ho Zhen did not agree to his request. Vice Hall Master Jun, please stand up first, Ho Zhen said. After listening to Jun Chongshan's explanation, Ho Zhen finally understood what had happened. You mean, Junqiu he found 8 people who were ranked in the top 10 in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, but they were all killed by that woman called Huan? Vice Hall Master Jun, is there a mistake? Perhaps Junqiu had died in the trial of the ranked secret realm. Ho Zhen speculated. Impossible. Jun Chongshan shook his head decisively. Before Huan killed that woman, she had sent me a message. However, she died not long after she sent the message. At that time, everyone in the Grade 2 secret realm had left. Only Huan, her helper, and the young man next to her, Duan Ling Tian, were left in the secret realm. Duan Ling Tian explained. Jun Chongshan said. Who did Junqiu he find? Do you know? Ho Zhen asked. I know. I've contacted a few of those people's elders that I can contact. They were all killed. Jun Chongshan's expression was unsightly. Ho Zhen's eyes widened when he heard Jun Chongshan's words. If those 2 people really killed them, I'm afraid they're not much weaker than my son, Ho Tongxian. Vice Hall Master Jun, I'll send a message to my son, but I can't guarantee he'll be able to kill them, Ho Zhen said. Vice Sect Leader Jun, if even Ho Tongxian can't kill them, I can only accept it, Jun Chongshan said through gritted teeth. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Ho Tongxian, who had separated from the others and was exploring the Grade 1 secret realm by himself, suddenly received a message from his father. Duan Lingtian and Huan killed Junqiu he? Moreover, Junqiu he had gathered 8 people to kill Junqiu he? It had to be said that when Ho Tongxian received this message, he was completely shocked. Junqiu he was not weak to begin with. Moreover, the people she gathered were all ranked in the top 30 on the scoreboard. They were not weak at all. However, these 9 people were completely annihilated by Duan Lingtian and Huan. Father, if this is true, I'm not confident, Ho Tongxian said in a deep voice. If there's a chance, we'll test them. Of course, don't kill them at first. As far as I know, those 2 aren't people who kill indiscriminately. They won't kill unless they're trying to kill them, Ho Tongxian said. Ho Zhen said. This was the reason he agreed to Jun Chongshan's request. He knew Duan Lingtian and Huan were not people who killed indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would not have risked his precious son's life. It's not a problem to test them. Ho Tongxian sighed in relief. At the same time, his eyes glinted as he sent a message. Yenryu, how much do you know about Duan Lingtian and the woman by his side? Ian. Chapter 3204. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In the Grade 2 secret realm. Brother Lingtian, where should we go now? After leaving the main hall, Duan Lingtian and Huan were greeted by a vast and boundless world. Now, even if they looked back, they wouldn't be able to see the hall they were in just now. It was as if they had appeared in a completely new world the moment they walked out of the door of the palace. Furthermore, they had merged with this world. Let's go wherever we want. Duan Lingtian smiled. Huan you can go wherever you want. There were many fortuitous encounters in Grade 2 secret realms such as celestial weapons, celestial pills, celestial fruits, and celestial talismans. However, Duan Lingtian only wanted celestial pills and celestial fruits that could raise his cultivation base. It was extremely difficult for celestial kings to obtain celestial pills and celestial fruits that could raise one's cultivation base. Even if such a thing existed, it was as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in the southern heaven territory. Naturally, there were many celestial pills and celestial fruits that could raise one's cultivation base. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to break through from a 1 basic celestial king to a 3 talents celestial king in just 30 years was because the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had given him many celestial pills and celestial fruits. He had given half of them to Huan Er. Even if he did not give half of them to Huan Er, his current cultivation base would still not reach the level of a 4 phenomenon celestial king. The gap between a 3 talents celestial king and a 4 phenomenon celestial king was as wide as a chasm. "Brother Ling Tian, let's go this way," Huaner said as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the direction to his right. "All right." Duan Lingtian did not ask any questions. He led Huan Er to the right. Along the way, he extended his divine consciousness to search for fortuitous encounters. The Grade 2 secret realms in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were filled with both fortuitous encounters and risks. In fact, one's life might be in danger here. Naturally, the more valuable an item was, the more dangerous it was. For example, defensive royal-grade celestial weapons were protected by powerful formation spirits in the secret realms of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The formation spirit was a spirit body condensed by the formation. It was extremely powerful. Although his cultivation base was only a 10-direction celestial king, the profundities he comprehended were not inferior to the profundities in the top 10 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Generally speaking, when encountering this kind of array spirit, many people would choose to join forces. However, even though it's dangerous in the ranked secret realm, you can still crush your identity jade token and leave. Duan Lingtian had heard the Imperial Tutor Palace Master mention this before. Of course, once he crushed the identity jade token and left, he would not be able to enter again. It was equivalent to giving up this opportunity to explore the ranked secret realm. "Big brother Lingtian, there's a sound in front." After traveling for about 2 hours, Duan Lingtian pointed at a group of volcanoes in the distance and said, "There's no need to worry about that." Right now, the two of them were standing on a barren desert. In the distance, there was a group of volcanoes. In the center of the volcanoes, flames were constantly erupting. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, could not hear the sound. Nevertheless, he still led Huaner forward. After traveling for a while, they finally heard the sound. Boom! Rumble! A series of earth-shattering explosions rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, he could vaguely see figures flashing in the center of the volcanoes. Apart from a few figures, there was a huge figure in the center of the volcanoes as well. However, it did not look human at all. The Imperial Tutor Palace Master continued to say, "In the ranked secret realm, as long as there's a commotion, it means a treasure is about to appear. The stronger the formation spirit, the more valuable the treasure is. Some of the treasures in the secret realms are things that even the 10 great clans and 5 great sects yearn for. Of course, there aren't many of those treasures." The pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's words seemed to echo in Duan Lingtian's ears as his eyes lit up. It seems like the treasure that the formation spirit is guarding is not simple. Duan Lingtian speculated that the huge figure in the center of the volcanoes was the formation spirit guarding the treasure. Based on how the formation spirit was evenly matched with the few figures, it was obvious that the formation spirit was not weak. "Huaner, let's go." Duan Lingtian held Huaner's hand as he teleported 10,000 meters away from where they were. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian felt 1/3 of his celestial origin energy had been depleted. With my current celestial origin energy, it's still difficult for me to cast the teleportation profundity to the initial stage. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the initial stage. With this, he could travel 10,000 meters with just a teleportation profundity. However, it would take a lot of celestial origin energy to travel 10,000 meters with the teleportation profundity at the initial stage. This amount of celestial origin energy was nothing to a celestial lord. However, it was a huge burden to a celestial king. For example, Duan Lingtian was only a 3-talent celestial king. Even so, he had to consume 1/3 of his celestial origin energy to teleport 10,000 meters away. On the other hand, if he only used teleportation to travel a distance of 100 meters, 1,000 meters, or even 10,000 meters, he wouldn't need to use so much celestial origin energy. After traveling 10,000 meters, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived above the volcanoes. At this moment, they could clearly see the figures in the distance. There were 3 people in total, and they were fighting a flaming rock giant. The rock giant's body emitted a scorching aura. Moreover, it was red in color, as though it had just been taken out of a furnace. These 3 people. Duan Lingtian looked at the 3 people. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other 2 were young men. He had seen them when he first entered the Grade 2 secret realm. However, at this moment, they were once again at a disadvantage in the face of the flame giant's attack. Swoosh! The flaming rock giant's fist that was the size of a small mountain swept through the air, carrying with it a vast amount of celestial origin energy that was boosted with the fire elemental profundity. Its fist contained most of the profundities from the law of fire, and it even contained profundities from the law of fire to the initial stage. The explosion profundity and the burning profundity, they're both at the initial stage. Before Duan Lingtian comprehended the law of space, he had comprehended the law of fire. With just a glance, he could tell how powerful the law of the flaming rock giant was. The flame giant was much stronger than any of the 9 people who had died at his hands. Although some of the 9 people had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire to the initial stage, they were only profundities that did not have much of a presence. The profundities that did not have much of a presence were not as powerful as the profundities that did not have much of a presence. For example, the law of fire's explosion profound meaning and the law of fire's burning profound meaning were the main offensive profound meanings of the law of fire. Those who had comprehended these 2 profound meanings to the initial realm would be considered top-notch existences. Bang! The flaming rock giant's fist was about to land on the weakest person. However, at this critical moment, the weakest person took out his identity jade token and crushed it before disappearing into thin air. The flaming rock giant's fist missed its target and smashed into a nearby volcano, causing it to tremble violently. The entire group of volcanoes shook like an earthquake. Retreat! The expressions of the 2 survivors changed drastically as they hastily retreated. The flaming rock giant only calmed down after they were out of the range of the towering flames. The flaming rock giant was slowly submerged in the towering flames. It was as though it was never there. At this moment, the 2 survivors who had retreated looked at the bottom of the towering flames with an unwilling expression on their faces. The treasure is down there? Duan Lingtian brought Huan closer when he sensed the duo's attention. With just a glance, he saw a towering plant under the towering flames. It was still as green as ever even as the flames burned it. 5 fiery red fruits could be seen on the plant. They were celestial fruits. Upon closer inspection, one could also see that there were blue veins on the ground. On the surface of each of the 5 fiery red fruits, there were 3 fine blue lines that were faintly discernible under the contrast of the flames. These are flaming green striped fruits? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Moreover, there are 5 of them. With my current cultivation base, I'll be able to break through and become a 4-phenomenon celestial king in a short time if I consume 2 of them. The flaming green striped fruit was a celestial fruit that could raise the cultivation base of a celestial king. If a 1 basic celestial king consumed 2 flaming green striped fruits, he would be able to break through and become a 2-form celestial king in a short time. The higher the cultivation base of a celestial king, the less effective the flaming green striped fruit would be. For example, a 9 palaces celestial king would not be able to break through and become a 10 directions celestial king in a short time even if he consumed 10 flaming green striped fruits. Even if the flaming green striped fruit could be consumed multiple times, its efficacy would not decrease. Flaming green striped fruits. Huan recognized the flaming green striped fruits as soon as Duan Lingtian recognized them. As a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, she had inherited the memories of a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox as well. There are 5 flaming green striped fruits. Duan Lingtian was excited. Although he had obtained many similar cultivation resources in the profound Nether Mansion, None of them could compare to the flaming green striped fruits. The flaming green striped fruits were extremely rare. Even the 10 major clans and 5 major sects might not have them, let alone the profound nether mansion. At this moment, the 2 celestial kings finally noticed Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's presence. Their eyes lit up immediately as they flew toward Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. Gentlemen, why don't we work together to obtain the flaming green striped fruits? Not interested. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 celestial kings indifferently. Now, you can either leave this place or crush your identity jade tokens and leave. You have 5 breaths to think about it. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Chapter 3205. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of the 2 men changed drastically. Sir, even if you don't want to join forces with us, you don't have to do this, right? Don't you think you've gone overboard? The middle-aged man's face sank as he asked coldly. The young man next to him had an unsightly expression on his face as well. However, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. After all, he knew that the man and woman in front of him were ranked 13th and 15th on the scoreboard respectively. On their side, although the person beside him was ranked 12th on the scoreboard, he was only ranked 19th on the scoreboard. You don't have the ability to obtain the flaming green striped fruits. Are you planning to stay here and take advantage of me? Duan Lingtian sneered. Sir, you're saying the 2 of you can obtain the flaming green striped fruits? The young man inhaled sharply when he heard this. He had personally experienced how terrifying the formation spirit was earlier. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they still could not defeat the spirit. However, the purple-clad young man before him seemed confident he could obtain the flaming green striped fruits. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a hint of fear could be seen in the middle-aged man's eyes. However, he did not show any intention of leaving. In fact, a hint of greed could be seen in the depths of his eyes. You still have 3 breaths left. Duan Lingtian reminded the middle-aged man in a deep voice. Sir, it's best to leave some leeway for mortals. The middle-aged man's expression was slightly unsightly. Brother Lingtian, you're not leaving? If that's the case, don't leave. Huan Er, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, teleported behind the middle-aged man when she saw he had no intention of leaving. In the next moment, the law of space's restraining profundity appeared and imprisoned the middle-aged man. Rip, rip, rip. 3 spatial tears appeared in the air as the 3 cross-dimensional / profundity were sent into the space where the middle-aged man was imprisoned. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. When the middle-aged man regained his senses, the 3 cross-dimensional / profundity were only 10 meters away from him. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and his celestial origin energy swept out from his body. The celestial artifact in his hand shook, and he made a move to block the 3-dimensional decapitators. After blocking the 3-dimensional slashes, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, a cry of alarm came from beside him. Be careful! The person who cried out in alarm was none other than the young man standing next to the middle-aged man. He had seen Huan Er unleash various techniques before she took out a celestial artifact and threw it at the middle-aged man. The Yin-Yang 9 water chestnut ring flashed through the air, leaving behind a beam of 2-colored light. When it neared the sealed space, it disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in the confinement space. No! This time, the middle-aged man only had time to block the second attack. Moreover, it was an attack from an immortal weapon. The result was obvious. The middle-aged man's hand was crushed by the Yin-Yang 9 water chestnut ring, and then he died under the Yin-Yang 9 water chestnut ring. After killing the middle-aged man, Huan Er casually put away the middle-aged man's spatial ring. Then, she teleported to Duan Lingtian's side and handed the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, she held Duan Lingtian's hand, looking meek and obedient. The young man's eyes widened when he saw the young woman standing before him. At the same time, he felt a chill running up his spine. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that such a meek and beautiful woman could be so decisive. You have 1 breath left, Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the young man indifferently. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's words entered the young man's ears, it jolted him back to his senses. He hastily turned around and fled. The young man did not even dare to look back as he fled. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared from Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's sight. After the young man left, Duan Ling Tian said to Huan Er with a smile on his face, "Huan Er, you stay here and watch over the formation. I'll go and retrieve the flaming green striped fruits." In truth, even if the two formation elders had stayed behind, Duan Ling Tian would not have allowed them to snatch the flaming green striped fruits from him. He had chased them away because he did not want them to know too much about him. For example, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat the formation spirit without the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Huan Er was strong enough to defeat the formation spirit, but if he was alone, it would be difficult for him to deal with the 2 formation spirits without the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. If he used the 7 Orifices exquisite sword and the 2 formation spirits left, news of him possessing the 7 Orifices exquisite sword would spread like wildfire. Naturally, they would not be able to tell that the 7 Orifices exquisite sword was a divine weapon. However, they would still think that it was an emperor-grade celestial weapon. It would not be a good thing for him to have an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Huan Er nodded. She obediently let go of Duan Lingtian's hand and watched as Duan Lingtian stepped into the flames. It's really hot. No wonder the formation spirit who has comprehended the law of fire is so fast. He can even use the fire elemental profundity in this place. There was a profundity from the law of fire called the fire elemental profundity. The fire elemental profundity was very difficult to comprehend at the rudimentary stage. Could not be used unless one was in an environment with flames. Only when one had comprehended the fire elemental profundity to the mastery stage would one be able to use it anywhere. In this place, anyone who had comprehended the fire elemental profundity would be able to use the fire elemental profundity at will. Awoo! As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the flames, a loud howl rang in the air, causing Duan Ling Tian's eardrums to tremble. In the next moment, the flaming giant appeared again and pounced toward Duan Ling Tian. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and the 7 Orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand. Then, he teleported behind the flaming giant and cast his strongest attack. Swoosh! The sound of sword whistling rang in the air, but it was short-lived. A 7-colored sword ray shot into the flaming giant's body and instantly destroyed it. Following that, Duan Ling Tian put away the 7 Orifices exquisite sword and took the 5 flaming green striped fruits. Huan Er, let's go to the next place. After putting away the 5 flaming green striped fruits, Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Huan Er and continued to search for the next place with fortuitous encounters. He did not plan to consume the 5 flaming green striped fruits for now. In the secret realms, one could stay in the first-class secret realms for a month, while the second-class secret realms could only stay in the first-class secret realms for 20 days. As for the third-class secret realms, one could only stay in the third-class secret realms for 10 days. Moreover, the third-class secret realms were more difficult than the second-class secret realms, and the second-class secret realms were more difficult than the first-class secret realms. For the next 20 days, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er wandered around the second-class secret realms. After collecting the 5 flaming green striped fruits, they gained quite a lot. Their biggest gain was a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, a white female celestial robe. Huan Er fell in love with it as soon as she laid eyes on it. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, happy to see Huan Er fall in love with it. Apart from the flaming green striped fruits, they had also collected some celestial fruits and celestial pills that could increase one's cultivation base. Apart from that, they had also obtained a few good celestial talismans. However, they could not be used recklessly in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There was a rule in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that those who had used celestial talismans against their opponents would lose their identity jade tokens. This rule applied to both the upper realm and the ranked secret realms. In other words, those who had used celestial talismans against their opponents could only leave the upper realm through the safe zone. In the ranked secret realms, they could only leave after the secret realms closed. Swoosh! Swoosh! When the time was up, Duan Lingtian and Huan were sent out of the upper realm and returned to the safe zone. Huan, let's return and cultivate for a while before we enter the upper realm. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huan before they left the upper realm and returned to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion. With Huan and Huan's current strength, they might be able to enter the top 10 if they joined forces. However, there were still many people who could pose a threat to them. Moreover, with Zhang Jini around, they did not dare to recklessly enter the top 10. With this in mind, Duan Lingtian decided to return to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and cultivate for a period of time before he comprehended the law of space with the supreme powerhouse divinity. I'll listen to you, brother Lingtian. Huan would never refute Duan Lingtian's words. In her opinion, Duan Lingtian was always right. With this, Duan Lingtian brought Huan back to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion and continued to cultivate and comprehend the law of space. Naturally, the others were unaware of this. For example, Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. After Zhang Jini agreed to enter the upper realm using an alias, Zhang Dongnan had spent a lot of effort to locate a powerful Seckless 10 Directions Celestial King. This Seckless cultivator would occasionally enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When he was ranked at the top, he was ranked 13th. Although he's not ranked in the top 10, he hasn't entered the upper realm for more than 10 years. No one would suspect anything even if the messenger uses his name to rank in the top 10. With this thought in mind, Zhang Dongnan personally killed the Seckless cultivator. The Seckless cultivator did not know how he had offended a celestial lord. Messenger. After killing the Seckless cultivator, Zhang Dongnan returned to the Phantom Fox clan and looked for Zhang Jini. Messenger. I found you an identity as a Seckless cultivator. When you enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, inscribe Dong Yu's name on your identity jade token. Since I've already killed him, it's impossible for him to appear in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, he hasn't entered the upper realm for more than 10 years. His highest ranking in the past was 13th place. Chapter 3206. Dong Yu. Dong Yu was a Seckless cultivator in the Southern Heaven Territory who was a 10 Directions Celestial King who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. Previously, his best result in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was 13th place. However, it had been more than 10 years since his name appeared on the scoreboard in the upper realm. Naturally, even if his name had not appeared on the scoreboard for more than 10 years, nobody would think he was not even ranked in the top 100 in the past 10 years. I thought Dong Yu had become a celestial lord more than 10 years ago. That's why he didn't enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I didn't expect him to remain a celestial lord for more than 10 years. Someone in a safe zone in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm side. Do you think it's that easy to become a celestial lord? If it's that easy, there wouldn't be so few celestial lords in the Southern Heaven territory. In my opinion, Dong Yu has been in closed-door cultivation for more than 10 years. Dong Yu is really strong this time. It has only been 3 months, but he's already ranked 19th. It seems like Dong Yu's strength has improved over the past 10 years. As long as he's lucky, he'll be able to rank in the top 10. At this moment, the Seckless cultivator, Dong Yu, was the topic of discussion in the safe zones of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, not only did Dong Yu, who had disappeared for more than 10 years, appear again, but he had also risen to the 19th place in such a short time. I remember Dong Yu didn't kill indiscriminately in the past. However, he killed almost all the people he eliminated this time. I don't know. Perhaps something happened to him in the past 10 years. He's almost on par with Zhang Jini from last year. Speaking of Zhang Jini, why didn't he enter the upper realm this year? Perhaps he wants to enter at the end of the year. His speed on the scoreboard is much faster than Dong Yu's. At this moment, the people in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm did not expect the real Dong Yu to be dead. After all, the real Dong Yu was Zhang Jini. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, one could leave one's name on the identity jade token as long as it did not overlap with someone else's name. This time, when Zhang Jini entered, he left the name Dong Yu. It's been 4 months. And they still haven't come in? Zhang Jini hovered in the air above a blood-red forest. He glanced at the scoreboard through his identity jade token, only to discover that Duan Lingtian and Huaner's names were not on the scoreboard. Could it be that they also came in under fake names? Zhang Jini could not help but think so. With this thought in mind, Zhang Jini sent a message to Zhang Dong Nan, the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan. Zhang Dong Nan immediately instructed Zhang Yun Ting's son to check the scoreboard. Zhang Yun Ting's son quickly replied to Zhang Dong Nan, "Clan leader, the remaining people on the scoreboard are all frequent visitors to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Their rankings are the same as before. Duan Lingtian and Huan haven't entered the upper realm yet." After receiving the reply, Zhang Dong Nan immediately sent another message to Zhang Jin. "Lord Envoy, Duan Lingtian and Huan haven't entered the upper realm yet. Please wait a little longer." However, because of Zhang Dongnan's words, Zhang Jini had to wait for 100 years. "This is the last time I'll enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If Duan Lingtian and Huan still haven't entered the upper realm, I'll have to return as well." Zhang Jini entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm again. This was the 100th time Dong Yu had entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm using the name Dong Yu. Throughout the past 100 years, he had barely made it into the top 10 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to avoid attracting too much attention. However, as soon as he entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would crush his identity jade token and leave. He was not interested in staying in the upper realm for long. Initially, he had planned to return to the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory after waiting for a few years, but Duan Lingtian and Huan still had not entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, a message from the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan stopped him. "Genie, I know you don't want to stay in the Southern Heaven Territory, but the matter of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is very important. You'll have to wait for 100 years. If she still hasn't shown up after 100 years, you'll have to return." Due to the Grand Elder's words, Zhang Jin had no choice but to stay in the upper realm of the Phantom Fox clan. In just a blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. "Finally, I can return." Zhang Jin felt refreshed after entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, he would be able to leave the Southern Heaven Territory and return to the Heavenly Territory after the scoreboard was reset. "Since this is the last time, I won't hold back anymore. I'll make sure Dong Yu ranks first this year." Throughout the past 99 years, he had never given it his all. However, this time, he decided to give it his all to bring the name he had used for 100 years to the top of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the profound Nether Mansion, in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, Senior, an old man who was fishing in the backyard, was awakened by the voice behind him. He put down his fishing rod and turned around to see a purple-clad young man standing nearby. Beside the purple-clothed young man stood a woman in white. They looked like a golden couple standing next to each other. "Both of you have been in closed-door cultivation for 100 years. How is it? How's your cultivation base now?" the old man asked with a smile. He did not expect Duan Lingtian and Huan to be in closed-door cultivation for 100 years. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian still asked the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion to look for cultivation resources for the duo while they were in closed-door cultivation. Over the past 100 years, at least half of the profound Nether Mansion's wealth had been spent on the duo. Huan has become a 10 Directions Celestial King. She's only one step away from becoming a Celestial Lord. Duan Lingtian smiled. In just a blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Initially, he did not plan to cultivate in seclusion for so long. However, after consuming the 5 flaming green striped fruits, Huan gave him 10 drops of blood essence as well. With that, his cultivation base rose from a 3-talent Celestial King to a 7-star Celestial King in just a short time. Huan had also become extremely weak due to the overdraft of her blood essence. She would need to recuperate for 10 years to recover from a single drop of blood essence. On the other hand, she would need 100 years to recover from 10 drops. Fortunately, even though she had used 10 drops of blood essence, It didn't affect her cultivation or her comprehension of the law of space through the supreme quintessence Godhead. Since Huan wanted to recuperate, he planned to explore the upper realm alone. However, when he saw the longing in Huan eyes and the fact that he had promised her that he would never leave her side again, he decided against it. Therefore, he accompanied Huan and cultivated in closed-door cultivation for 100 years. "What about you?" the old man asked. I'm still far from becoming a 10 directions celestial king." Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. After 100 years, even with the endless cultivation resources provided by the profound nether mansion, he had only managed to break through from a 7-star celestial king to a 9 palaces celestial king. "What do you plan to do next?" the old man asked again. "I plan to enter the upper realm again. After that, I'll leave the spirit overarching heaven and travel to the Yen Huang heaven." Duan Lingtian revealed his plan. "When Huan and I are strong enough to avenge the imperial tutor, we'll return." "You're going to the Yen Huang heaven? Why?" The old man frowned in confusion. "It's dangerous for Huan to stay here. After all, the main Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory is aware of Huan existence. Even if they don't know for sure that Huan is 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, she's still in great danger. If we leave the spirit overarching heaven and go to the Yen Huang heaven, we'll be able to avoid the main Phantom Fox clan." Duan Lingtian said. "There's a Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven as well." The old man said, "However, compared to the main Phantom Fox clan in the spirit overarching heaven, the main Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven is slightly weaker. After all, the main Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven is also a branch of the spirit overarching heaven." The old man said, "The main Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven is the Du clan. They won't harm Huan Duan Lingtian said with a smile. In fact, 100 years ago, Duan Lingtian had learned from the memory celestial talismans in the profound nether mansion that the main Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven was the Du clan. Therefore, at that time, he felt that this was a miraculous coincidence. The Jade Emperor heaven was supposed to be a Devata realm for him. However, due to a freak combination of factors, he ended up in the spirit overarching heaven and met Huan Huan was from the Du clan in the Phantom Fox clan. "I see." Realization dawned on the old man. Then he said, "Since both of you have made up your minds, I won't disturb you any further. I only hope that both of you can visit me whenever you're free. Even if I'm not strong enough to avenge the imperial tutor," the old man said. The old man was usually alone. Even if someone came to visit him, it would be the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian and Huan had been in the imperial tutor pavilion for more than 100 years. Therefore, the old man had developed feelings for both of them. He liked these two juniors very much. In fact, he had a feeling they would surpass him in the future. If everything went well, they might even become titled celestial lords or ordinary divine emperors. "Senior, we're not leaving yet. Let's talk about it after we leave the upper realm." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a smile. Without waiting for the old man's reply, Duan Lingtian took out the transportation formation compass and placed the celestial crystals on it. Then he brought Huan into the upper realm. This was his second time entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, this would be his last time as well. After they left the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they would leave the spirit overarching heaven and head to the Jade Emperor heaven. Chapter 3207. Duan Lingtian felt as though a lifetime had passed since he entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When Duan Lingtian and Huan appeared in one of the safe zones in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they attracted a lot of attention. "What a beautiful woman! I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. Her face is flawless. I'm afraid this woman isn't inferior to the short-lived woman from 100 years ago, Huan Many people's attention was focused on Huan at this moment. "She's Huan At this moment, a voice rang out, covering the noise of the crowd. 100 years ago, I was eliminated by her. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. He stood in the distance and looked at Huan warily. The Xiaohong Kuan. Immediately, many people's attention fell on the middle-aged man. Some people recognized him at a glance. Xiao Hongkuan was considered a celebrity in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He was ranked in the top 30 most of the time. Most of the people present on the scene knew someone like him. So she's Huan. She hasn't appeared in the upper realm for 100 years, right? I remember that 100 years ago. She wasn't even 100 years old. After 100 years, how strong would her strength have become? If she didn't enter the upper realm, I would think she's already a celestial lord. However, now that she's here, she must be a 10 Directions celestial king at least. When she was a 6 combos celestial king, she was ranked 15th. Now that she's a 10 Directions celestial king, her comprehension of the law of space must have improved tremendously. Her current strength might be able to be mentioned in the same breath as Yen Ruyu. That's possible. Due to Huan Er's stunning performance in the upper realm 100 years ago, most of the people present on the scene were certain she had grown stronger, since she had not appeared in public for 100 years. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er collected their accumulative point jades and left the safe zone. Similar to the last time they entered the upper realm, they did not activate the invisibility formation in their accumulative point jades. However, even so, the group of people in the safe zone only dared to watch them leave from afar. They did not chase after them and attack them. Outside the safe zone, there were many people waiting to ambush them. However, they all had spies inside the safe zone. When they found out that the person who had come out was the same Huan Er from 100 years ago, they didn't dare to act rashly. Just like that, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er made their way out of the safe zone. For a long time, they didn't see a single person. It was as if everyone had vanished without a trace. Huan Er, our goal this time is to rank 31st to 100th on the scoreboard. After all, in the secret realms in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, only grade 3 secret realms are capable of pressuring you, Huan Er said. Duan Lingtian said. Because of this, Duan Lingtian didn't summon anyone even if they didn't encounter anyone along the way and didn't obtain any points. After all, he had decided to bring Huan Er to the upper realm to look for an opportunity to break through and become a celestial lord before they left for the Jade Emperor Heaven. While Duan Lingtian and Huan Er were leisurely strolling in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Zhang Dongyi, who had changed his name to Dongyu, was on a killing spree. Dongyu's ranking was rising rapidly. In just a month, he had risen to 39th place. Just as Dongyu was about to search for his next target, he took out his identity jade token and saw a familiar name on it. He had been waiting for this name for 1,000 years. Huan Er. She was ranked 96th. She's here. Zhang Jinyi's eyes widened slightly as an expression of surprise appeared on his face. I entered the upper realm during the last time I entered the upper realm? It seems like even the heavens are on my side. He had been waiting for this woman for the past 100 years. Now she had finally shown up. There's no need to rush my ranking. I'll wait for her to catch up to me before I catch up to her. Zhang Jinyi thought to himself. At this moment, Zhang Jinyi was no longer in a hurry. In fact, he had even forgotten about his intention to compete for the top spot. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Huan Er had risen to the 82nd place while Duan Lingtian had risen to the 85th place. Let's continue waiting. Zhang Jinyi was hiding in a secluded area in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It was precisely because of this that his ranking on the scoreboard had dropped from 39th to 46th in just half a month. Nevertheless, he was not in a hurry. He had already waited for 100 years. Why would he care about waiting for less than a year? Time continued to pass. Months passed by one after another. Soon, there was only a month left before the scoreboard would reset. At this moment, Zhang Jinyi discovered that both Huan Er and Duan Lingtian were still in the top 50. Their rankings were roughly the same 6 months ago, and they were still in the top 50. Huan Er, 35th place. Duan Lingtian, 37th place. Don't tell me they're also fake names? Zhang Jinyi thought to himself with a frown on his face. Those who were capable of ranking in the top 15,100 years ago could not even make it to the top 30 after 100 years had passed. So what if they're fake names? I'm not interested in ranking in the upper realm anyway. It's fine for me to follow them into the Grade 3 secret realm. If they're not Duan Lingtian and Huan they'll have to pay for their foolishness. Zhang Jinyi's eyes flashed coldly as killing intent surged out of his eyes. Swoosh! Following that, Zhang Jinyi left the place where he had stayed for almost a year to collect more points. After all, he had been pushed out of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard. With Zhang Jinyi's strength, he could easily enter the top 100 even if he only had a month left. In the Wind Thunder Dao sect, in the enforcement hall, the woman named Huan has appeared? Jun Chongshan, one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall, said with a frown on his face when he received the news. It's been almost a year since she entered the upper realm, but she's only ranked in the 40th percentile? Moreover, the man named Duan Lingtian is only ranked in the 40th percentile as well. It's been 100 years. Could it be that not only has their strength not improved, but it also hasn't decreased? Jun Chongshan was certain of his conclusion. He was certain that Duan Lingtian and Huan were imposters. Huan was already so strong when she was not even 100 years old. Now that 100 years have passed, I'm sure she's even stronger than before. If she enters the upper realm again, I'm afraid even the Dao scholar Profound Sex Yen Ruyu won't be a match for her. Moreover, it's highly likely that she's already a celestial lord. Wang Chun, Qiu He, I'm useless. I can't avenge you anymore. Although Jun Chongshan still had a deep-rooted hatred in his heart, he also knew that it would be difficult for him to avenge his great-grandson and great-granddaughter. Lord Vice Hall Master, an inner disciple is here to see you. At this moment, a voice came from outside, causing Jun Chongshan to come back to his senses. At the same time, he asked the person to call the inner court disciple in. Lord Vice Hall Master. Soon after, the core disciple entered the room. Is there a reason you're looking for me? Jun Chongshan asked faintly. Now, he no longer had the sad look on his face and looked like a normal person. Lord Vice Palace Master, I was eliminated by a woman called Huan 100 years ago. This time, I was eliminated by a man called Duan Lingtian who's standing next to her. The core disciple replied, They've entered the upper realm again. I'm here to inform you about this, Vice Hall Master. What? Jun Chongshan's eyes lit up when he heard the core disciple's words. He did not expect the Duan Lingtian and Huan to be imposters. Are you sure they're Duan Lingtian and Huan? I'm sure. The core disciple nodded confidently. I was eliminated by them 100 years ago. I know very well what they look like. That may be the case. But this time, their rankings are far inferior to the rankings from last time. Jun Chongshan said in a deep voice. I don't know. Perhaps they want to enter the Grade 3 secret realm to have some fun? After all, many powerful 10-direction celestial kings have intentionally lowered their rankings to enter the Grade 3 secret realm, the core disciple said. Jun Chongshan's eyes shone brightly. Jun Chongshan's eyes lit up when he heard the core disciple's words. Soon after, a bold decision that he had been contemplating for a long time appeared in his mind. Don't let me find out that you're lying to me, otherwise I won't let you off so easily. Jun Chongshan looked at the core disciple again to confirm the latter's words. When he saw the core disciple looking back at him fearlessly, he let the core disciple leave. Even the heavens are on my side. Wang Chun, Qiu He, I'll avenge you this time. Jun Chongshan muttered to himself with a hint of determination in his eyes. In the next moment, Jun Chongshan took out a pill that shone with a black light and consumed it. Following that, his celestial origin energy began to dissipate. In just 2 hours, a 1 basic celestial lord's cultivation base reverted to that of a 10 directions celestial king. As expected, it's useful. Now that I'm a 10 directions celestial king who has comprehended 9 profundities from the law of fire and 4 profundities to the initial stage, even Yen Ruyu won't be a match for me. If Huan is stronger than me, I'll admit defeat. Otherwise, the upper realm will be her grave. Jun Chongshan's eyes flashed coldly as he took out a formation compass and teleported to the upper realm. Chapter 3208. The reversal poison pill was a harmful celestial pill. If a celestial lord did not use his celestial origin energy to suppress the effects of the pill in time, his cultivation base would regress. Jun Chongshan's cultivation base had regressed from a celestial lord to a 10 directions celestial king after consuming the reversal poison pill. Nevertheless, Jun Chongshan managed to control his celestial origin energy well. Although his cultivation base had regressed to a 10 directions celestial king, the quality of his celestial origin energy was still high. He was not far from becoming a celestial lord again. Naturally, if he wanted to become a celestial lord again, he would have to neutralize the residual toxins from the reversal poison pill first. It would take him at least 30 to 50 years to do so. However, to avenge his great-grandchildren, he was willing to consume the reversal poison pill and enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Vice Hall Master Jun. When Jun Chongshan appeared in a safe zone in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a core disciple from the Wind Thunder Dao sect recognized Jun Chongshan immediately. The core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect was stunned. Wasn't the Vice Hall Master of the Wind and Thunder Dao sect a celestial lord? How did he enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? It was an ironclad rule that only celestial lords were allowed to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If one broke through and became a celestial lord in the upper realm, one would be forcefully transported out of the upper realm as soon as one broke through. Could it be that Vice Palace Master Jun consumed the reversal poison pill in order to avenge his great-grandchildren? The core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect was familiar with the reversal poison pill since it was one of the celestial pills refined by the chief celestial alchemist of the sect. Naturally, the reversal poison pill was a harmful celestial pill. It seems like Vice Hall Master Jun has learned about Huan Er's appearance in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The core disciple from the Wind Thunder Dao sect watched as Jun Chongshan left the safe zone after retrieving his identity jade token. When he saw a few people following Jun Chongshan, a disdainful expression could be seen on his face. You're seeking death. Jun Chongshan was the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. He was a one basic celestial lord. Even though his cultivation base had dropped to the level of a 10 directions celestial king, his comprehension of the laws was still intact. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Huan Er was the only person who could compare to Jun Chongshan. Even the true disciple of the Dao scholar Profound sect, Yen Ruyu, who had held the first place for 100 years, would not be able to surpass Jun Chongshan in terms of comprehension of the laws. 1 month later, somewhere in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Zhang Jin-yi killed a middle-aged man with a wave of his hand and plundered his points. Looks like they've either returned to the safe zone, or they didn't eliminate anyone else like me. Zhang Jin-yi glanced at the scoreboard through his identity jade token and discovered Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's rankings had dropped to the 40s. His eyes flashed as he speculated inwardly. Over the past month, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's points remained the same, but their rankings had dropped significantly. The next day would be the day the upper realm scoreboard would be reset. Therefore, within a day of birth, even if their points dropped again, it would be difficult for their rankings to fall out of the top 50. Let's wait and see. Now that Zhang Jini's points were back in the top 40, he could enter the Grade 3 secret realm with Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er. Naturally, Zhang Jini was not certain if Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er were the real Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er since they did not look like themselves at all. It's about time. Meanwhile, in another place in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Jun Chongshan, who had been in the upper realm for a month, looked at his ranking through his accumulative point jade and saw he was ranked 59th. Instead of using his real name, Jun Chongshan had used the name Jun Chochin. His surname was still his surname. However, he had taken a word from his great-granddaughter, Jun Cho-hee, and a word from his great-grandson, Jun Wang-chun. The scoreboard will be reset tomorrow, and the ranking secret realm will open as well. Jun Chongshan's eyes were cold. The Grade 3 secret realm will be their burial ground. In the Imperial Tudor Pavilion of the Profound Nether Mansion. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian held Huan Er's hand as they stepped into the transportation formation on the formation compass and made their way to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A month ago, they had left the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and returned to the upper realm. During this time, they had spent a lot of time chatting with the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. The scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would be reset in an hour. At that time, the ranking secret realm would open. It was time for Duan Lingtian and Huan to enter the upper realm. After entering the upper realm again, they appeared in the safe zone. This time, they did not attract too much attention. After all, most people's attention was on their identity jade tokens. Most of them were looking at the scoreboard through their identity jade tokens. In just a blink of an eye, an hour had passed. At this time, the final ranking was finally decided. Duan Lingtian and Huan were pushed down to the 60th place. However, this did not affect their chances of entering the Grade 3 Secret Realm. A total of 70 people will enter the Grade 3 Secret Realm. Moreover, they can only stay in there for 10 days. Although Duan Lingtian had not entered the Grade 3 Secret Realm before, he knew a thing or two about it. Moreover, the time spent in the third-class Secret Realm was not limited to just a short period of time. The various opportunities in the third-class Secret Realm required one to face the formation spirits as well as other tests. The difficulty of the third-class Secret Realm was not comparable to the difficulty of the third-class Secret Realm, let alone the difficulty of the third-class Secret Realm. Compared to the Grade 3 Secret Realm, the Grade 1 Secret Realm was like a free gift. I wonder if all 70 people will be placed in the same place? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It did not take long before Duan Lingtian felt a warmth coming from the identity jade token in his hand. He instinctively tightened his grip on Huan hand. In the next moment, his vision darkened. When he regained his vision, he found himself in a cage. This cage was different from an ordinary prison. Looking outside, there were many huge bodies chained up and locked up outside the cage. Among the bear-type celestial beasts, there were smaller celestial beasts as well. There were also some ferocious-looking celestial beasts that Duan Lingtian could not name. Brother Lingtian. These are all illusions. Huan voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, startling Duan Lingtian. In terms of illusory techniques, Huan was a Thousand Phantoms ice fox that only appeared once in a million years in the Phantom Fox clan. She could be said to be the ancestor of illusory techniques. Huan was not afraid of illusory formations, illusory techniques, and illusory techniques. This was more like Huan innate talent. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he discovered there were 8 other people who were placed in the same place as them. I thought there would be 70 people in one place. I didn't expect there to be 10 people in a group. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced at the other 8 people. He only saw 2 familiar faces, but the rest were unfamiliar faces. When the 2 familiar faces noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, they also saw Duan Lingtian and Huan. A look of surprise appeared on their faces. It's Miss Huan and Duan Lingtian. Huan Duan Lingtian. The other 6 people also saw Duan Lingtian and Huan when they heard the 2 people's surprised voices. This was especially true for Huan. Her peerless beauty made everything around her pale in comparison. It's really Huan. I didn't expect it to be them. I thought they were fakes since their names appeared on the scoreboard. Why are they in the Grade 3 Secret Realm? It doesn't matter if they're in the Grade 3 Secret Realm or not. This is a good thing for us. When the other 6 people regained their senses, they were also pleasantly surprised. When the 70 people entered the Grade 3 Secret Realm, they would be divided into 7 groups. One group would be given a bye while the other 6 groups would have to fight each other to determine 3 groups to enter the Grade 3 Secret Realm. We're in Group 3. A voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He discovered a token with the word 3 carved on it had appeared out of thin air in the middle of the cell they were in. Group 5 is given a bye. At the same time, an emotionless voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Naturally, the voice did not only ring in Duan Lingtian's ears, but it also rang in the ears of everyone in the cage. All 70 people in the 7 cages heard the voice. Haha, it's our Group 5. Let's wait for the Grade 3 Secret Realm. I didn't expect I'd be so lucky. In the past 20 years, this is the first time I've been given a bye. The cage where the people in Group 5 were in was very lively. Most of them were excited, except for one person who stood in the corner with a slight frown on his face. "Brother, we're given a bye. Aren't you happy?" A middle-aged man who was in a good mood asked the young man standing in the corner with a smile on his face. "Get lost. Don't bother me," the young man said coldly. The middle-aged man's expression turned grave immediately. The other 8 people looked at the middle-aged man and the young man as though they were watching a good show. "Brother, I'm just asking out of goodwill. Do you have to be like this?" the middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. It was embarrassing to be humiliated in front of so many people. "Say another word and I'll kill you." The young man glanced at the middle-aged man coldly and said indifferently, "You'll kill me?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Brother, do you know I'm ranked 33rd on the scoreboard this time? You'll kill me?" "Humph." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the young man snorted coldly. In the next moment, the young man did not seem to make any movements. However, a faint ripple appeared in the void. In the next moment, the middle-aged man fell to the ground with a mocking smile on his face. Chapter 3209. Upon seeing the middle-aged man's death, the other 8 people's expressions changed drastically. When they looked at the young man again, it was as though they had just seen a ghost. They all knew the middle-aged man who was killed, and they knew that he was stronger than them. However, such a person was killed by the young man in front of them in just a blink of an eye. With his strength, it should be easy for him to enter the Grade 2 secret realm. Why is he in the Grade 3 secret realm? At that instant, the hearts of the 8 cultivators shuddered. At this moment, the 8 of them did not know that even so, they had still underestimated this young man. If the young man wanted to, he would have been ranked first in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for more than 90 years. Even Yen Ruyu from the Tao Scholar Profound sect was not a match for him. The young man was none other than Zhang Jinyi, who had changed his name to Dongyu. Initially, he thought he would be able to meet Huan as soon as he entered the Grade 3 secret realm. He did not expect to find himself in a prison, and Huan was not among the other 9 prisoners. With his strength, he could easily defeat the other group and enter the Grade 3 secret realm even if we don't get a bye. Now, the 8 of them could understand why this young man didn't feel the slightest bit happy when he found out that the 5th group had a bye. After all, he did not care about being given a bye. "I'm not in the same group as Huan." Jun Chongshan, who was also known as Jun Qiuchun, was in the 6th group. When he looked around, he discovered there were no women in the same cell as him. All of them were men. "Brother, I've never seen you before. How should I address you?" an old man asked with a smile as he looked at Jun Chongshan. Now, the 8 people in the prison looked like young men and middle-aged men. Only he and the person in front of him looked like an old man, which made him feel a sense of familiarity. "Jun Qiuchun." Jun Chongshan glanced at the old man indifferently. "Jun Qiuchun?" The old man was stunned for a moment before he smiled. "It's an honor to meet you." Naturally, the old man did not remember Jun Qiuchun's name. However, he still greeted Jun Qiuchun out of courtesy. "This is my first time entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm using this name." However, Jun Chongshan mercilessly exposed the old man's hypocrisy. Instantly, the smile on the old man's face froze. He scolded angrily, "You are so rude. I gave you face, but you don't give me face? Do I need you to give me face?" Jun Chongshan said disdainfully. He was the vice hall master of the enforcement hall of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. How could an ordinary 10 Directions Celestial King compare to him? However, the 10 Directions Celestial King had only comprehended one profundity of a law to the initial success stage at most. In his opinion, such a 10 Directions Celestial King could only be considered ordinary. Are all newcomers so hot-tempered these days? The old man's eyes turned cold and his voice turned cold. It was as if the temperature in the prison had dropped by a few degrees. "What? Are you trying to educate me?" Jun Chongshan sneered. "Not bad." As soon as the old man finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into a sea of flames that enveloped his entire body. In the next moment, the old man's figure flickered as he charged at Jun Chongshan like a ball of fire. You're still too inexperienced to play with fire in front of me. Jun Chongshan smiled coldly in the face of the old man, who seemed to have turned into flames. Then, he too turned into flames and faced the old man. Under the shocked gazes of the other 8 people, Jun Chongshan seemed to have transformed into a ball of fire that shot up into the sky. As soon as he collided with his opponent's fire, he extinguished the flames on his opponent's body. After the flames on his opponent's body were extinguished, his opponent was burned to a crisp. Only a spatial ring was left behind. Jun Chongshan casually put it away. Gasp! 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 All of a sudden, the 8 people in the crowd gasped and looked at Jun Chongshan in a completely different light. With his strength, it should be easy for him to enter the top 30 or even the top 20. The 8 of them thought at the same time. When they thought about this, an expression of joy appeared on their faces. With such a genius in Group 6, they would definitely be able to eliminate the other group. Time continued to pass by quietly. An hour later, a spatial door appeared in Group 5's prison that led to a world filled with beautiful flowers and chirping birds. How big is the Grade 3 secret realm? Zhang Jinyi asked indifferently as he stopped the 8 people from leaving the secret realm. My lord. After witnessing Zhang Jinyi's terrifying strength, the 8 people did not dare to be careless. The Grade 3 secret realm isn't that big. With the speed of an ordinary 10 directions celestial king, it'll only take 1 or 2 days to explore the entire secret realm. However, although the Grade 3 secret realms are not big, the trials and tribulations inside are extremely difficult. The more precious the item is, the more difficult it is to pass the trial. With your strength, I'm sure the trials won't be difficult for you. The 8 of them were all flattering Zhang Jinyi. An ordinary 10 directions celestial king would only need 1 or 2 days to explore the entire secret realm. Zhang Jinyi's eyes glinted. He was not worried that he would not be able to find the 2 people who had changed their names to Duan Lingtian and Huaner even if he did not encounter anyone else. However, after walking out of the Void Gate, Zhang Jinyi turned around and discovered that the Void Gate was still there. Furthermore, it was open. Beside it, there were 3 other tightly shut void doors. Milord, behind those 3 void gates is the place where the people who left from the 3 victorious prisons are. After the winners of the battles are decided, they'll come out from the spatial door. Seeing that Zhang Jinyi was looking at the other 3 tightly shut void doors, a middle-aged man explained, and our void door will close automatically after everyone comes out. In the future, if you want to leave this place, you'll have to crush your identity jade token or wait for 10 days in the secret realm to send you out. The middle-aged man explained patiently. You mean, apart from the 3 people who were eliminated, the winners of the 3 prisons will also come out from the spatial doors. Zhang Jinyi's eyes lit up when he heard the middle-aged man's confirmation. Yes, my lord. The middle-aged man nodded. Once the spatial doors open, they'll come out. Once all of them come out, the spatial doors will disappear as well. All right. Zhang Jinyi nodded. My lord, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. The middle-aged man said. Zhang Jinyi nodded again before the middle-aged man dared to leave. In that case, there's no need for me to look for them. I'll just wait here for them to come out. Zhang Jinyi watched as the void gate he had come out of disappeared along with the other 8 people. Then, his gaze fell on the other 3 void gates that were tightly shut. Meanwhile, Group 3 versus Group 6. In Group 3's prison, the emotionless and cold voice rang out again, resounding in the ears of everyone in the prison. Our opponent is Group 6. No matter which group it is, with Miss Huaner and Lord Duan Lingtian here, there's no need to fear them. The remaining 8 people were confident in Duan Lingtian and Huaner's abilities. Suddenly, an opening appeared on the side of the cage. A chain bridge that led to the void appeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. Miss Huaner, Lord Duan Lingtian, once we leave this place, we'll enter the battlefield. It'll be 10 against 10. If you encounter any danger, you can crush your identity jade token and leave. One of the 8 people said to Duan Lingtian and Huaner. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Meanwhile, in Group 6 prison, apart from the person who was killed by Jun Chongshan, The other 7 people were also filled with confidence. With Jun Chongshan's strength, they were not confident they could defeat him even if they joined forces. For this reason, with Jun Chongshan's help, their group would definitely be able to defeat Group 3 and obtain the pass to enter the Grade 3 secret realm. My lord, this way please. In front of Jun Chongshan, the 7 of them respectfully allowed Jun Chongshan to walk in front. Jun Chongshan took the lead and walked out of the prison. He stepped onto the chain bridge that led to the void and walked toward the battlefield where another group of people was fighting. I hope we'll encounter them. Even if we don't, we'll have to deal with our opponents as soon as possible and wait for them outside. When Jun Chongshan was still a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, he had entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm before. Therefore, he was very familiar with the secret realms, including the Grade 3 secret realm. The battlefield was a boundless starry sky. Looking from afar, one could see many stars twinkling in the distance. 2 chain bridges that led from 2 different depths of the starry sky led to the battlefield in the middle of the starry sky. With Jun Chongshan in the lead, Group 6 members stepped out of the cage. After the members of the 6th group came out, the members of the 3rd group also came out one after another. They were led by a handsome purple-clothed youth and a breathtakingly beautiful white-clothed woman. What a beautiful woman! Even Ouyang Yue from the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect can't compare to her. It seems like she's Huan Er. I thought she's an imposter. After all, with her strength, it shouldn't be difficult for her to enter the Grade 3 secret realm. I really don't understand why she's in the Grade 3 secret realm. The expressions of the members of Group 6 turned solemn when they realized the woman in front of them was Huan Er. Jun Chongshan, who was the leader of Group 6, looked at Huan Er with sparkling eyes. Chapter 32:10. Jun Chongshan's gaze was so obvious that Duan Lingtian could see the killing intent in Jun Chongshan's eyes. Who's he? Why is he so hostile toward Huan Er? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Jun Chongshan's words. As expected of a femme fatale, today, I'll punish you on behalf of the heavens. Upon hearing Jun Chongshan's words, the 2 groups of people who were still in a stalemate began to make their moves again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er were the only ones who remained calm. However, Jun Chongshan's target was Huan Er. Initially, Jun Chongshan's actions were ordinary. However, as he drew closer to Huan Er, his profundity from the law of fire was revealed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Jun Chongshan's body was engulfed in flames, and he turned into a man of fire as he charged toward Huan Er. The burning profundity, the explosion profundity, and the pillaging profundity to the initial stage, and the fire-style profundity to the initial stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally witnessed Jun Chongshan's strength. Who's this person? Even the person ranked first in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm isn't as strong as him, right? A 10 Directions Celestial King who had comprehended 4 of the profundities from the Law of Fire to the initial stage. With such strength, he would be invincible in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even the prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect from 100 years ago had only comprehended 3 profundities to the initial stage. However, that prodigy was later replaced by a true disciple from the Tao Scholar Profound sect. Rumor had it that the true disciple was not much stronger than the former. Huan Er, there's no rush to kill him. Let's see who he is and why he hates you so much. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huan Er. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Jun Chongshan, who was charging toward Huan Er, suddenly came to a halt in front of her. The energy that was surging out of his body seemed to have dissipated into thin air. The flames that filled the sky missed him, but he didn't seem to feel anything. Instead, his face was filled with excitement. Here, Chiner, great-grandfather has avenged you. Your souls in heaven can rest in peace. Hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian frowned. From the way the old man addressed the 2 people, he could not guess who they were. Big brother Lingtian is the great-grandfather of Jun Wangqin and Jun Choha of the Wind and Thunder Dao sect. While Duan Lingtian was puzzled, Huan Er's voice rang in his ears. At this moment, Jun Chongshan was trapped in an environment created by Huan Er. With Huan Er's current strength and the inheritance of the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, she could trap the old man for quite some time. Not only that, but she could also see the thoughts of the people she trapped in the illusion. This was somewhat similar to a mind-reading technique. Naturally, the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was the only one in the Phantom Fox clan who possessed such a technique. As it turns out, it's Jun Wangchun and Jun Qiuhe. Duan Lingtian nodded. He clearly remembered the two people. One of them was the first person he and Huan Er killed in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, and the other was the second person Huan Er killed in the Grade 2 Secret Realm. If the old man was their great-grandfather, it would not be strange for him to seek revenge from Huan Er. It seems like he's been targeting us since the beginning. Otherwise, with his strength, there's no need for him to enter the Grade 3 Secret Realm. Moreover, he must have consumed the reversal poison pill from the Wind and Thunder Dao sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Previously, after killing Jun Qiuhe, Duan Lingtian had talked to the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion about the Wind and Thunder Dao sect. Based on that, he learned that Jun Qiuhe and Jun Wangchen's great-grandfather was the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall of the Wind and Thunder Dao sect. Moreover, he was a one-basic Celestial Lord. It was impossible for a one-basic Celestial Lord to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, there was only one possibility. The old man must have consumed the reversal poison pill. The reversal poison pill from the Wind and Thunder Dao sect was a famous celestial pill in the Southern Heaven territory. Naturally, it was famous because of its toxicity and side effects. He's really bold. He's willing to consume the reversal poison pill just to avenge his great-grandchildren. Duan Lingtian had a high opinion of the old man. After all, it was rare for people to consume the reversal poison pill. Most people would use it to harm others. Since I've learned everything I need to know, it's time to send him on his way. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he glanced at the old man indifferently. Then, he disappeared from his spot and reappeared behind the old man. Bang! When Duan Lingtian's palm landed on the old man finally snapped out of his trance. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the space elemental profundity surged into the old man's body. Impossible! Jun Chongshan's eyes widened in shock when he saw Huan Er standing there unscathed. At the same time, his body was shattered by Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Jun Chongshan, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall of the Wind and Thunder Dao sect, had died in the Wind and Thunder Dao sect. Meanwhile, in the Wind and Thunder Dao sect's high-ranking official soul orbs, a disciple who usually guarded a pile of soul orbs, discovered that Wang Chongshan's soul orb had shattered. He immediately reported this matter to one of the vice sect leaders of the Wind and Thunder Dao sect. A few days later, the Wind and Thunder Dao sect investigated Wang Chongshan's death and learned that he had consumed the reversal poison pill and entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, this was a story for another day. After Duan Lingtian killed Jun Chongshan with Huan Er's help in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he turned to look at the others. At this moment, the 8 people in his group were evenly matched with the 8 people in his group. When one of the 8 people saw Wang Chongshan had been killed and Duan Lingtian and Huan Er were unharmed, he was so frightened that he crushed his identity jade token and fled the scene. Naturally, the escape of one of the 8 people attracted the attention of the others. Therefore, the remaining 7 people also crushed their identity jade tokens and fled the scene. The 8 people in Duan Lingtian's group did not know what was going on at first. However, when they saw the 8 people in their group had fled, they began to realize what had happened. When they turned around, they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan Er standing there. However, their leader was nowhere to be seen. For a moment, they were certain of their suspicions. That Jun Chongshan didn't even have the chance to display his full strength before he died. However, it's not a surprise that he was killed by Huan Er's illusion. Although Huan Er's illusion was powerful, it had a time limit. With Huan Er's current cultivation base, she could only maintain it for a few breaths at most. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian had teleported behind Wang Chongshan and launched a sneak attack on him. Wang Chongshan had regained his senses. This was because the illusion's duration was up. With Huan Er's strength, it would take her at least a few days to set up the illusion again. The door is open. We can finally enter the Grade 3 secret realm. After Wang Chongshan's death, the 8 people in his group crushed their identity jade tokens and fled the scene. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's group finally emerged victorious. At this moment, a void gate appeared in the boundless starry sky and slowly opened. However, behind the void gate it was dark and gloomy. It was impossible to see what was going on inside. Meanwhile, on the other side of the void gate opened so quickly, Zhang Jini's eyes lit up when he saw one of the 3 void gates open. It seems that this group of people is quite strong. If Duan Lingtian and Huan Er aren't imposters and are only here to experience the Grade 3 secret realm, they're most likely part of this group. Zhang Jin speculated inwardly. A moment later, the void gate opened and figures passed through it, appearing in front of Zhang Jin in the blink of an eye. There were 8 of them in total. However, 2 of them had yet to appear. Just as the 8 people were about to leave, Zhang Jin stopped them. There are 2 people left in your group. Do you know who they are? Get lost. One of the hot-tempered people among the 8 people shouted at Zhang Jin. It was only natural for him to suffer a miserable fate. Zhang Jin's eyes flashed as he casually waved his hand. A ray of golden light shot out, creating ripples in the air. In just a blink of an eye, the person who shouted at Zhang Jin died. He did not even have time to take out his identity jade token and crush it. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the remaining 7 people changed drastically. My lord, the remaining 2 people are Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. A young man among the 7 people immediately betrayed Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to stay alive. He did not feel safe at all when he saw how ruthless Duan Lingtian was. Duan Lingtian and Huan Er, are they imposters? Zhang Jin asked in a deep voice. They can't be imposters. Another person shook his head and said, let's not talk about Duan Lingtian. Huan Er is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my thousands of years of life. She's so beautiful that it's suffocating. Although Ouyang Yue from the 100 Flower Celestial Sect was known as the most beautiful woman in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, she's nothing compared to Huan Er. At this time, the others also voiced out their agreement. As expected, it's them. After hearing their words, Zhang Jini's eyes lit up. Then, as the 7 people looked at him nervously, he attacked again. Buzz! A ray of golden light shot out and took the lives of the 7 people. Whether it was the person who had been killed by Zhang Jini or the 7 of them, all of them had a blank look in their eyes the moment they were killed. Zhang Jini had used his innate talent as a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan before he killed the 7 people. With just a thought, he could spread out his mental strength and affect a person's attention. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just as the 7 of them were casually killed by Zhang Jini, 2 more figures walked out of the open void door. Chapter 32:11. You're finally out. Although Zhang Jini had never seen Duan Lingtian and Huan Er before, based on Huan Er's peerless appearance and the aura she exuded, he was certain they were Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan Er came out, they discovered their teammates had been killed by the young man in front of them. Upon seeing the young man's appearance, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly as memories from 100 years ago surfaced in his mind. He's Zhang Jin, the envoy from the Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory of the 7 upper regions 100 years ago. Duan Lingtian had met Zhang Jin when they were hiding in the little world in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. For this reason, he recognized Zhang Jin immediately. It's been 100 years, but he still hasn't left the Southern Heaven territory. It seems like the Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory still hasn't given up on Huan Er. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Brother Lingtian, he's from the Phantom Fox clan. Moreover, I think I've seen him somewhere before. He looks familiar to me. I think he looks familiar. Duan Lingtian heard Huan Er's voice transmission. Huan Er, Do you remember when we were hiding in the Palace Master's little world in the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tudor Pavilion 100 years ago? Duan Lingtian reminded Huan Er. It's him. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan Er finally remembered. After all, if it had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian, she would not take it to heart. Huan Er, leave him to me. I'll kill him. Don't make a move. Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission. If he finds out you're 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox and reports back to the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory, we're not afraid of leaving the spirit overarching heaven. However, the Palace Master and the others will be implicated. That's why we can't let him spread the news of you back to the Heavenly Weave after discovering your identity. Duan Lingtian's voice was very serious. He and Huan Er could simply leave. However, the profound Nether Mansion was different. He was indebted to the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tudor Pavilion, so he did not want to leave a threat behind before he left. If the main Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory made a move, the profound Nether Mansion would be annihilated. At that time, even the clans that supported the profound Nether Mansion would not dare to interfere. Big Brother Lingtian, I understand. Upon hearing the seriousness in Duan Lingtian's words, Huan Er's expression turned slightly solemn. The turbulent celestial origin energy in her body gradually calmed down as well. Who are you? From what you're saying, you're waiting for us. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Jini calmly and asked. Not bad. Zhang Jini nodded. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, golden light erupted from his body as he charged toward Huan Er. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Zhang Jini who was charging toward him. Zhang Jini's eyes flashed coldly. You're no match for me. Zhang Jini stopped moving and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said coldly. You're not even as strong as her, right? Let her deal with you. If you want her to deal with you, you'll have to defeat me first. Duan Lingtian smirked. If Zhang Jini had said he was no match for him 100 years ago, he would have been speechless. However, now, he did not take Zhang Jini seriously at all. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhang Jini's eyes turned cold. At this moment, a wave of spiritual energy that was compressed by his soul energy spread out and swept toward Duan Lingtian. This was the innate ability of a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan. It allowed him to distract his opponent for a split second. When Zhang Jini's spiritual energy landed on Duan Lingtian, he was shocked to discover that Duan Lingtian was not affected at all. Instead, Duan Lingtian merely looked at him with a faint smile on his face. So, this is all you have? Your spiritual energy isn't bad. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. Duan Lingtian grinned. Earlier, Zhang Jini's spiritual energy had attacked Duan Lingtian's soul. However, it was easily blocked by the profound divine metal, one of the 5 divine elements in his body. Although the profound divine metal was only in its 3rd form, it could borrow Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy. As long as it was not a soul attack that was much stronger than his soul, the profound divine metal could easily block it. You have a soul defense king-grade celestial weapon? Zhang Jini asked in a deep voice as his eyes widened slightly. A soul defense king-grade celestial weapon could easily block most soul attacks from celestial lords. Just take it as a yes. In any case, this move of yours is useless against me. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had learned that Zhang Jini was using an innate ability of a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan. It was an innate ability of a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan. However, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of this attack at all. If a celestial lord from the Phantom Fox clan had used this technique, he might have been wary of it. However, Zhang Jini was only a 10 Directions celestial king, so he was not worried about it at all. Since it's useless against you, I'll use my full strength to crush you, Zhang Jini said with a smile. Golden light shone from his body as the silhouette of a guardian king appeared around him. The guardian king grade profundity. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian discovered the profundity Zhang Jini had cast was the law of metal's guardian profundity. The guardian king grade profundity was mainly defensive, but it could also increase the user's strength. Following that, Zhang Jini raised his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. Black mist swirled around the sword, and blood-red inscriptions could be seen on the sword. Your royal-grade celestial sword is stronger than ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian could tell the sword in Zhang Jinyi's hand was extraordinary. Although it was not as good as the Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring that was a combination of the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, it was still superior to ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. I'll take your life in 3 strikes at most, Zhang Jini said coldly. Then, he turned into a ray of golden light and shot toward Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. However, before he could get close to Duan Ling Tian had already teleported away. At the same time, Huan had also teleported away to watch the battle from afar. Huan location was perfect. If Zhang Jini wanted to attack her, he would have to pass by Duan Ling Tian. At that time, he would definitely be blocked by Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, if Zhang Jini wanted to attack Huan he would have to defeat or even kill Duan Ling Tian first. I'd like to see how many times you can dodge. Zhang Jini transformed into a streak of golden light again and flew toward Duan Ling Tian like a shooting star in the night sky. This time, Zhang Jini seemed to have become one with the sword in his hand. A long and narrow sword ray that emitted a sharp aura shot out. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A strange sound rang in the air as the sword ray pierced through the void. It was as though the void was about to be torn apart. Do I need to dodge to deal with you? Duan Ling Tian sneered as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the space elemental profundity. With 99 heavenly veins, although Duan Ling Tian was only a 9 palaces celestial king, his celestial origin energy was much faster than most 10 directions celestial kings. Zhang Jini was one of them. At the same time, Zhang Jini's spatial territory spread out with Duan Ling Tian in the center, blocking Zhang Jini's path as soon as he entered the spatial territory. It was difficult for the golden sword ray to move in the spatial territory. This was because the spatial territory contained Duan Ling Tian's spatial territory profundity and the distortion profundity. Your comprehension of the law of space isn't bad. But it's nothing compared to me, Zhang Jini. Zhang Jini let out a cold snort, following which the golden sword light suddenly expanded once again, and the speed of its advance suddenly increased. Swoosh! The sword ray flashed and easily penetrated the spatial territory before it flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. Just in time, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a golden light as he faced the incoming sword ray. Without dodging, he threw a punch at the air. 3 spatial tiers appeared in the air as 3 cross-dimensional / profundity appeared. In the next moment, the chaotic spatial energy merged with the 3 cross-dimensional / profundity and formed a fist silhouette that met the golden sword ray head-on. The fist silhouette contained all the offensive profundities from the law of space that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as the golden sword ray was completely destroyed by the fist silhouette. At the same time, a wretched figure was sent flying into the distance. At this moment, the silhouette of a blood-red armor appeared on Zhang Jini's body. It was his defensive celestial weapon. A purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he said with a faint smile on his face, "If it weren't for this celestial weapon, you'd be dead by now. How's that possible?" Zhang Jini looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. "How did you defeat me without using a celestial weapon? How many profundities from the law of space have you comprehended to the initial stage?" A 9 palaces celestial king was able to defeat him without using a celestial weapon. Moreover, he had only managed to survive because of his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. He could not accept this. After all, he was one of the top 3 powerhouses in the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan who were below the Celestial Lord realm. However, a 9 palaces celestial king who was much stronger than him had appeared in a small place like the Southern Heaven territory. "Do you want to know?" Duan Ling Tian asked with a grin on his face. Zhang Jini narrowed his eyes. He was about to listen to Duan Ling Tian's next words when he suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian teleported and disappeared from his spot, leaving only a silhouette that gradually disappeared before Zhang Jinyi's eyes. This is bad. Chapter 32:12. Swoosh. In just a blink of an eye, the seven-colored sword ray disappeared and reappeared next to Zhang Jinyi, who was holding his identity jade token. Just as Zhang Jinyi was about to crush his identity token, the seven-colored sword light had already whizzed past and cut him into two from top to bottom. Although he was wearing a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, it was still sliced in half by the sword strike as though it was made of paper. Zhang Jinyi was a direct descendant of the Zhang clan's main clan in the Phantom Fox clan. He had stayed in the Southern Heaven territory for 100 years before he died in the Grade 3 Secret Realm. Even Zhang Jinyi himself would never have dreamed that he would end up like this. Huan let's go. After taking Zhang Jinyi's celestial weapon and spatial ring, Duan Lingtian and Huan left the Southern Heaven territory together. Before they left, they glanced at the two tightly shut entrances. Even now, the two void doors showed no signs of opening. Clearly, the four people in the prison had yet to decide the final victor. In the upper seven regions, in the Heavenly Territory, in the Zhang clan's main clan in the Phantom Fox clan, Grand Elder, Zhang Jinyi's soul pearl has shattered. Zhang Jinyi's shattered soul pearl was discovered by someone who immediately reported it to the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan. What? The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan's expression changed drastically. He rose to his feet. What's going on? Isn't he supposed to be in the Southern Heaven territory? How dare someone from the Southern Heaven territory attack him? The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan quickly summoned the Phantom Fox clan's main clan member who was in charge of handling matters in the Southern Heaven territory. Zhang Jinyi is dead. The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan's main clan member's expression changed drastically. What? Zhang Jinyi is dead? Ask the clan leader of the Southern Heaven Territory's branch clan what happened. If he doesn't give us an explanation, he won't be able to live anymore. The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan said in a deep voice. Yes. A special communication celestial talisman was sent from the main Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory to the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory. What? When Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory, received the news, his expression changed drastically. Isn't he in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Is it possible that he was killed by a celestial lord in the upper realm after the scoreboard was reset? He wanted to know what had happened. However, even after using a series of methods, he still could not figure out what had happened. However, there's one thing that I can confirm. Based on the ranking of the envoy back then, it's very likely that he entered the Grade 3 Secret Realm. But in the third grade Secret Realm, what kind of threat could he possibly face? Could it be that he was killed by the Array Spirit inside? Although there were a few formation spirits in the Grade 3 Secret Realm that posed a threat to Zhang Jinyi, with Zhang Jinyi's strength, he could still flee even if he could not defeat them. In the third grade Secret Realm, there was no Array Spirit that could make Zhang Jinyi unable to escape. Duan Lingtian and Huaner entered the Grade 3 Secret Realm as well. It did not take long for Zhang Dongnan to learn about this matter. His expression turned grim as he thought to himself, if it's really the same Huaner from back then, she was already so powerful when she wasn't even 100 years old. It's not impossible for her to be strong enough to kill the envoy after 100 years. With this thought in mind, Zhang Dongnan sent the news to the main clan in the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. The main clan leader reported Zhang Dongnan's reply to the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan. Make a trip to the Southern Heaven Territory and investigate this matter. No matter who the culprit is, anyone who dares to kill a direct descendant of the Zhang clan will have to die. The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan said in a deep voice. Yes. The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan nodded and left for the transporting formation in the Devata realms. Meanwhile, in the Grade 3 Secret Realm in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian and Huan encountered a formation spirit guarding a treasure. However, the formation spirit was so weak that it was easily destroyed by Duan Lingtian with just a punch. Following that, they continued to search for formation spirits. Now that Zhang Jinyi is dead, the main clan will definitely send someone to investigate this matter. Huan and I are undoubtedly the prime suspects. However, even if they suspect us, they won't do anything to the profound nether mansion. After all, they can't be sure if Huan is really 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch clan, thinks we've left the profound nether mansion. Even if we haven't left the profound nether mansion with his intelligence, he won't drag the profound nether mansion into this mess. He won't dare to offend Huan and me. Although Duan Lingtian had only met Zhang Dongnan twice, Zhang Dongnan had left a deep impression on him during their first meeting. It was not difficult to tell Zhang Dongnan was a cunning person. If Zhang Dongnan wanted to betray the profound nether mansion, he would have to consider the consequences of offending Duan Lingtian and Huan. Currently, Duan Lingtian and Huan were not a threat to Zhang Dongnan. However, what about in the future? With Zhang Dongnan's intelligence, Duan Lingtian was certain Zhang Dongnan would figure this out. For this reason, Duan Lingtian continued to wander around the Grade 3 secret realm with Huan as though nothing had happened. Although Huan had to use her full strength to kill the powerful weapon spirit, she still did not manage to break through and become a celestial lord. At this time, only half a day remained before the 10th day was up. Huan let's leave the spirit overarching heaven and head to the Jade Emperor Heaven. After bidding farewell to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, Duan Lingtian left the upper realm with Huan Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huan left the spirit overarching heaven through a transporting formation in one of the cities under the profound nether mansion's control. Meanwhile, in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the people who had entered the Grade 3 secret realm began to leave. When Duan Lingtian left, he deliberately found 2 black robes that covered his entire body and concealed his appearance. Nobody would be able to recognize him or remember his appearance when he left. After all, he did not want to bring trouble to the profound nether mansion. Meanwhile, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the southern heaven territory began to look for people who had left the Grade 3 secret realm to ask about Zhang Jin. He's very strong. Before he even entered the Grade 3 secret realm, he already killed someone who offended him. However, after entering the Grade 3 secret realm, he didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he stood guard in front of the 3 void entrances as though he was waiting for someone to come out. Zhang Dongnan and the elder from the main Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Heaven territory heard about Zhang Jin. Do you think Huan the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is the person who killed Zhang Jin? The elder from the main family stared at Zhang Dongnan and asked in a deep voice. It's possible. However, I don't understand why Huan entered the Grade 3 secret realm if she's so strong. I have a feeling that she's an imposter. Even though the emissary followed her into the Grade 3 secret realm, I can't be sure if she's the real Huan Moreover, it's possible that the messenger crushed his identity jade token and left the Grade 3 secret realm when he was certain Huan wasn't among the group of people. Then, he might be killed outside the secret realm. After all, during the past few decades, none of the envoys entered the upper realm through our branch's estate. Even I don't know where they went. Zhang Dongnan said, if that's the case, looking for the murderer of the emissary is like looking for a needle in a haystack. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Dongnan had been leading the Zhang family patriarch and the elders in a different direction, saying that he felt that an immortal emperor must have killed Zhang Jin. And this matter was gradually becoming more and more confusing. It was just as Duan Lingtian had thought. Zhang Dongnan did not mention anything about the profound nether mansion at all. It was clear he did not want to stir up any trouble. Of course, although he was punished in the end, the punishment was neither light nor heavy, so he didn't care. No matter what, he was the clan leader of the Zhang clan's branch in the Phantom Fox clan. Unless he committed a crime, the main Phantom Fox clan would not do anything to him. Moreover, the biggest problem with Zhang Jinyi's death was that Zhang Jinyi had left the Phantom Fox clan's branch on his own, and no one knew where he had gone. Therefore, Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Phantom Fox clan, was not implicated in this matter. Continue to investigate this matter. If you can find the murderer and avenge Zhang Jinyi, the main clan won't mistreat you. the elder from the main clan said to Zhang Dong Nan before he left the southern heaven territory. However, Zhang Dong Nan ignored the elder's words. In fact, he was more inclined to believe that Zhang Jini was killed by Huan Er, a Thousand Phantoms ice fox. For this reason, he had a feeling that Huan Er's growth was unstoppable. How strong would she be in 100 years? Even if she was still a 10 Directions celestial king, based on the strength she had displayed 100 years ago, her current strength would definitely be extraordinary. In 100 years, she would definitely be on par with him. He was only the clan leader of the Zhang clan's branch in the Phantom Fox clan. All he wanted to do was to protect his territory. Before Huan Er had matured, he still had some thoughts about her. However, now that she had matured, he did not want to bring trouble upon himself. Even Duan Ling Tian did not expect Zhang Dong Nan to be so much smarter than he had imagined. Moreover, Zhang Dong Nan knew how to play safe. In the Jade Emperor Heaven. This time, Duan Ling Tian did not bring Huan Er to the Equal Heaven territory. Instead, he brought her to a territory called the Nando territory. The Nando territory was known as the Upper 8 territories in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Its status in the Jade Emperor Heaven was similar to the Upper 7 territories in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. On the other hand, the Equal Heaven territory was only a small territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Huan Er, let's stay in this city for now. We'll make our next move after we learn more about the situation. Chapter 32:13. Shuyang City was a city in the Nando territory, one of the 8 regions of the Jade Emperor Heavens. It was a city under the Clear Celestial Sect. The Pure Celestial Sect is a Grade 6 sect. Its strength is on par with the Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Spirit Overarching Heaven's Southern Heaven territory. However, such a sect only controls 2 small cities in the Nando territory. The Nando territory is indeed worthy of being one of the 8 territories of the Jade Emperor Heavens. A 6th grade sect doesn't even have much of a presence here. After arriving at Suyang City for a few days, Duan Ling Tian had learned about the situation in Suyang City through a series of channels. Just like the Spirit Overarching Heaven, the center of the Spirit Overarching Heaven is called the Spirit Overarching Territory. Even the 7 upper regions, including the Heavenly Territory, are only 7 territories that surround it. The Heavenly Emperor of the Spirit Overarching Heaven is in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. There are also many Heaven-grade forces and Grade 1 forces in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. The center of the Jade Emperor Heaven is called the Jade Emperor Territory. It is surrounded by the upper 8 regions, including the Nando territory. Over the past few days, not only had Duan Ling Tian learned about Su Yangcheng, but he had also gained a better understanding of the Nando weave. In the upper 8 regions of the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Nando weave was a very special and strange existence. The other 7 territories in the upper province of the Jade Emperor Heaven were ruled by titled celestial emperors. However, there were no titled celestial emperors in the Nando territory. In the past, there were titled celestial emperors who had entered the Nando territory in an attempt to take over the territory, but they had all died. After all, the 3 strongest forces in the Nando territory were capable of killing titled celestial emperors. Unless a titled celestial emperor brought a powerful force to the Nando territory and established a strong foundation, it was impossible for him to control the Nando territory. The Nando territory could be considered a very special territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Some people even said, the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory had powerhouses whose strength was comparable to titled celestial emperors. However, none of them had obtained a title from the title temple. In short, the top forces in the Southern Heaven territory could be summed up in one word: chaos. The Nando territory is dominated by 3 Grade 1 forces. One of them is a clan. The other force was a sect. There's also a group of immortal beasts. There are still some Grade 1 factions below them. However, in terms of strength, they are inferior to them. After learning about the situation in the Nando territory, Duan Ling Tian could not help but click his tongue. It's impossible for me to go to the immortal beast tribe of the 3 great factions. Only that clan and that sect can be considered. Clans and sects are more inclined towards sections. As soon as Duan Ling Tian arrived in the Jade Emperor Heaven, He knew he had to join a powerful force to obtain more resources if he wanted to grow stronger as quickly as possible. If he stayed in the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory, he would, at most, join a grade 5 force like the 10 major clans or the 5 major sects. There were many grade 1 forces in the Nando territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. There was no doubt that joining a grade 1 force would be a good choice for him. However, it's not easy to join a grade 1 force. Duan Lingtian felt a headache coming on as he thought to himself, I'll have to ask around to see if there's a way to join a grade 1 force. While Huaner was in closed-door cultivation and sleeping to comprehend the law of space, Duan Lingtian went out alone to gather information. A month later, he finally found out something. Every 1,000 years, the genius secret realm in the Nando territory opens. At that time, all celestial lords below the age of 1,000 are allowed to explore the secret realm. There are treasures left behind by the ancestors of the various first-rate forces in the Nando territory. There are ordinary Emperor-grade celestial weapons, defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons, and even sole defensive royal-grade celestial weapons. There are also celestial pills and celestial fruits that can help celestial lords cultivate. Apart from the young prodigies from the various first-rate forces in the Nando territory who are searching for various fortuitous encounters, outsiders can also enter. If their performance is outstanding, they might even be invited to join the first-rate forces in the Southern Heaven territory. The Genius Secret Realm was one of the ways to join a first-rate force in the Nando territory. It took Duan Lingtian a month to find out about this. It was his favorite way to join a first-rate force in the Nando territory. If he used this method to join a first-rate force, he would not be mistreated and would be heavily nurtured. After all, if he could perform well in the Genius Secret Realm, it meant he had a lot of potential. Therefore, any first-rate force would be willing to spend a lot of effort to nurture him. Although there are other ways to enter the Secret Realm, I'll only be an ordinary disciple in the first-rate force. If I want to be valued, I'll have to perform well. On top of that, there are bound to be obstructions in the process. After all, there are jealous people everywhere. I'm not afraid of being hindered, but I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. In that case, I'll just have to wait for the Genius Secret Realm to open. There are only 60 years left until the Genius Secret Realm opens again. She'll definitely be able to break through and become a celestial lord in 60 years. However, I'll feel pressured. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to become a celestial lord from a 9 palaces celestial king in 60 years. Even the top prodigies from the various first-rate forces in the Nando territory would need at least 100 years to break through and become a celestial lord. It was extremely difficult to break through each stage, let alone become a celestial lord from a 10 directions celestial king. Duan Lingtian was only a step away from breaking through to the 10 directions celestial realm. However, he only had 60 years left. Although he was quite talented, had many trump cards, and was very helpful in improving his cultivation, he was still not as good as the top geniuses of the various first-grade forces in the Nando territory. Although those prodigies don't have the main branch from the divine tree of life, they still have other cultivation resources to help them cultivate. The effects are definitely not inferior to the main branch from the divine tree of life. Regardless of their cultivation bases in terms of comprehending profundities, there's still no match for me or Huan. The supreme powerhouse divinity could be said to be Duan Lingtian's greatest advantage and advantage. Although the first-rate forces in the Nando territory also had cultivation resources that could help young prodigies comprehend the laws, it was impossible for them to comprehend the laws as fast as the supreme powerhouse divinity. I can only do my best in 60 years. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Since he only had 60 years left, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay in Suyang City for long. As soon as Huaner woke up, they left Suyang City. Huaner had put on her veil and bamboo hat again. She had requested this even though she did not like it. They were in the Nando territory. Although they were strong, they were only comparable to ordinary celestial lords. In the Nando territory where titled celestial lords were everywhere, it would be difficult for them to move around if they did not keep a low profile. Brother Lingtian, why don't I give you 6 more drops of my origin blood essence? Huan asked Duan Lingtian when she learned about Duan Lingtian's plan. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The 10th drop of your origin blood essence is of little help to me. Even if I take 6 more drops, I'll barely be able to break through to the 10 directions Celestial King Realm. Although Huan Er's origin blood essence was good, the more it was consumed, the less effective it would be. Moreover, he was very clear in his heart. Every time she drained her origin blood essence, it was excruciating. It was no less painful than pulling her nails out of her hands. Even though he had known about this for a long time, Huan Er had never told him that she was going to extract 10 drops of blood essence. Otherwise, he would have stopped her. By the time he realized what was going on, she had already delivered 10 drops of blood essence to him. He couldn't decide if he should take them or not. Huan Er, don't ever mention anything about the origin blood essence again. Brother Ling Tian doesn't want you to withdraw your origin blood essence behind Brother Ling Tian's back. Otherwise, Brother Ling Tian will never talk to you again, Duan Ling Tian said sternly. In truth, he had wanted to say the same thing to Huan Er the last time, but he held himself back because he felt that it was too harsh. This time, the thought surfaced in his mind again, and he finally said it out loud. Although it was a little harsh, he felt it was necessary to say it to prevent Huan Er from acting first and reporting to him later. I understand, Brother Ling Tian. Huan Er's eyes were filled with tears. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, tears welled up in Huan Er's eyes. She looked so pitiful that even Duan Ling Tian regretted his decision. However, this thought was forcefully suppressed by him very quickly. Following that, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er wandered around Suyang City for a while before they slowly made their way out of the city. In the end, they decided to temporarily join a 6th-grade sect so that they would not have to wander around aimlessly in search of fortuitous encounters. There were only 2 basic celestial lords in the 6th-grade sect. Their strength was mediocre, and their comprehension of the law of profundity was inferior to Jun Chong Shan, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall in the Wind Thunder Dao sect in the Spirit Overarching Heaven's Southern Heaven territory. When Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er arrived at the sect, Huan Er easily defeated one of the 2 celestial lords. With this, the 2 basic celestial lords enthusiastically invited Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er to join their sect. The 6th-grade sect was called the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Huan Er had chosen this sect because she found its name pleasing to the ears. The Snow Horizon Celestial Sex Estate was located in the depths of an ice field north of the Nando territory. Chapter 32:14. Apart from the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect, there were 3 other Grade 6 forces in the northern icy plains of the Nando territory. They were a Rank 6 sect and 2 Rank 6 clans. After Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er joined the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect and became revered elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, they stayed in the valley where the 2 supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect cultivated. This was the best place in the entire Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Even the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect had a cultivation room here. Apart from the sect leader and the 2 supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, no one from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect was allowed to enter. However, there were now 2 more people who could enter the secret realm. They were Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er. Brother Ling Tian, I like it here. Huan Er smiled at Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting in front of a stone table in the courtyard. She stood under a small tree in the middle of the courtyard and gently swayed the branches of the small tree. Now, Duan Ling Tian was drinking tea in front of the stone table. The tea was given to him by the 2 supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. It was called the Cloud Calming Snow Tea. It was said that the tea was grown by the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, and it was said to be beneficial to those below the Celestial Duke realm. However, for Duan Ling Tian, he could only appreciate the taste. He had to admit that the taste was pretty good. Since you like this place, why don't you stay here for the time being? With the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect as our eyes and ears, we'll be able to find out about the fortuitous encounters and participate in the competition. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have sensed something and his gaze fell on the outside of the courtyard. At this moment, 3 figures could be seen making their way toward Duan Ling Tian. The 2 figures in the lead were familiar faces. They were none other than the 2 supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. As for the middle-aged man following behind them, Although Duan Lingtian had never seen him before, it was not difficult for him to guess the middle-aged man's identity. The sect master of the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect, Chai Xiongyi. Revered Elder Huan revered Elder Ling Tian. The three of them stood outside the door. The two old men in the lead greeted Duan Lingtian and Huan "Come in." Only after Duan Lingtian spoke did the three of them dare to push the door open and enter. At this moment, the middle-aged man standing behind the two old men bowed at Duan Lingtian and Huan Sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, Chai Xiongyi, greets the two revered elders. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past Chai Xiongyi and landed on the other two old men. The two old men were the supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. The sturdy old man on the left was Lian Qinghe. He was not a match for Huan at all. After all, even if Duan Lingtian used a royal-grade celestial weapon, he was still no match for Huan who was not using a celestial weapon. The skinny old man on the right was Hao Wang. After Huan had defeated Lian Qinghe, he did not even have the courage to make a move. These two old men were the two strongest people in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. They were the pillars of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Revered elders, are you willing to help me with this matter? Lian Qinghe asked in a somewhat restrained manner. Speak. Duan Lingtian looked at Lian Qinghe indifferently. He was curious about the matter Lian Qinghe was referring to. If it was within his ability, he would not mind helping them. After all, he planned to stay here with Huan for a while. It would be more convenient for him to give them some benefits. It's like this. Lian Qinghe began to explain. As Lian Qinghe spoke, he explained the ins and outs of the matter. In the depths of the northern ice field, there is a mysterious glacier valley. If you cultivate there, not only will you be able to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth very quickly, you will also be able to sense the ice laws. That place was discovered by the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect and the other three forces in the northern ice field. Initially, we agreed that each force would be allowed to stay there for 3 months. However, since Hao Wang and I weren't strong enough to keep up with the celestial lords from the three forces, we were only able to stay in the valley for a month. Now that we have two revered elders in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, it won't be difficult for us to snatch back the 3 months that should have been ours. I wonder if the two of you are willing to help. Lian Qinghe asked anxiously. After all, the two revered elders had just joined the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. It did not seem right for them to ask them to help them even though they had not given them any benefits. There's such a place? Duan Lingtian was curious when he heard Lian Qinghe's words. After all, he knew the place would not have such an effect for no reason. There must be some secret hidden there. Just like the places controlled by the more powerful forces, there would usually be some kind of hidden treasure that could turn that place into a treasure trove. If the treasure was taken away, the place would be turned into a wasteland. Yes. Hao Wang nodded. Don't tell me you didn't go and check what's hidden inside? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It's not that we didn't investigate, but there was nothing we could do. There's a powerful formation beneath the place. Previously, the celestial lords from the four forces had joined forces to attack the place, but they were severely injured by the backlash. Hao Wang smiled bitterly. It's precisely because of this that no one dared to investigate the treasures inside. Moreover, we're already satisfied with having such a blessed place to cultivate and comprehend the laws of ice. Aren't they afraid that the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect would be unwilling to let the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect stay there and spread the news? Duan Lingtian asked. It's because they took this into consideration that they left a month for us. If it weren't for that, they wouldn't have given us a month's time. Lian Qinghe smiled wryly. Lead the way. Huan and I will follow you to have a look. Duan Lingtian was curious about the place as well. He called out to Huan before he left the courtyard with Lian Qinghe and the others. The 5 of them left the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's estate and headed north. After traveling for about 15 minutes, the 3 of them slowed down. Duan Lingtian and Huan did the same. At this moment, they arrived at a glacial valley that was filled with frigid air. What a dense frigid air! As Duan Lingtian looked at the glacier valley in front of him that was emitting cold air, He could feel the cold aura that was contained within the valley. It was as though it could directly enter his body and freeze all the bones in his body. Revered elders, this is the place we were talking about. Chai Xiong-yi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, said to Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. According to our agreement, the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect was supposed to enter half a month ago. We'll be able to stay in there for 3 months starting from half a month ago. Even if we start now, we can still stay there for 2.5 months. Lian Qing, he said to Duan Lingtian. For this reason, we'd like to ask both of you to help us regain the 2 months we've lost. In the future, both of you will be able to cultivate and comprehend the law of ice with us in there. Over there, the speed at which one comprehends the law of ice is extremely fast. If we can cultivate here for 3 months every year, it would take at most 1,000 years for us to comprehend the law of ice, and our comprehension of the law of ice would surpass our comprehension of the law of ice. Lian Qinghe thought his words were tempting to Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. However, the truth was they were not tempted at all. Can't the celestial lords from the 4 major forces cultivate in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect together? Why is there a need for each force to cultivate for 3 months? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Revered Elder Lingtian, there's something you don't understand. Hao Wang said with a wry smile on his face. The fewer people there are, the better the effect. It's much easier to cultivate and comprehend the law of ice in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. So, if Huan Er and I enter the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect with you, your cultivation speed and comprehension of the law of ice will slow down as well. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. That's right. Hao Wang nodded. However, the 3 of us have come to an agreement. If we can get back 2 months, we'll cultivate with the 2 of you for 1 month. For the remaining month, the 2 of you will cultivate in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. We won't enter the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Apart from that, the 2 of you can enter the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect to cultivate in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Hao Wang said. This way you won't be able to earn much. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. Everyone lives for their reputation. If the 2 of you can get back 2 months, it'll be a great honor for us and the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. That's more than enough for us, Lian Qinghe said. All right, let's go. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly before he led Huan Er into the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. As soon as they entered the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, 4 figures entered their sights. They were an old man, 2 middle-aged men, and a young man. Who's there? As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan Er entered the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, the 4 middle-aged men opened their eyes and rose to their feet. Then, they glared at Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. It's the people from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. The old man's sharp eyes saw the 2 supreme elders, and the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect standing behind Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. Are you going to scram on your own? Or do you want me to send you away? Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at the 4 middle-aged men. Chai Xiongyi, what's the meaning of this? Why did you bring outsiders here? Have you forgotten the agreement between the 4 sects? Chapter 32:15. Chai Xiongyi, Lian Qinghe, and Hao Wang Tongjin, these 2 aren't outsiders. Chai Xiongyi replied indifferently. They're the 2 revered elders who recently joined the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. This is revered Elder Duan Lingtian, and this is revered Elder Huan Er. Following that, Chai Xiongyi introduced Duan Lingtian and Huan Er to the 4 people who were staring at him with unsightly expressions. Revered elders, they're from the Tong clan. The Tong clan is one of the 4 grade 6 forces in the northern tundra. Tong Jin is the clan leader of the Tong clan, and the other 3 are the supreme elders of the Tong clan. After introducing Duan Lingtian and Huan Er to the 4 people, Chai Xiongyi introduced them to Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. Huan Er, send them away. A hint of coldness flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he saw the 4 people in front of him had no intention of paying him any heed. Yes, Brother Lingtian, Huan Er replied. At the same time, a terrifying wave of mental energy spread out from her body and enveloped the 4 people from the Tong clan. While the 4 people from the Tong clan were momentarily affected by Huan Er's mental energy fluctuation, Duan Lingtian had already teleported to their sides. He lifted them up one by one and threw them out of the glacier valley. Bang! 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 When the four people regained their senses, they felt a sharp pain in their bodies. They discovered they were no longer in the glacier valley. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw this. A hint of fear could be seen in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan. These two people aren't even celestial lords. Why are they so terrifying? If the purple-clad young man didn't hold back earlier, we would have died. The old man from the Tong clan said with an unsightly expression on his face. I'm certain that woman is only a 10 directions celestial king, while the man is only a 9 palaces celestial king. Since when did two mere immortal kings possess such strength? The other middle-aged man's expression was unsightly as well. Based on Huan soul aura and Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy, he was able to determine their true cultivation bases. The ones who threw the 4 immortal emperors out were actually 2 immortal kings. In the past, when others told them that there was an immortal king who could do this, they would definitely not believe it. But now it happened to them, so they had no choice but to believe it. I feel that we were too careless. Otherwise, how could we have allowed them to take advantage of us? Tong Jin said in a deep voice. I think so too. The last middle-aged man felt the same way. In an instant, 2 of the 4 people stepped into the air one after another. Clearly, they wanted to step into the glacier valley again. If you dare to come in again, you won't be leaving today. Duan Lingtian said coldly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha. I advise the 4 of you not to take any chances. Even if Lian Qinghe and I join forces, we're not a match for any of the 2 revered elders of the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect. Hao Wang laughed heartily. Naturally, his words were meant to intimidate the 4 people from the Tong clan. The 4 people from the Tong clan were indeed intimidated. Various expressions flashed across their faces before they finally left. Chai Xiongyi, Hao Wang, Lian Qinghe. The Snow Horizon Immortal Sect's stay in the Glacier Valley isn't decided by the Tong clan alone. If the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect wants to take back the 3 months, you'll have to obtain the agreement of the 3 clans first. Before he left, he looked at Chai Xiongyi and the other 2 immortal emperors coldly and said in a deep voice, We'll go to the Thousand Search Celestial Sect and the Situ clan now. I only hope that the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect can convince the 3 clans. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 people from the Tong clan flew away. Humph! So what if all the celestial lords from the 3 clans are here? We have 2 revered elders of the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect. If they dare to be arrogant, don't blame us for taking away their time in the Glacier Valley. Lian Qinghe snorted and said, You can't say that. We can only say that the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect is taking back their time. Duan Lingtian said. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hao Wang and Chai Xiongyi who were standing at the side felt reassured. At this moment, Duan Lingtian began to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Glacier Valley. Indeed, it was very dense. With the help of the Divine Tree of Life's main branch, his cultivation speed would be able to reach a higher level. In addition, in this Glacier Valley, he also felt a bone-chilling aura. That aura gave him a mysterious feeling. Sometimes he felt that it was easy to grasp, but in the blink of an eye, he felt that there was no way to grasp it. The Law of Ice. When Duan Lingtian recalled what Chai Xiongyi and the other 2 immortal emperors had said earlier, it was not difficult for him to guess it was the Law of Ice. The Law of Ice was something that could not be touched or touched. One could only rely on oneself to comprehend it. Brother Lingtian, there seems to be something down there. The aura here seems to be coming from that direction. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard Huan Er's voice transmission. At this moment, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and discovered what Huan Er was talking about. That must be the place that's shrouded by the formation. However, even if they join forces, they still can't break the formation. Brother Lingtian, this formation is indeed very powerful. However, I seem to have records of this formation in my memories. If I remember correctly, this formation is called the Swirling Freezing Sky Formation. It's usually used to suppress things of extreme cold. Huan Er continued to speak to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. The swirling, freezing sky formation? Duan Lingtian was confused. Then, he asked the 5 divine elements in his body. Do you know what the swirling, freezing sky formation is? The profound divine metal, chaos divine flame, and chaos divine earth in his body had ancient memories. Could be said that they were like encyclopedias. It was only natural that they had some understanding of the swirling, freezing sky formation. The swirling, freezing sky formation? Lad, are you telling the truth? The chaos divine flame and profound divine metal asked one after another. Hints of shock could be heard in their voices. If it's really the swirling, freezing sky formation, then it must be suppressing something of extreme cold. Normally, the thing suppressed by the swirling, freezing sky formation is extremely powerful to an artifact soul. The chaos divine earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Lad, the swirling, freezing sky formation is set up by a titled celestial emperor. Don't even think about breaking it. The only thing you can do is let Huang Er have a look. She's the artifact soul of a divine artifact, so the swirling, freezing sky formation won't reject her. Duan Lingtian nodded. Huang Er. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Then he nodded. All right. Following that, under the shocked gazes of the 3 men from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and struck the ground, creating a huge ice crater. At the same time, a chilling light shot out of the ice crater. It's the formation. Chai Xiongyi's expression was grim as he said, Lord revered elder, I'm afraid even a titled celestial lord might not be able to break this formation. Chai Xiongyi was about to advise Duan Lingtian not to waste his time when Duan Lingtian dove into the ice crater. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the 3 from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's disciples changed drastically. They wanted to step forward, but Huan Er had already stepped in front of them, preventing them from taking another step forward. Revered Elder Huan Er, we just wanted to warn Revered Elder Lingtian that the formation is not an ordinary formation. If he uses brute force, he'll be injured. Lian Qinghe said with a bitter smile on his face. Revered Elder Lingtian, just look at the formation. Don't rashly attack it. Hao Wang reminded Duan Lingtian, who had already entered the ice crater. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian had no intention of attacking the formation under the ice pit. He hovered in the air inside the ice pit. Below the ice pit was a layer of light at the edge of the formation that looked like a glass cover. However, the light was so cold that he could not see what was happening inside. Huang Er, go. Duan Lingtian called out to Huang Er, who was in his body. Go and see if that thing is useful to you. If it's useful to you, it'll be good fortune for you. I'll bring the 7 orifices exquisite sword with me. After a few moments, a silhouette appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It was a graceful woman with a seductive appearance. She wore a rainbow-colored robe that was dazzling. She looked like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. All right. Upon hearing Huang Er's words, Duan Lingtian took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword and handed it to her. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be able to use the thing inside the formation to merge with the 7 orifices exquisite sword and become its sword soul. At the same time, I'll be able to leave the 7 orifices exquisite sword and reveal my true form. After Huang Er took the 7 orifices exquisite sword from Duan Lingtian, she entered the formation at Duan Lingtian's feet. Although Duan Lingtian could not enter the formation, Huang Er was able to pass through it with the 7 orifices exquisite sword. From the beginning until the end, she did not encounter any obstruction at all. It was as though she was returning home. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was the only one who saw this. Before entering the formation, Duan Lingtian had told Huang Er not to let the 3 people from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect near the formation, because he did not want them to see her and the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Swoosh! After Huang Er entered the formation with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian rose into the air and left the ice pit before he returned to the glacier valley. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, the ice shards that flew out of the crater were all sent back into the ice crater, and the ice crater was once again filled up, As the ice water flowed over the surface of the ice pit that had been filled, a wisp of cold air spread out. The ice water condensed and smoothed the ice pit again. At first glance, there was no trace of the ice pit at all. If the 7 orifices exquisite sword and Huang completely merge, its power will increase tremendously. Since Huang can leave the 7 orifices exquisite sword and reveal her true form, her strength must be extraordinary as well. Chapter 32:16. Duan Lingtian and Huan had only stayed in Glacier Valley for half a day when they were awakened by Chai Xiongyi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Revered elders, the people from the Tong clan are here again. The people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect are here as well. Upon hearing Chai Xiongyi's voice, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. With just a glance, he saw the 4 people from the Tong clan flying toward them in the distance. There were 5 other people in the group as well. 2 of them were standing close to each other while the other 3 were standing closer to each other. Those 2 old fogies are from the Situ clan. As for the other 3, they're the 3 guardians of the Thousand Search Celestial Sect. All of them are one basic celestial kings. Naturally, the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect each have a celestial lord as well. Even their clan leaders aren't here. Before the 9 people entered Glacier Valley, Chai Xiongyi said to Duan Lingtian. As soon as Chai Xiongyi finished speaking, the 9 figures had already entered Glacier Valley. It's the 2 of them. Chai Xiongyi said they're the revered elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, but I think they're reinforcements. Otherwise, how could the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect attract them to join us? After the 9 people entered Glacier Valley, Tong Jin, the clan leader of the Tong clan, glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huaner before he said to the people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect. Before the people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect could reply, Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, had already risen into the air. She looked at the 9 people from the Tong clan and said coldly, "How dare all of you ignore Brother Lingtian's words?" As soon as Huaner finished speaking, her powerful mental energy swept out again, stunning the 9 people from the Tong clan. When she reappeared, she was already standing in front of the 4 people from the Tong clan. The Yin-Yang 9 water chestnut ring appeared in her hand before she threw it at the 4 people from the Tong clan. Spurt, spurt, spurt. In the blink of an eye, the Yin-Yang 9 water chestnut ring had already streaked across the bodies of the 4 people from the Tong clan, instantly killing them. When the 4th person was killed, the 2 men from the Situ clan and the 3 men from the Thousand Search Celestial Sect finally regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically as they hastily retreated. Then, they spread out and looked at Huaner from afar, as though they were facing a formidable enemy. At that very moment, their eyes were filled with intense fear. It was too terrifying. The peerless beauty in front of him was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the 4 celestial lords of the Tong clan were all killed. After all, if the 4 people of the Tong clan were to join forces, even if the 5 of them were to join forces, they would still need to spend at least 15 minutes to be able to take them down. Yet, the woman before them had killed them in an instant. If her target was us, we would be dead by now. The 5 of them looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. This, Chai Xiongyi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, the 2 supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, Lian Qinghe, and Hao Wang stared at the white figure with their mouths agape. Although they knew the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's revered elder Huaner was strong, they did not expect her to be so strong. However, they did not expect her to be so strong. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 celestial lords from the Tong clan were killed. They did not even have a chance to retaliate. "Brother Lingtian," Huaner called out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she collected the spatial rings left behind by the 4 celestial lords from the Tong clan. Then, she returned to Duan Lingtian's side and obediently handed the spatial rings to Duan Lingtian. "The 5 of you, did you follow the people from the Tong clan here to spar?" Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he looked at the 2 men from the Situ clan and the 3 men from the Thousand Search Celestial Sect after he collected their spatial rings. "Spar?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the corners of the 5 celestial lords' mouths twitched in unison. How were they supposed to spar? The 4 celestial lords from the Tong clan were not much weaker than them, and yet they were killed in just a blink of an eye. I'm Situ Yun, and this is my second brother, Situ Feng. We have no objections to your decision. Moreover, since the 4 celestial lords from the Tong clan have died, the Tong clan won't be able to return here in the future. In the future, the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect can stay here for 6 months, while the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect can stay here for 3 months each. What do you think? One of the men from the Situ clan looked at Duan Lingtian warily, as he asked for Duan Lingtian's opinion. The Thousand Search Celestial Sect has the same opinion as the Situ clan. The 3 men from the Thousand Search Celestial Sect hurriedly expressed their opinions as well. It was as though they were afraid they would follow in the footsteps of the 4 celestial lords from the Tong clan if they were too slow. You're quite tactful. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Since you're so tactful, I won't make things difficult for you. We'll do as you say after 60 years. However, for the next 60 years, this place will belong to the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. The Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect won't be allowed to enter this place. Can you do that? Duan Lingtian asked. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the expressions of the people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect changed drastically. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would be so domineering as to occupy this place for 60 years. However, they still agreed to it in the end. They could afford to wait for 60 years. Moreover, they had taken advantage of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect in the past. Even if they returned the favor, it would not be just 60 years. Even after the people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect left in a fluster, the 3 men from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect were still in a daze. Thank you, revered elders. When the 3 men from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect regained their senses, they bowed and thanked Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. We'll be cultivating here for a period of time. You don't have to worry about us. Feel free to come here at any time. We don't care about the heaven and earth spirit energy and our comprehension of the law of ice. Duan Lingtian said to the 3 men from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. In the following days, he would have to stay here and pay attention to Huang Er's condition to avoid any accidents. Thank you, revered elder. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the eyes of the 3 men from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect brightened. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes were filled with gratitude. If you really want to thank me, please inform me immediately if you receive any news about the appearance of celestial pills or celestial fruits that can help celestial kings improve their cultivation bases. Duan Lingtian said, Rest assured, revered elder. I'll immediately send a message to Elder Chiu, who's in charge of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's intelligence network. I'll ask him to keep an eye on this matter. I'll inform you immediately, Chai Xiongyi said confidently. Revered elder, I have 2 celestial fruits that can help celestial kings improve their cultivation bases. Please take them. I have one as well. Lian Qinghe and Hao Wang took out the celestial fruits they had kept for many years from their spatial rings and gave them to Duan Lingtian. Although they were ordinary celestial fruits, they were still useful to Duan Lingtian since they could raise his cultivation base to a certain extent. Thank you. After that, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er stayed in Glacier Valley for a period of time. Duan Lingtian had specially built an exquisite wooden hut for Huan Er. Apart from that, he also had a courtyard planted with flowers and trees that were resistant to the cold. It was just like the courtyard where they lived in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. During this time, the 3 celestial lords from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect did not hesitate to help Duan Lingtian. All of them were eager to help Duan Lingtian. After witnessing how Huan Er killed the 4 people from the Tong clan, they treated Duan Lingtian and Huan Er like gods. Not only did they not dare to neglect them, but they were also afraid that they would leave the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect in a fit of anger if they had wronged them. They wished that Huan Er and Huan Er would stay in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect forever. However, they knew it was impossible for them to do that. 60 years. Revered Elder Lingtian, let's just say 60 years. I have a feeling he'll still leave after 60 years. Lian Qinghe and Hao Wang whispered to each other. Even so, The Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect won't dare to go back on their word. Unless their certain revered elder Ling Tian and revered elder Huaner will never return. They'll have no choice but to tuck their tails between their legs in front of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Hao Wang said. Spring passed and autumn came. However, the change of seasons did not affect the northern ice plains at all. The northern ice plains was cold all year round, and snow covered the land. Huang 10 years later, in front of Duan Lingtian and Huaner in a wooden hut, a beautiful woman dressed in a rainbow-colored robe appeared in front of them. At first, it was just a shadow, but it gradually became more and more corporeal. It was none other than Huang the sword soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. Thank you for giving me a second chance at life, Master. Huang knelt in front of Duan Lingtian. Whether it was on the surface or in her heart, she was extremely respectful toward him. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel that Huang was different from the past. In the past, although Huang had agreed to become the sword soul of his Seven Orifices exquisite sword, she had her own past and was still immersed in that memory. She was more perfunctory to him. However, the current Huang seemed to have truly become the sword soul of the divine weapon in his hand. She was completely obedient to him, and she was no longer obsessed with her past. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, what's going on? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the Chaos Divine Flame in his body. It's simple, the Chaos Divine Flame said. The Seven Orifices exquisite sword has long acknowledged you as its master. Although this girl used to be the sword soul of another divine weapon, her thoughts are more influenced by the Seven Orifices exquisite sword's loyalty to you now that she's completely merged with it. Even if you ask her to kill that brat Ling Jueyun, she won't hesitate at all. Duan Lingtian nodded. Is it possible that she no longer has her past memories? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard the Chaos Divine Flame's words. Her past memories haven't disappeared. They've just faded away. She doesn't care about them anymore. What she cares about the most now is being loyal to you and obeying your orders. In her life, your will is the only thing that keeps her alive. Chapter 32:17. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian immediately understood. Although the current Huang was still the Huang of the past, her will was also influenced by the Seven Orifices exquisite sword due to the fact that she had completely merged with it. Everything she did was to follow its master. To test Huang Duan Lingtian deliberately asked, what if I go back on my word and refuse to avenge Ling Jueyun's clan when I'm strong enough? What will you do? If you're unwilling, master, I won't force you. Huang replied without hesitation. Huang responded without any hesitation. From beginning to end, whether it was on her face or in the depths of her eyes, there was not even a trace of dissatisfaction. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was certain. Huang would only listen to him regardless of whether he went back on his word or not. I was just kidding. Don't worry. I'll definitely fulfill my promise to you. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Alas, Huang did not respond even when he tried to salvage the situation. It was as though she would support Duan Lingtian unconditionally no matter what he did. It seems like she's completely loyal to me now, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help but worry about Huang independent will in the past. What if she was still loyal to Ling Jueyun and Ling Jueyun's clan after becoming the sword soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword? Moreover, if he were to oppose Ling Jueyun one day, it would be impossible for her to help him deal with Ling Jueyun. Duan Lingtian was very pleased with Huang change. After all, no one would want to have a ticking time bomb by their side. Brother Lingtian, she's... Huaner looked at Huang. A hint of wariness could be seen in her eyes when she saw another woman standing next to her brother Lingtian. Although this woman was inferior to her in all aspects, there were some things that she did not have. Huan this is the soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword that I mentioned to you before, Huang Duan Lingtian smiled and said, now, she is completely merged with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword and can show her real body. So she's the sword spirit of Big Brother Ling Tian's Seven Orifices exquisite sword? Huan was enlightened. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to this place. Duan Lingtian explained the whole story to Huang Er. Over the past 10 years, Huang Er successfully merged with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword with the help of the extremely cold object beneath the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian thought. Huang Er, who'd been kneeling in front of Duan Lingtian, transformed into a beam of rainbow light and entered his body. Huang Er, what is that thing of extreme cold? Duan Lingtian asked Huang Er curiously. Master, it's the primordial ice marrow. Huang Er, who was already in Duan Lingtian's body, replied, after I merged with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword with the help of the primordial ice marrow. The primordial ice marrow was almost depleted. The primordial ice marrow in this valley will disappear in at most 100 years. Huang Er said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Based on Huang Er's words, it was clear the valley would lose its original use and become an ordinary valley after 100 years. At that time, his cultivation speed would not be fast if he were to cultivate here. In addition, comprehending the laws of ice here would no longer give him any advantage. I didn't expect Huang Er to merge with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword and take away the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's fortune. I hope I can compensate them for the next 50 years. If the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect had not brought him and Huang Er here, he would not have known about this place and would not have been able to merge with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword in such a short time. For this reason, he owed the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect a favor. Now that he knew the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect would lose such a good place because of Huang Er, he could not help but feel guilty. How strong are you now? Duan Lingtian asked. Huang Er, the sword soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, was a divine weapon in the hands of an expert in the realms of gods. Even in her human form, she was still very powerful. My cultivation base is the same as Master's. My cultivation base is the same as Master's. Huang Er said. As for the laws I've comprehended, they're still there. However, with Master's current strength, you're unable to unleash the full power of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. That's why the laws I've comprehended are suppressed as well. However, I'm not any weaker than you, Master, Huang Er said. Duan Lingtian nodded. What law did you comprehend? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Weapon souls usually comprehend the law of destruction, Huang Er replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. The law of destruction? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened. As far as he knew, the law of destruction was not related to the laws of the five elements, just like the law of light and the law of darkness. The law of ice, the law of thunder, and the law of wind were closely related to the laws of the five elements. Moreover, it was said that the law of destruction, the law of light, and the law of darkness were below the four supreme laws. After that, there was the law of ice, the law of thunder, the law of wind, and the law of comprehension. Celestial methods and divine abilities can only be comprehended from the laws of the five elements. The law of ice, the law of thunder, and the law of wind are closely related to the laws of the five elements. As for the law of destruction, the law of light, and the law of darkness, one needs a certain amount of luck to comprehend them. Duan Lingtian knew this as well. Master, if you use the Seven Orifices exquisite sword more, you'll be able to comprehend the law of destruction that I've comprehended through the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. For someone with a divine weapon, it's not difficult to comprehend the law of destruction. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian agreed with Huang Er's words. It was not difficult to comprehend any law of destruction, but it was extremely difficult to comprehend it to a high level. Although Duan Lingtian knew that he could comprehend the law of destruction through the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, he did not plan to find a place to use the sword to comprehend the law of destruction. Even if he comprehended the law of destruction now, it would not be of much use to him since his comprehension of the law of space had already reached a high level. However, it would be difficult for him to catch up with the law of space. If he could not catch up, there was no need for him to spend time comprehending the law of space. I have the supreme divinity, so I won't encounter any bottlenecks in comprehending the law of space. Before I comprehend all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, there's no need for me to waste time comprehending other laws. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Even the five divine elements, the chaos divine flame, the profound divine metal, and the chaos divine earth reminded him of this. Although they could help Duan Lingtian comprehend the law of fire, the law of metal, and the law of earth faster, they knew that the supreme divinity would give Duan Lingtian an advantage that they could not compare to. Moreover, the stronger Duan Lingtian was, the better it would be for them. At that time, they would be able to devour the 5 divine elements with Duan Lingtian's help. At this moment, they would not be willing to leave even if Duan Lingtian chased them away. Lord Revered Elder. 20 years after Huang had merged with the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian was cultivating in Glacier Valley when he heard the voice outside. He immediately left his room and saw Chai Xiongyi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, standing not far from his courtyard. "Is something the matter, sect leader?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Reverend, I found a clue about the matter you asked me to pay attention to. Recently, a place that seems to be a precious land of herbs has appeared 1,000,000 miles to the east of our northern icefield. Now, many people are rushing there." "Many people are rushing there," Chai Xiongyi said. "However, it's said that the people from the nearby Grade 5 forces have also gone there. It's very likely that they've sealed off the medicinal herb paradise and only allowed their own people to enter before the medicinal herb paradise appears." "A medicinal herb paradise?" Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. In the Devata realms, medicinal herb paradises were small realms that were hard to come by. They were filled with all kinds of celestial herbs and celestial fruits. Medicinal herb paradises were the benefits given by the Heavenly Emperor's forces to the people in the Devata realms. Only those who were fated would be able to witness the birth of a medicinal herb paradise. Only those who were fated would be able to enter the medicinal herb paradise to harvest celestial herbs and celestial fruits. There were no tests or dangers in the medicinal herb paradise. The only dangers were those who entered the medicinal herb paradise with the cultivator. For this reason, the medicinal herb paradises would usually be monopolized by the people from the major forces. Then, the people from the major forces would peacefully harvest the celestial herbs and celestial fruits. "Is it really a medicinal herb paradise?" Duan Lingtian asked again. After all, medicinal herb paradises were extremely rare. Not everyone would be able to find one. In the past 30 years, although Chai Xiongyi had provided him with information about celestial fruits that could raise one's cultivation base through the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's intelligence network, he did not obtain many celestial fruits. After all, most of the time it was purely a matter of luck. For example, when he arrived, not only did someone obtain a celestial fruit, but they even ate it. There were a few times when this happened. There were other situations as well. In the end, Duan Lingtian was a little lazy and did not like to move. He was not interested in competing for celestial fruits. However, medicinal herb paradises were different. "It's very likely," Chai Xiongyi said solemnly. "However, if the medicinal herb paradises are monopolized by those Grade 5 forces, it'll be difficult for you to enter, revered elder. You don't have to worry about that." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Where's the medicinal herb paradises?" After learning the location of the medicinal herb paradises, Duan Lingtian beckoned to Huan, and the two of them made their way to the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. It had been 30 years since they arrived at the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Huan-Er's cultivation base had long since become a one basic celestial lord. Chapter 32:18. In the Devata realms, apart from the mysterious title temple, the most powerful force was the Heavenly Emperor's faction. The Heavenly Emperor's faction was also known as the Heavenly Emperor Palace, and the Palace Master was the Heavenly Emperor of the Devata realm. As a Heavenly Emperor who ruled a Devata realm, it was only natural that he would take care of the people in the Devata realm. The medicinal herb paradise was one of the Heavenly Emperors. There were various grades of medicinal herb paradise. There were many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial emperors improve their cultivation bases. There were also many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial lords improve their cultivation bases. In the first grade medicinal land, immortal fruits and immortal herbs that could raise the cultivation of immortal kings were like weeds all over the mountain. Naturally, the medicinal herb paradise was the rarest. Every 10,000 years, the heavenly emperors of Devata realms would distribute a medicinal herb paradise to the Devata realms under their control. Below the first-grade medicinal herblands were the second-grade medicinal herblands. There were many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial lords improve their cultivation bases. There were also many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial kings improve their cultivation bases. There were also many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial dukes improve their cultivation bases. There were only 2 medicinal herb paradises that would appear once every 1,000 years. There were also 3 medicinal herb paradises that appeared once every 1,000 years. Third-grade medicinal treasure grounds would appear once every 100 years. There were also immortal fruits and immortal herbs that could help immortal emperors improve their cultivation. However, there were very few of them, as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. There were only a few celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial kings improve their cultivation bases. There were many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial dukes improve their cultivation bases. However, there were more celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help overarching heavenly supreme celestials improve their cultivation bases. There were also many celestial fruits and celestial herbs and celestial fruits that could help celestial dukes improve one's cultivation base. There's no way that medicinal herb paradise is a first-class medicinal herb paradise. In the Jade Emperor heaven, first-class medicinal herb paradises only appear in the Jade Emperor territory. Duanling Tian was well aware of this. As for a second-grade medicinal herb paradise, that's possible. However, the possibility of a third-grade medicinal herb paradise is still the highest. On the way, Duanling Tian muttered to himself. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. It would be best if it was a second-grade medicinal land. On the other hand, if it was a third-grade medicinal land, although it was slightly inferior, there was still hope for him to obtain the immortal fruits he needed. As for immortal herbs, although there were some that could assist in cultivation, their effects were far inferior to immortal fruits. Immortal herbs were mostly used to concoct pills. However, Duanling Tian's alchemy skills had fallen behind. Moreover, the chaotic divine flame was only in its 3rd form. Even if he wanted to refine pills, he wouldn't be able to refine the immortal pills that he needed. Therefore, he could only stare at the immortal fruit. 3 days later, Duanling Tian and Huaner arrived at the place that Chai Xiongyi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, had told them about. Greetings, Sir Consecrators. The elder from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, who met with Duanling Tian and Duanling Tian, was an old man. He was extremely respectful toward Duanling Tian and Duanling Tian. He did not even dare to look at Huaner, afraid that he would blaspheme her. What's the situation now? Duanling Tian asked. The auspicious signs from the Mountain of Herbs appeared this morning. It's a 3rd-grade medicinal herb paradise. The Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's elder said. The Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's elder said, a grade 3 medicinal herb paradise means a grade 5 force won't be able to seal it off. Once a grade 3 medicinal herb paradise appears, anyone within 10,000 miles of it will be able to enter the grade 3 medicinal herb paradise with just a thought. No matter how many people there are in a 5th grade force, it's impossible for them to seal off an area of 10,000 miles. The Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's elder explained to Duanling Tian that the 3rd-grade medicinal herb paradise that appeared this time was only a 3rd-grade medicinal herb paradise. The auspicious signs appeared this morning. This means the medicinal herb paradise will appear in 3 days. Duanling Tian had learned about the medicinal herb paradise through the memory celestial talisman. Therefore, he knew the medicinal herb paradise would appear 3 days after the auspicious signs appeared. It was not only the case for 3rd-grade medicinal herb paradises, but it was the same for 2nd-grade and 1st-grade medicinal herb paradises as well. Sir Consecrators, I've arranged a place for both of you to stay for the next 3 days. Come with me. Under the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's elders' arrangement, Duanling Tian and Huaner stayed within 10,000 miles of the medicinal herb paradise. At that time, they did not even need to leave their lodgings. All they had to do was extend their divine consciousness and come into contact with the light from the 3rd-grade medicinal herb paradise. The light from the 3rd-grade medicinal herb paradise would cover an area of 10,000 miles. Anyone who came into contact with the light would be transported to the third-grade medicinal herb paradise. If it was a second-grade medicinal herb paradise, the light from the second-grade medicinal herb paradise would only cover an area of 100 miles. It was not difficult for other forces to monopolize the second-grade medicinal herb paradise. On the other hand, the light from the first-grade medicinal herb paradise would only cover an area of 1 mile. Brother Ling Tian, there's still 30 years left. I'm sure you'll be able to break through and become a celestial lord. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in front of the window and looking at the location of the Medicine Mountain's treasure vault, was waiting for them to settle down in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sex residence. Huan I know my own situation. I only became a 10 Directions Celestial King 20 years ago. My cultivation has been progressing at a snail's pace. Unless I have a fortuitous encounter, it's impossible for me to become a celestial lord in 30 years. Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile on his face. Perhaps, the third-grade medicinal herb paradise is an opportunity for you, Brother Ling Tian. Huaner said solemnly. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I hope so, however I won't force it. After 30 years, Duan Ling Tian no longer cared about whether he would be able to enter the genius secret realm or not. He just wanted to leave it to fate. There were only 30 years left before the genius secret realm would open. In just a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Duan Lingtian cultivated while Huan comprehended the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity. Brother Lingtian, is that the light from the third-grade medicinal herb paradise? Without any warning, golden rays of light appeared outside the window. However, as soon as they appeared, they began to fade. Huan use your divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian called out to Huan With just a thought, he extended his divine consciousness and probed the fading golden rays of light. As soon as Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness touched the golden rays of light, his vision darkened. When he reappeared, he was already in a world of lush greenery. So many celestial herbs. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian discovered 10% of the greenery was filled with celestial herbs. When he looked around, he discovered there was no one around. As for Huan she was not by his side. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Although Huan was holding his hand before he entered the secret realm, they would still be separated when they entered the third-grade medicinal herb paradise. Nevertheless, this was not a bad thing. Both of them could collect the celestial herbs and celestial fruits on their own. Duan Lingtian had already told Huan about this. Duan Lingtian was not worried about Huan's safety. The strongest person in the secret realm was a celestial lord from a grade 5 force. It was impossible for a grade 5 force to have a titled celestial lord. As long as they were not titled celestial lords, they would not be a threat to Huan Not only had Huan become a one basic celestial lord, but her comprehension of the law of space had also reached a high level. Let alone ordinary celestial lords, not many titled celestial lords could compare to Huan in terms of comprehension of the law of space. Are those flowing element celestial fruits? After searching through the celestial herbs in the secret realm, Duan Lingtian saw a group of people frantically searching for celestial herbs. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw 3 glowing celestial fruits on a small tree not far away. With just a glance, he could tell they were flowing element celestial fruits. These celestial fruits could help a celestial king cultivate. He was eager to obtain them. They're flowing element celestial fruits. Flowing element celestial fruits. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered the flowing element celestial fruits. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw the flowing element celestial fruits. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing next to the flowing element celestial fruits. He extended his hand and plucked the flowing element celestial fruits. It's the teleportation profundity. He has comprehended the law of space. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian plucking the flowing element celestial fruits in just a blink of an eye, the group of people who had yet to make a move looked at Duan Lingtian warily. Brother, don't you think it's a little unfair for you to take all 3 flowing element celestial fruits? A bald man stepped forward and asked Duan Lingtian with narrowed eyes. "What? Are you dissatisfied?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the bald man. "I'm afraid I'm not the only one who's dissatisfied. Everyone here is dissatisfied as well," the bald man said matter-of-factly. "If that's the case, why don't you take a move from me? If you can take a move from me, I'll give you a flowing element celestial fruit." Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the bald man. "Are you serious?" The bald man's eyes lit up. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had revealed his celestial origin energy when he teleported. Many people in the surroundings could tell he was a 10 Directions celestial king. The bald man was one of the people who had seen through Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. Most importantly, he was also a 10 Directions celestial king. Swoosh! As soon as the bald man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian teleported in front of him. As soon as the bald man's celestial origin energy surged and he cast his profundities, Duan Lingtian waved his hand. Buzz! A gray light blade swept past and annihilated all of the bald man's hastily launched means and killed him. The entire place fell silent immediately. "You're considered strong among the 10 Directions celestial kings. However, hand over the 3 flowing element celestial fruits now." A figure stepped out of the air and looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently as he spoke in an unquestionable tone. "It's Elder Sun Yu from the 5th grade Ganges Profound Sect. Elder Sun Yu is a celestial lord." Chapter 32:19. The person who stepped forward to demand Duan Lingtian to hand over the celestial fruit was a middle-aged man dressed in a long silver robe. His face was as fair as jade, and there was a conspicuous cinnabar mole on his forehead. A one basic celestial lord? Duan Lingtian could tell the middle-aged man was a one basic celestial lord based on the celestial origin energy he emitted. "If you want my celestial fruit, we'll have to see if you're strong enough to take it away from me," Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. From the beginning until the end, he did not take this celestial lord seriously at all. Duan Lingtian's words stunned the onlookers. This 10 Directions celestial king dares to speak to Elder Sun Yu in such a manner? Elder Sun Yu is not only an elder of the Ganges Profound Sect, but he's also a one basic celestial lord. Is this brat crazy? I'm afraid this brat is in trouble. At this moment, a hint of pity could be seen in the eyes of the onlookers as they looked at Duan Lingtian. They felt Duan Lingtian was seeking death. "Brat, since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish." Sun Yu's eyes flashed coldly as he made his move. He did not even take out his celestial weapon. In his opinion, a 10 Directions celestial king was not worthy of his celestial weapon. Swoosh! 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 Sun Yu had comprehended the law of wind. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a gust of wind that blew toward Duan Lingtian. Just as he was about to attack Duan Lingtian suddenly vanished from his spot. Teleportation? Sun Yu sneered. "So what if you've comprehended the law of space? My speed can keep up with your teleportation speed. Is that so?" Duan Lingtian, who had teleported 100 meters behind Sun Yu, could not help but laugh. "I'll give you a chance then. Let's see how you're going to catch up to me." A moment later, the two of them started to chase after each other under the watchful eyes of the crowd. However, as time passed, Sun Yu was still unable to catch up to Duan Lingtian. This caused his expression to become increasingly unsightly. "You're really slow. You're a disgrace to a one basic celestial lord who has comprehended the law of wind." Duan Lingtian glanced at Sun Yu and said, "If that's the case, I won't play with you anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian teleported behind Sun Yu under everyone's watchful eyes. When Sun Yu's celestial origin energy that was infused with the wind elemental energy and contained the profundities of the law erupted from his body, Duan Lingtian thrust his palm forward, causing golden flames to fill the sky. Within the golden flames, there were 3 gray blades that had suddenly emerged from the spatial rift. Poochie! 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 The 3-dimensional slashes instantly pierced through Sun Yu's energy barrier and entered his body, killing him instantly. A one basic celestial lord had died just like that. You've only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind to the initial stage. How dare you cause trouble with such little strength? After killing Sun Yu, Duan Lingtian left after leaving these words behind. The crowd only regained their senses after Duan Lingtian had left. Elder Sun Yu was killed by him? Heavens! A 10 Directions celestial king like him actually killed Elder Sun Yu, a one basic celestial lord? Elder Sun Yu didn't even have time to use his defensive celestial weapon at the critical moment. His speed is a little too fast, right? The law of space he's comprehended is terrifying. Based on his earlier attack, I can see he has comprehended at least 4 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Apart from that, the golden flames in his attack are also terrifying. I wonder what technique he used. Although Elder Sun Yu didn't use his offensive celestial weapon, he didn't use his offensive celestial weapon as well. After all, Elder Sun Yu is no match for him. I wonder where he became a 10 Directions celestial king from. I've never heard of such a powerful 10 Directions celestial king in the vicinity. While everyone was still in shock and in the midst of their discussions, Duan Lingtian went elsewhere to search for immortal herbs and immortal fruits. Although the immortal herb was not very useful to him now. However, these immortal herbs were all extremely valuable items outside. Moreover, they were priceless. Thus, he decided to keep them for now as a precaution. Who knew if he would be able to help the primal chaos divine flame reach a higher form in the future? At that time, he would be able to pick up the path of alchemy again. The Red River immortal fruit has appeared over there. Go! Let's go and take a look. I heard that the Palmfire Zen sect and the Ganges Profound sect have 2 celestial lords there. They're currently confronting each other. After all, there's only one Red River celestial fruit. Since the immortal emperors of the Palmfire Zen sect and the Ganges Profound sect are here, it's obviously impossible for us to participate. 10 figures flitted past Duan Lingtian, and their words successfully attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. The Red River celestial fruit? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard about the Red River celestial fruit. It was a celestial fruit that could raise the cultivation base of a celestial lord. Moreover, it was one of the most effective celestial fruits. With her current cultivation base, she'll definitely be able to break through and become a 2-form celestial lord in a short time if she obtains the Red River celestial fruit. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian caught up to the group of people in just a blink of an eye. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw 50 to 60 people surrounding 2 old men in a ravine with clear hills and clear waters. The 2 old men were standing opposite each other, staring daggers at each other. Beside them, on one side of the cliff of the canyon, there was a withered tree. On the tree, there was a crimson celestial fruit. The celestial fruit was surrounded by wisps of red mist. As the red mist moved, it looked like a flowing river. This was how the Red River celestial fruit got its name. Old Man Wang, I found this celestial fruit first. If you continue to fight, we'll miss out on more celestial fruits. One of the green-clad old men said to the blue-clad old man in a deep voice. Since you've said so, give me the celestial fruit. The blue-clad old man said with a smile. It seems like you insist on fighting me? The green-clad old man asked coldly. That's good as well. Let's see if you've improved recently. If you're able to defeat me, I'll let you have the celestial fruit. The blue-clad old man said with a smile. Humph! The green-clad old man could no longer hold himself back. He made his move at lightning speed and charged toward the blue-clad old man. At the same time, the blue-clad old man made his move as well. One of them had comprehended the law of water while the other had comprehended the law of fire. As soon as they began to fight, the idiom fire and water are incompatible was brought to life. The onlookers shifted their attention to the 2 old men who were fighting. I wonder if Elder Wang from the Palmfire Zen sect or Elder Qin from the Ganges Profound sect is stronger. Rumor has it that they're old rivals. In the past, their fights usually ended in a draw. Old rivals? No wonder they're fighting as soon as they meet. The onlookers discussed among themselves. However, no one dared to pick the Red River celestial fruit since they did not want to die. In their opinion, picking the Red River celestial fruit under the watchful eyes of two celestial lords was tantamount to suicide. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he saw the two old men fighting. With just a blink of an eye, he appeared next to the Red River celestial fruit. With a wave of his hand, he collected the Red River celestial fruit. When he put away the Red River immortal fruit, not only did the people who were watching the fight between the two old men focus their attention on him, but even the two old men stopped in their tracks and looked at him. "Brat, you're seeking death. How dare you steal my celestial fruit? You're courting death." The two old men made their moves almost at the same time. The two energies of water and fire seemed to have transformed into a water dragon and a fire dragon as they charged towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. They only dared to make a move when they saw Duan Lingtian keeping the Red River celestial fruit in his spatial ring. Otherwise, they would not have dared to make a move since they were worried they would destroy the Red River celestial fruit. Boom! 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 However, as soon as the two streams of water and fire energy collided with Duan Lingtian vanished into thin air. The two streams of water and fire energy missed their targets, creating a huge crater on one side of the cliff. It's the law of space's teleportation profundity. His teleportation profundity isn't even at the rudimentary stage. He has only comprehended the initial stage teleportation profundity. Where did that purple-clad young man come from? I haven't heard of any 10 directions celestial kings who are skilled in the law of space who have comprehended the initial stage teleportation profundity. Duan Lingtian vanished from everyone's sight with just one teleportation profundity. With the second teleportation profundity, he successfully evaded the two old men's divine consciousness. A 2 forms celestial lord and a 3 talents celestial lord. I'm sure they didn't expect someone as bold as me to steal the Red River celestial fruit right under their noses, right? After using the teleportation profundity thrice, Duan Lingtian finally stopped fleeing. He knew the two old men's divine consciousness could no longer lock onto him. Meanwhile, the two old men who had lost their Red River celestial fruits to Duan Lingtian were furious. "Old man Wang, if you didn't try to snatch the Red River celestial fruit from me, he wouldn't have gotten it first. It's your fault for not letting me have the Red River celestial fruit." While the two old men were arguing, they began to fight again. The onlookers were speechless. However, the group of people quickly dispersed. Now, the Red River celestial fruits were also gone. Though the battle between the two celestial emperors was worth watching, compared to plucking the various celestial herbs and celestial fruits in this precious medicinal mountain, they were more inclined towards the latter. The third-grade medicinal herb paradise was huge. Although many people had entered the medicinal herb paradise and some time had passed, there were still many places that no one had entered. Due to the presence of illusory formations in some places, many people were unaware of them. There were no offensive formations in the medicinal herb paradise, formation spirits, celestial beasts, or guards to protect the celestial herbs and celestial fruits. The illusory formations were there to protect those who entered the medicinal herb paradise. Chapter 32:20. Huan where are you? Duan Lingtian had been in the medicinal herb paradise for quite some time now, and he had been to many places along the way. At this moment, he sent a message asking for Huan location. Huan quickly replied, "Brother Lingtian, I'm at a place with 2 hills. There's a small stream near one of the hills. All the celestial herbs here have been taken away. Have you been here before?" Huan told Duan Lingtian her current location. "I think I have an impression of this place. I'll go and have a look." Duan Lingtian teleported to a place that was similar to the place Huan had told him about. Brother Lingtian. Huan was indeed here, and the two of them successfully reunited. "Huan I've obtained a Red River celestial fruit. I'll give it to you once we're out of here. With your current cultivation base, you'll be able to break through and become a 2-form celestial lord in no time," Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. It was as though he was happier to obtain a celestial fruit that Huan could use. "Brother Lingtian, I've also obtained more than a dozen celestial fruits that celestial kings can use to improve their cultivation bases. Huan smiled. More than a dozen? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He had only obtained a few celestial fruits in total, but Huan had obtained more than a dozen celestial fruits in such a short time. Huan where did you obtain so many celestial fruits? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I snatched a few from others. As for the other celestial fruits, I found them in places that were shrouded by illusory formations. Those people didn't notice them at all. Duan Lingtian nodded. Illusory formations? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian finally understood. Illusory formations were nothing to Huan Brother Lingtian, most of the celestial fruits in places without illusory formations have been taken by others. Why don't we look for places that are shrouded by illusory formations? Huan said to Duan Lingtian. All right. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Huan began to wander around the third-grade medicinal herb paradise. They discovered a few places that were shrouded in illusory formations. One of them had already been looted. According to Huan these illusory formations were more advanced than the others. However, no matter how powerful the illusory formation was, it was as though it did not exist in her eyes. With Huan leading the way, Duan Lingtian swept through all the immortal herbs and immortal fruits along the way. I really didn't expect that the places I've been to would be so different. Duan Lingtian had passed by 2 places covered by the illusion array before, but at that time, Duan Lingtian did not find any clues. It was only when Huan brought him into the illusory formation that he realized there was another world in this place. There are still 3 hours before the third-grade herb mountain closes. As soon as Duan Lingtian collected a celestial fruit, a loud and majestic voice rang in his ears. He felt an urge to kneel and worship the voice. This voice, could it be the voice of the Jade Emperor, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven? The Jade Emperor from the ancient legends on Earth? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. His eyes shone brightly. The Jade Emperor was a mythical figure that he had heard about since he was young in his previous life. When Duan Lingtian realized this voice might be related to the Jade Emperor, he could not help but feel excited. After all, he was born and raised on Earth in his previous life. His memories in this life were from his previous life as well. Brother Lingtian, there are only 3 hours left. Let's continue to wander around and see if there are any places that are shrouded in illusory formations. Huan said to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian and Huan continued to wander around the herb mountain. An hour later, they finally found another place shrouded in illusory formations. After looting the celestial herbs and celestial fruits, they left. So far, I've collected more than 20 celestial fruits. Including the celestial fruits I have almost 50 celestial fruits. After leaving the area shrouded in illusory formations, Duan Lingtian made some calculations in his heart. I wonder if I'll be able to collect more than 50 celestial fruits in the next 2 hours? Fortunately, no one knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, they would have attacked him. For the others, it was already considered good if they could obtain a few celestial fruits. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was counting on obtaining more than 50 celestial fruits. Brat, it's you. A thunderous voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears as soon as he stepped out of the illusory formations. When he turned around, he saw Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect. He was the one who had fought with the Ganges Profound sect's celestial lord for the Red River celestial fruit. However, Duan Lingtian had beaten him to it. Elder Wang was a 3 talents celestial king. Although he could not defeat the Ganges Profound sect's 2-form celestial king, that was only because water countered fire. After all, he had comprehended the law of fire while his opponent had comprehended the law of water. At this moment, there was another old man standing next to Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect. Elder Wang, do you know him? The old man asked. Elder Lu, he's the brat I mentioned to you earlier. When I was fighting with Old Man Qin from the Ganges Profound sect for the Red River celestial fruit, he used his teleportation profundity, which was at the initial stage of the law of space, to snatch our Red River celestial fruit. Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect said in a deep voice. Based on how he addressed the old man, It was clear the old man was also an elder from the Palm Fire Zen sect. It's him. Elder Lu's eyes lit up when he heard Elder Wang's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was a hunter who had spotted his prey. Elder Wang, is it? Did the two of you gain anything during this time? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Even if Huan was not with him, he would not be afraid of Elder Wang. The Palm Fire Zen sect was only a 5th grade sect. They did not have any titled celestial lords. Naturally, the elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect who entered the medicinal herb paradise were not the strongest in the sect. Even if Duan Lingtian was only a 10 directions celestial king, he was not afraid of them. In fact, he was confident he could kill one of them in a breath and 2 in 2 breaths if he took out the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Now that the 7 Orifices exquisite sword had a sword soul, the power it could unleash was above all Emperor-grade celestial weapons, even though it was still limited by his cultivation base. Even an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an acquired weapon soul would not be as powerful as the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Moreover, Huang could help him in the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Although Huang had not regained her comprehension of the law of destruction due to Duan Lingtian's low cultivation base, she could not unleash the full power of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. However, Huang strength was not inferior to Duan Lingtian's at all. Duan Lingtian had sparred with Huang 10 years ago. The battle ended in a draw. After all, Duan Lingtian had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. What? Don't tell me you're thinking of taking advantage of us? Elder Lu from the Palm Fire Zen sect laughed. You're just a 10 directions celestial king. Don't you think you're being too greedy? Brat, you better hand over the Red River celestial fruit. Otherwise, even if you can avoid me, the Palm Fire Zen sect won't let you off the hook. Elder Wang said threateningly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Avoid me? Duan Lingtian smiled. When did I say I'm going to avoid you? If you're not going to avoid us, are you going to fight us? Elder Wang said with a disdainful smile. Huan will take one each. Just ask them to hand over the Red River celestial fruit. Duan Lingtian said to Huan Under the scornful gazes of the 2 elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect, Duan Lingtian and Huan made their moves. As soon as they made their moves, they swiftly suppressed the 2 elders from the sect. Even after the elders took out their royal-grade celestial weapons, they were still overwhelmed by Duan Lingtian and Huan. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian and Huan did not take out their royal-grade celestial weapons. If you don't want to die, hand over your loot. This person next to me can hypnotize you with an illusory technique, so don't take any chances. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. The 2 elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect had a look of despair on their faces. After witnessing Duan Lingtian and Huan's strength, even without Duan Lingtian's warning, they did not dare to take any chances. After all, with Duan Lingtian and Huan's strength, they would have died a long time ago if they wanted to kill them. These are the celestial fruits I obtained after entering this place. I only obtained these celestial fruits. The 2 elders of the Palm Fire Zen sect were reluctant to part with the treasures they had obtained from this trip to the Mountain of Herbs. At this moment, they could only feel relieved that Duan Lingtian did not take their celestial herbs. However, Duan Lingtian's next words made them despair. And the celestial herbs you obtained this time? Duan Lingtian and Huan were about to leave after collecting the celestial herbs from the Palm Fire Zen sect. Elders, it's him. He's the one who killed Elder Sun Yu. A loud voice rang from afar, attracting the attention of Duan Lingtian, Huan and the 2 elders from the Palm Fire celestial sect. There were 4 people in total, 1 middle-aged man and 3 old men. Duan Lingtian was familiar with one of the old men. It was Elder Qin from the Ganges Profound sect who had competed with Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect for the Red River celestial fruits. It's you. At the same time, Elder Qin from the Ganges Profound sect also recognized Duan Lingtian and the 2 people from the Palm Fire Zen sect. Wang Yi, Lu Tong. The Ganges Profound sect will take the Red River celestial fruits from this brat. Elder Qin looked vigilantly at the 2 elders of the Palm Fire Zen sect and said in a deep voice. He was very confident. After all, he had the advantage in numbers. You? Elder Lu from the Palm Fire Zen sect wanted to say something but was stopped by Elder Wang through voice transmission. Don't remind him. We can't be the only ones at a disadvantage, right? Chapter 32:21. As soon as Elder Wang of the Palm Fire Zen sect finished speaking, he stood aside and watched the show, as if he would not interfere. Elder Lu from the Palm Fire Zen sect also stood at the side with Elder Wang after the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Brat, did you kill Elder Sun Yu from the Ganges Profound sect? Elder Qin from the Ganges Profound sect asked in a deep voice as he stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. Why did you kill Elder Sun Yu from the Ganges Profound sect? At this moment, the other three people from the Ganges Profound sect were also looking at Duan Lingtian with a cold expression on their faces. He attacked me after I obtained the celestial fruit. Should I wait for him to kill me instead? Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he glanced at the three people from the Ganges Profound sect. Brat, how dare you kill an elder from the Ganges Profound sect? You'll die here today. The middle-aged man from the Ganges Mysterious sect coldly spoke. An icy murderous intent promptly surfaced in his eyes. The other three old men from the Ganges Profound sect, including Elder Qin, looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as though they were waiting to devour him. What? All of you want to kill me? A faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he looked at the four people from the Tao Scholar Profound sect meaningfully. All of you better think twice. Brat, you'll definitely die today for killing an elder from the Ganges Profound sect. The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Seeing that the situation was on the verge of breaking out, Elder Lu of the Palm Fire Zen sect couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Elder Wang. Elder Wang, should we remind them? Based on the situation, I'm afraid these two young men won't show mercy to the four people from the Ganges Profound sect like they did to us. Elder Lu, you're an elder from the Palm Fire Zen sect. What does the life and death of the people from the Ganges Profound sect have to do with you? Elder Wang replied non-committally through voice transmission. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the four people from the Ganges Profound sect attacked Duan Lingtian at the same time. This was because they had learned from Elder Qin that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the profundity of teleportation to the initial stage of the law of space. In order to prevent Duan Lingtian from escaping, they wanted to kill Duan Lingtian before he could teleport away. Seeing this, Elder Wang of the Palm Fire Zen sect gloated. The result was just as he expected. The four people from the Ganges Profound sect were completely annihilated. Not a single one survived. However, what surprised him was that the purple-clothed young man had not made a move from the beginning to the end. The one who had made a move was the breathtakingly beautiful white-clothed woman beside him. Moreover, it only took her less than a breath to kill the four celestial lords from the Ganges Profound sect. Is that a soul attack? Elder Wang of the Palm Fire Zen sect had a grim expression on his face when he recalled how the four celestial lords froze in place before the white-clothed young woman killed them. Even Elder Lu of the Palm Fire Zen sect, who was standing next to him, had a fearful expression on his face as he thought to himself, "Fortunately, she didn't use that technique on me earlier. Otherwise, I would have died." Earlier, when Duan Lingtian fought with Huan he was the one who fought with Huan At this moment, he realized Huan had been concealing her true strength when she fought with him earlier. After collecting the spatial rings and celestial weapons from the four people from the Ganges Profound sect, Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Wang meaningfully and said, "Are you using us as cannon fodder?" Earlier, Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect did not tell the four people from the Ganges Profound sect about their strength. It was clear he did not want to warn the four people from the Ganges Profound sect about their strength. "My lord, I didn't mean that. I just think we've suffered a loss, and it's only right for them to suffer a loss and hand over the celestial herbs and celestial fruits to you." Elder Wang's expression changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He hurriedly explained, "After all, if they didn't make a move with your character, you wouldn't have taken their celestial fruits and celestial herbs from them. So you're saying you're doing this for my sake?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Of course. Elder Wang had a righteous look on his face, as if he was very serious. Even Elder Lu couldn't bear to continue watching. Huan, let's go. Duan Lingtian beckoned to Huan before he left. He no longer bothered to tease Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect. He did not have much time left. He had to cherish the remaining time and see if he could find another place that was shrouded by an illusory formation. The two elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan had left. A 10 Directions Celestial King and a 1 Basic Celestial Lord are so powerful. I feel like I've lived my life in vain. Elder Wang smiled bitterly. You're not the only one. It's truly a blow to our confidence. Elder Lu smiled bitterly as well. Duan Lingtian and Huan had gained a lot from their trip to the medicinal herb paradise. This made Duan Lingtian even more confident that he would be able to break through and become a celestial lord in the next 30 years. In the next 30 years, they returned to the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. However, they did not return to the Glacier Valley. This was because, compared to the large pile of immortal fruits he had obtained, the little bit of cultivation assistance in the Glacier Valley was negligible. Moreover, Huan preferred to stay in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sex Estate instead of the Glacier Valley. Spring went and autumn came, and time passed quietly. 20 years later, Huan had successfully broken through and become a 3 talents celestial lord. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had yet to become a 1 basic celestial lord. Even his comprehension of the law of space had not improved. Of the 9 profundities of the law of space, apart from the basic profundity, space elemental profundity, I have comprehended the other 8 profundities to the initial stage. However, I feel like there's a limit to comprehending the profundities to the mastery stage. Most of the time, I feel like I'm close to comprehending the profundities to the mastery stage, but I just can't. Duan Lingtian was already vexed by the lack of a breakthrough in his cultivation base. Duan Lingtian was even more vexed by the lack of a breakthrough in his comprehension of the law of space. After learning about Duan Lingtian's troubles, the chaos divine flame in his body said, "It's impossible for those below the celestial lord realm to comprehend the profundities to the mastery stage. If you want to comprehend the profundities to the mastery stage, you'll have to become a celestial lord at the very least." Upon hearing the chaos divine flame's words, Duan Lingtian felt even more vexed. There are only 10 years left before the genius secret realm opens. I can only hope that I'll be able to make a breakthrough in these 10 years. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was close to that of a 1 basic celestial lord. However, he had yet to make a breakthrough. His current situation was similar to Huan when he left the spirit overarching heaven. Fortunately, Huan situation had been resolved with time. Do I have to wait until the time is right before I can make a breakthrough? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. In the end, Duan Lingtian decided to leave the spirit overarching heaven and search for opportunities to make a breakthrough in these 10 years. For a time, Duan Lingtian and Huan left the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect and traveled around the world. However, as the years passed, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base remained stagnant. Next year, the genius secret realm in the Nando territory that only opens once every 1,000 years will open. I still have 1 year left. Duan Lingtian felt a great deal of pressure. Whether he was fated to enter the genius secret realm or not would depend on whether he could make a breakthrough and become a celestial lord in the next year. The opening of the genius secret realm was a grand occasion in the Nando territory. All the young prodigies in the Nando territory would participate in the genius secret realm. Now that there was only a year left before the genius secret realm opened, the Nando territory was already bustling with activity. It has been a long time since a grassroots prodigy from a grade 1 force appeared in the genius secret realm. In the past 10,000 years, it has always been the young prodigies from the grade 1 forces. Although there are some outstanding young prodigies, none of them are as good as the grassroots prodigies from the grade 1 forces. Well, it's normal. Which young prodigy from the grade 1 forces didn't grow up with a silver spoon in their mouths? It's only natural that they're stronger than ordinary grassroots prodigies. Actually, every time the genius secret realm opens, there will always be grassroots geniuses being roped in by first-class forces. This is already considered pretty good. The Genius Secret Realm is not only a stage for the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces to search for treasures, but it's also an opportunity for many grassroots prodigies to prove themselves. Outstanding grassroots prodigies will be invited by the Grade 1 forces. However, in the past 10,000 years, only 2 grassroots prodigies have been invited by the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan. As for the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, it has been 10,000 years since they last invited a grassroots prodigy to join them. The ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, and the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect were the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory. Rumor had it that there were no titled celestial emperors in the Nando territory due to their existence. Some people even suspected that there were titled celestial emperors in the 3 Grade 1 forces. However, due to the fact that they kept each other in check, none of them could rule the Nando territory. For this reason, the Nando territory had no titled celestial emperors. Only celestial lords below the age of 1,000 could enter the Genius Secret Realm. Those who could become celestial lords before the age of 1,000 were considered prodigies. Apart from the prodigies from the Grade 1 forces, the prodigies from other forces and sectless cultivators were known as grassroots prodigies. The prodigies from the Grade 1 forces entered the Genius Secret Realm to search for treasures and fortuitous encounters. On the other hand, the prodigies from other forces and sectless cultivators entered the Genius Secret Realm to search for treasures and enter the Grade 1 forces. Naturally, most of them wanted to join the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, the ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, and the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Every time the Genius Secret Realm opened, the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces would recruit disciples. However, most of the disciples chose to join the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces. Chapter 32-22. Every time the Genius Secret Realm opened, the Grade 1 forces would usually recruit people inside. However, those who could make a Grade 1 force take the initiative to send out invitations were all outstanding grassroots prodigies. A grassroots prodigy who was invited to a Grade 1 force would receive a completely different treatment compared to a grassroots prodigy who took the initiative to join a Grade 1 force. In the past 10,000 years, there were only 2 grassroots prodigies who were invited by the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan, 2 of the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory. On the other hand, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect had not invited anyone in the past 10,000 years. I wonder if the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect will take the initiative to invite a grassroots prodigy to enter the Genius Secret Realm? I don't think so. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect has higher standards than the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan. They won't casually invite grassroots prodigies. I think so too. It's already not bad if the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan invite a grassroots prodigy to join the Genius Secret Realm. Days passed as the people in the Nando territory discussed among themselves. The Genius Secret Realm was about to open. The Genius Secret Realm was open to everyone in the Nando weave. There were entrances to the Genius Secret Realm. As long as they were celestial lords and younger than 1,000 years old, they would be able to enter the Genius Secret Realm. Meanwhile, there were many 10 Directions celestial kings who were younger than 1,000 years old in the Nando territory. They were only a step away from becoming a celestial lord. They were frantically searching for a breakthrough. As long as they became celestial lords, they would be able to enter the Genius Secret Realm. In the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian sighed as he sat in the valley. There's still a month left. It seems like I won't be able to enter the Genius Secret Realm. Currently, there was only a month left before the Genius Secret Realm would open. After the Genius Secret Realm opened, the entrance would only be open for 3 days. After that, it would be impossible to enter again. Currently, Duan Lingtian was still a 10 Directions Celestial King. I wonder if the consumable royal grade celestial weapon that allows me to possess the celestial origin energy and soul energy of a 1 basic celestial lord will be able to fool the entrance of the Genius Secret Realm. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian went to look for the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, Chai Shungi, to ask about this matter. After staying in the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect for so many years, Duan Lingtian knew that Chai Shungi was the most knowledgeable person in the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect. In fact, it was hard to find someone more knowledgeable than Chai Shungi in the Northern Icy Plains. Lord Revered Elder, theoretically, with the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon and the celestial origin energy of a one basic celestial lord, you should be able to deceive the formation in the genius secret realm. Chai Xiongyi said, but have you ever thought about it? Could it be that you're not going to make a move after entering the genius secret realm? Once you make a move, your cultivation base will fall back to the level of a 10 directions celestial king. At that time, you will still be sent out. In the history of the Nando territory, someone has used this method before. However, in the end, he was forcefully sent out of the genius secret realm. Upon hearing Chai Xiongyi's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent. Lord Revered Elder, since you have the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, why don't you just use it? You can use it to sense your cultivation base as a one basic celestial lord. Perhaps, you'll find a miracle and become a celestial lord. Chai Xiongyi gave Duan Lingtian a suggestion. With your current cultivation base, there's no point in keeping the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Upon hearing Chai Xiongyi's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. That was right. Why had he not thought of this before? Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian took out the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon he had obtained in the past and used his last chance to refine it. The consumable royal-grade celestial weapon disappeared after Duan Lingtian used up his last chance. Duan Lingtian's body was filled with the celestial origin energy of a one basic celestial lord. Even his soul had been elevated to the level of a one basic celestial lord. So, this is the level of a one basic celestial lord. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he bade farewell to Chai Xiongyi and left. In the following month, Duan Lingtian did not dare to recklessly use his celestial origin energy and soul energy for fear that his cultivation base would fall back to the level of a 10 directions celestial king. Ha ha ha! On the second day of the genius secret realm, Duan Lingtian, who had given up all hope, finally found a miracle and successfully broke through to the level of a celestial lord with the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Congratulations, revered Elder Lingtian. Hao Wang, the Supreme Elder of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, hurried over to congratulate Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded at Hao Wang before he went to wake Huaner, who was still comprehending the law of space. Huaner, I've broken through. Let's go. Let's go to the entrance of the genius secret realm. There was only a little more than a day left before the entrance of the genius secret realm closed. Even with their speed, it would take them almost a day to reach the entrance of the genius secret realm. Although they were not in a hurry, Duan Lingtian's emotions were still fluctuating. Swoosh! Swoosh! Hao Wang's eyes widened in shock when he saw Duan Lingtian and Huaner disappearing into the horizon. The genius secret realm? Revered Elder Lingtian and Revered Elder Huaner are less than 1,000 years old? Hao Wang's heart skipped a beat when he recalled the strength Duan Lingtian and Huaner had displayed before they broke through to the celestial lord realm. They'll definitely be able to compete with the young geniuses from Grade 1 forces in the genius secret realm. In fact, I'm afraid not many young geniuses from Grade 1 forces are a match for them. Hao Wang was confident in Duan Lingtian and Huaner's strength after witnessing Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's strength. Almost a day later, Duan Lingtian and Huaner finally arrived at the entrance of the genius secret realm that was closest to the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. The entrance of the genius secret realm was located halfway up a cliff. There were many people hovering in the air outside the entrance. It was clear they were here to accompany someone. However, there were only a few people who had entered the genius secret realm. Huaner, let's go in. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huaner held hands as they entered the genius secret realm. After the two of them left, another round of exclamations rang out from the crowd. They were all amazed by Huaner's flawless face. So, this is the genius secret realm? Duan Lingtian's vision blurred for a moment before he found himself in the air, above a group of magnificent buildings with Huaner by his side. He could vaguely see some figures loitering around the magnificent buildings. It was clear they were people who had entered the genius secret realm. Huaner, let's go over there and have a look. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw a mountain in the distance that pierced through the clouds. At this moment, many figures were making their way over. After a while, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er caught up to the group of people. At this moment, many people had also noticed Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. They were shocked by Huan Er's stunning appearance and were attracted to her. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian holding Huan Er's hand, their expressions darkened. Of course, almost everyone's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. There are very few female celestials who can enter the genius secret realm. I didn't expect one of them to be such a beauty. Unfortunately, she's already taken. A middle-aged man sighed emotionally. Although she's already taken, as long as you're strong enough, it's not impossible for you to snatch her away. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, another young man who looked frivolous laughed. All talk and no action. Why don't you give it a try? A young man not far away glanced at the frivolous young man and ridiculed him. However, in the end, no one dared to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. After all, everyone in the genius secret realm possessed extraordinary innate talent. Apart from young prodigies from grade 1 forces, no one dared to offend anyone in the genius secret realm. After all, no one could be certain if they had offended someone more outstanding than them. It's been less than 3 days since the genius secret realm opened. I wonder if there are any prodigies from grade 1 forces at the foot of the peak of gravity. If there are, I'm afraid he won't be able to rank higher. A young man standing near Duan Lingtian said with a sigh. Peak of gravity? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up slightly as he looked at the mountain peak that towered into the clouds and attracted everyone. As more and more people spoke, he finally learned what the peak of gravity was. The peak of gravity was a mountain where the higher one climbed, the stronger the gravitational force. There were 99 peaks of gravity in the genius secret realm. One could challenge any one of the 99 peaks of gravity. Once one reached a certain height, one would be rewarded. If one could break the record, one would have a chance to obtain an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Even if one did not obtain an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, the value of the peak of gravity was similar to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. However, it was not easy to break the record. It seems like the peak of gravity hasn't been broken for 20,000 years. The last person who broke the record was Yu Jiancheng, the current sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, right? That's right. When sect leader Yu was a 6-combo celestial lord, he broke the record by climbing 37,870 meters to the foot of the peak of gravity and obtained an Emperor-grade celestial sword for it. The best result in the past 10,000 years is only 30,000 meters. It's still a long way from sect leader Yu's record. Sect leader Yu of the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect is not an ordinary person. Rumor has it that he's the youngest among the pillars of the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect, but his strength is not inferior to the older generation. Chapter 32-23. Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect, is a 6-combos celestial lord, even though he's not even 1,000 years old? It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to deduce that the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect, one of the 3 strongest grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, was such an outstanding prodigy. Since he's able to leave behind such an unsurpassable record, it means he has comprehended an extraordinary law as well. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. After a while, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er finally arrived at the peak of gravity. It was a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. When they arrived, there were already more than a dozen people gathered at the foot of the mountain. It seems like many people have entered the genius secret realm. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had learned that there were 99 peaks of gravity in the genius secret realm. There were more than 30 people gathered at one of the peaks of gravity. Moreover, many people were making their way to the peak of gravity as well. It's not surprising. Although it's rare to see a celestial lord younger than 1,000 years old, the Nando territory is so huge that there should be a lot of them. Apart from that, not everyone who enters the genius secret realm is from the Nando territory. There are many outsiders as well. The Nando territory was a territory without a titled celestial emperor. It was ruled by the various grade 1 forces. Due to this reason, the top forces in the Nando territory were at loggerheads. Some grade 1 forces would even fight to the death if they encountered each other outside. Such an environment was the dream of many people who attained their Tao through battle. I wonder if Ling Jueyun will enter the genius secret realm as well? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could not help but think about Ling Jueyun, who had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit with him in the equal heaven territory. Ling Jueyun was from the divine offering land. It could be said that he had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Now that he had become a celestial lord, he was certain Ling Jueyun would do the same. Look, it's Yi Yu-chun from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. He reached the peak of gravity. Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er, turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. Duan Ling Tian glanced over and saw a figure flying up the peak of gravity. The peak of gravity looked like an ordinary mountain from afar. However, upon closer inspection, it was actually a mountain with layers of stairs. The distance between the steps of the peak of gravity was very high, at least 10 meters. One had to cross 10 meters to reach the next step. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, a black figure was rapidly climbing up the steps. In the blink of an eye, he had climbed up the 1,000th step. And that was also 10,000 meters high. However, the clouds in the genius secret realm were 30,000 meters high. One had to climb 3,000 steps to reach the clouds. It was unknown if it was intentional or not. Now, the black shadow had covered 1/3 of the distance between the ground and the clouds. He's Yi Yu-chun, the prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect who's already a 4-phenomenon celestial lord before the age of 1,000? That's him. I've seen him before. Yi Yu-chun is ranked in the top 3 among the prodigies under the age of 1,000 in the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. I wonder how he'll perform this time, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. The genius secret realm only opens once every 1,000 years. Only celestial lords below the age of 1,000 are allowed to enter. In other words, everyone can only enter once in their lifetime. Not only are we here for the first time, but it's also the first time for the geniuses from the Grade 1 forces. Yi Yu-chun can only be considered above average among the prodigies from Grade 1 forces who are younger than 1,000 years old. Upon hearing the discussions in the surroundings, Duan Ling Tian learned that the person who was climbing the peak of gravity was Yi Yu-chun. Naturally, he had never heard of such a person before. All these years, he had been in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect and had not heard of any prodigies from Grade 1 forces. Huan Er, let's go as well. When Duan Ling Tian saw the others had no intention of climbing the peak of gravity, he brought Huan Er along with him as they flew toward the peak of gravity. However, as soon as they reached the peak of gravity, they were separated by a gentle force. Clearly, the peak of gravity didn't allow anyone to team up with others. One could only rely on themselves to ascend as high as possible. They're climbing the peak of gravity. I don't know why, but I feel a lot better when I see them separated even though I don't know them. He has such a beautiful woman by his side. Any man would be jealous of him. I'm almost dancing for joy right now. The people below the peak of gravity shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er when they saw the duo ascending the peak of gravity. Many of them began to ridicule the duo. Let's go and have a look as well. Let's go. There's no point in waiting here. Why don't we challenge the peak of gravity? As long as we can climb 20,000 meters, we'll be able to leave our names on the peak of gravity. Is that so? Then, I'll leave my name on the peak of gravity. In just a blink of an eye, more than a dozen figures caught up with Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er. As expected, the further one climbs the peak of gravity, the stronger the gravity is. Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er climbed the 1,000th step at the same time. They were now 10,000 meters away from the peak of gravity. At this point, they did not feel any pressure at all. Their speed was comparable to Yi Yu-chun from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect, and they weren't any slower than Yi Yu-chun. Who are they? His speed is actually faster than Yi Yu-chun's. I don't know. However, based on their auras, they don't seem to be from ordinary forces. Perhaps they're from a Grade 1 force? I don't think so. If they are, it's impossible for so many of us to not recognize them. Perhaps they're the direct disciples of a high-ranking official from a Grade 1 force. They don't usually show themselves so they can make a name for themselves in the genius secret realm. Maybe they're grassroots prodigies. Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's outstanding performance shocked the people at the foot of the peak of gravity and those who followed them up the mountain. That Yi Yuchen, he slowed down when he reached the 1,600th step. It seems like he's already under pressure from there. When they reached the 1,100th step, Duan Ling Tian saw Yi Yuchen, the prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, was clearly slowing down. However, Yi Yuchen had not even reached the 1,700th step. In other words, he was already under pressure before he reached the 17,000th step. Otherwise, he would not have slowed down. Swoosh! Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er did not slow down at all as they continued to climb. When Yi Yuchen reached the 1,800th step, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er finally caught up to him. Yi Yuchen was a black-clad young man with a cold expression on his face. An expression of surprise appeared on his face when he saw two people chasing after him. He was even more shocked when he realized he had never seen these two people before. Grassroots prodigies? As a prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, a grade 1 force, Yi Yuchen was certain these two people were not among the young prodigies under the age of 1,000. Young prodigies from grade 1 forces would often have gatherings, and Yi Yuchen had attended them. Therefore, he knew almost all of the young prodigies from grade 1 forces. For this reason, Yi Yuchen was certain these two people were not ordinary prodigies. He was certain these two people were not from grade 1 forces. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Yi Yuchen saw Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's faces, the duo continued to climb. In just a blink of an eye, they had already reached the 1,900th step. The law of space? At this moment, Yi Yuchen could tell Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er had comprehended the law of space based on their gray celestial origin energy. They've surpassed Yi Yuchen. They haven't slowed down at all. It seems like they'll definitely reach the 20,000-meter mark. Look, some names have already appeared on the peak of gravity. Yu Pingji is a prodigy from the ancient Phoenix clan. Bailey Shang is a prodigy from the Bailey clan. Ouyang Chun is a prodigy from the Profound Sky Dao sect. And that one, at this moment, a few names appeared on the peak of gravity. They were shocked by Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's strength. They were certain the duo would be able to reach the 2,000th step. However, at this moment, a few names appeared on the peak of gravity. After these names appeared, there was also the number of steps they were currently on, and the number of steps was constantly changing. For example, Bailey Shang was currently ranked second on the 2,113 steps. However, in just a blink of an eye, he had surpassed the person who was ranked first. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er finally arrived at the 2,000th step. Everyone's attention was focused on the name and the number of steps on the peak of gravity. As soon as Duan Ling Tian stepped onto the 2,000th step, he felt a huge pressure bearing down on him. It was completely different from the pressure he had felt before. Big brother Ling Tian, the pressure here seems to have increased. Huan Er sent him a voice transmission. I can feel it. Duan Ling Tian replied. Please leave your name. Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er were about to reach the 2,000th step when a voice rang in their ears. Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er felt a new pressure bearing down on them. In the next moment, the silhouette of a brush appeared in front of them. However, when Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er extended their hands, they grabbed the brush and wrote their names in the air. After they finished writing their names were at the end of the list of names that appeared on the peak of gravity. Huan Er 2,000 step. Duan Ling Tian 2,000 step. Chapter 32-24. Huan Er, Duan Ling Tian. Have you heard of him? I don't think they're prodigies from grade 1 forces. Earlier, the names that appeared on the peak of gravity were all prodigies from grade 1 forces. However, the names of grassroots prodigies have already appeared on the peak of gravity. In the genius secret realm, a commotion could be heard at the foot of the 99 peaks of gravity. In the Nando territory, the grade 1 forces had the most outstanding prodigies. The grade 1 forces were rich in resources, and their prodigies were heavily nurtured since they were young. It was only natural that their prodigies would have great achievements. Now that two grassroots prodigies had made it to the peak of gravity ranking, the grassroots prodigies in the Genius Secret Realm were all excited. After all, the number of grassroots prodigies in the Genius Secret Realm was much higher than the number of prodigies from Grade 1 forces. However, the quality of the grassroots prodigies was far inferior compared to the Grade 1 forces. This made the grassroots prodigies feel very frustrated. Now that a grassroots prodigy had made it to the peak of gravity ranking, all the grassroots prodigies in the Genius Secret Realm who were paying attention to the peak of gravity ranking were extremely excited. Another grassroots prodigy has made it onto the peak of gravity rankings. At this moment, an unfamiliar name appeared at the bottom of the peak of gravity's ranking. Many people were watching as Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's rankings rapidly rose to the middle of the peak of gravity's rankings. Ho Zilong 2000 step. Ho Zilong? I've never heard of him. Another grassroots prodigy? I think so. It seems like there are quite a few outstanding grassroots prodigies this time. At the same time, a group of grassroots prodigies who had been paying attention to the peak of gravity and had not attempted to climb the peak of gravity were also inspired to climb the peak of gravity. At this moment, the number of names on the peak of gravity ranking had increased to 22. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er had already risen to the 4th and 5th place respectively. There were still 3 people in front of them who were slowly closing in on them. The pressure is getting stronger. When he reached the 2600th step of the peak of gravity, Duan Ling Tian still felt a great pressure even though he had exerted all his strength. Huan Er, you don't have to wait for me. Try your best to climb up. Duan Ling Tian said through voice transmission as he looked at the calm Huan Er. He could tell. Huan Er did not feel too much pressure, so she could walk a little further with ease. All right. When Huan Er saw the anticipation in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, she nodded and continued to climb. A moment later, she surpassed the 3rd place. Then he overtook the 2nd place. Then he overtook the 1st place. Not only was her cultivation base higher than Duan Ling Tian, but her comprehension of the law of space had also caught up to Duan Ling Tian. Long before he broke through to the immortal emperor realm, Duan Ling Tian had already comprehended all the profundities of the law of space to the minor accomplishment realm. However, if he had not become a celestial lord, he would not have been able to comprehend the profundities of the law to the mastery realm. As for Duan Ling Tian, he had only become a celestial lord before he entered the Genius Secret Realm. Therefore, he did not have the time to use the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the law of space. Because of this, she was able to further her comprehension of the law of space with the help of the supreme powerhouse godhead. She even managed to catch up to him. Although the pressure is great with my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to climb to the 3000th step. Duan Ling Tian continued to climb. It did not take long for him to reach the 3rd place. After all, he was faster than the people he had overtaken. An uproar broke out at the foot of the peak of gravity again. Heavens! Huan Er is ranked 1st on the peak of gravity ranking. She's already on the 932th step. Is she going to challenge the 3000th step? Based on her current strength, even if she doesn't reach the 3000th step, the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey clan will definitely extend an olive branch to her. Once she reaches the 3000th step, even the Thousand Tribulations sword sect won't be able to sit still. Duan Ling Tian isn't a pushover as well. He's already ranked 3rd. He's really an embarrassment to us grassroots prodigies. In the Genius Secret Realm, the grassroots prodigies were in an uproar. On the other hand, the prodigies from Grade 1 forces were embarrassed. Many prodigies from Grade 1 forces who had yet to reach the peak of gravity began to climb as well. Moreover, they did not slow down at all. It seems like this is the limit. Although I can teleport up there, I'll definitely be injured by the weight. It's not worth it. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the 2839th level of the peak of gravity, he did not continue climbing. Instead, he decided to stop here. I'll return after I've comprehended the law of space. The Genius Secret Realm will be open for 10 years. I'll have plenty of chances in the future. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian was no longer in a hurry. He had 10 years left. He was confident he would be able to comprehend the law of space to the mastery stage with the supreme powerhouse divinity. Huan Er, she's gonna climb the 30,000 meters. After giving up, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the higher steps of the peak of gravity. He could see Huan Er was getting closer and closer to the 3,000 step. She's going up. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when Huan Er finally made it to the 3,000 step. Brother Lingtian, the pressure is too great. When Duan Lingtian heard her voice transmission, he could tell she was struggling to speak. Huan Er, let's give up for now. We'll try again next time. You've done well for now, Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission. Along the way, Duan Lingtian discovered the peak of gravity was not only a test of one's strength, but it was also a test of one's endurance. He and Huan Er's strength was considered outstanding among ordinary celestial lords. However, there were many celestial lords with high cultivation bases in the genius secret realm, including 5 elements celestial lords and 6 stars celestial lords. As for those celestial lords, not only were their profundities on par with Duan Lingtian and Huan Er, some of them were even stronger. When Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, set the record as a 6-combo celestial lord, he must have comprehended a profundity to the mastery stage. Most likely, he must have comprehended more than one profundity to the mastery stage. Before climbing the peak of gravity, Duan Lingtian did not have much of an idea about this. However, now that he knew about it, he finally had an idea. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huan Er and Duan Lingtian left the peak of gravity and returned to the bottom of the mountain. When the male prodigies saw Huan Er holding Duan Lingtian's hand, they no longer felt jealous of Duan Lingtian. In fact, they felt only a man like Duan Lingtian was worthy of such an outstanding woman. Brother, you're amazing. Brother, you and this lady are really proud of us grassroots prodigies. Brother, lady, both of you must be grassroots prodigies, right? At the bottom of the peak of gravity, apart from Yi Yu-chan from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect, the other grassroots prodigies greeted Duan Lingtian and Huan Er warmly. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm here to join a Grade 1 force. With your strength, any Grade 1 force would be willing to accept you. That's right. Upon learning that Duan Lingtian was a grassroots prodigy, the grassroots prodigies present on the scene grew even more excited. At this moment, Yi Yu-chan, the prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect, stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan Er with a smile on his face. Gentlemen, are you interested in joining the Thousand Hands Devil Sect? If you're interested, I can recommend you. In Yi Yu-chen's opinion, it would be a great merit if he could recruit these 2 grassroots prodigies into the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. However, he knew they might not be willing to join the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. After all, among the Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, the Thousand Hands Devil Sect was not as strong as the ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, or the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would be more willing to join one of the 3 major forces. The Genius Secret Realm has been open for 10 years. Let's continue watching. Duan Lingtian smiled and politely declined Yi Yu-chen's offer. Brother, this is my soul pearl. If you want to join the Thousand Hands Devil Sect, you can look for me at any time. I'm Yi Yu-chan, the 3rd direct disciple of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. Yi Yu-chan left a soul pearl behind for Duan Lingtian before he left. From the beginning until the end, he did not seem to be angry at all. That grassroots prodigy is quite strong as well. He's already at the 2500th level. He barely made it into the top 10. At this moment, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He glanced over and saw a name that had just squeezed into the top 10. Ho Zilong. Upon hearing the words of the people around him, he discovered Ho Zilong was also a grassroots prodigy like him. Ho Zilong is quite strong as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered another name was climbing up the stairs at lightning speed. It did not take long for it to overtake his name. Then, it continued to climb until it reached the 3000 step before it finally slowed down. At this moment, this name pushed Huan Er out of the 2nd place and took the 1st place. Feng Chi-chi. It's the ancient Phoenix clan's #1 prodigy under the age of 1000, Feng Chi-chi. How terrifying. Feng Chi-chi's peak of gravity ranking is terrifying. In just a blink of an eye, she has already climbed to the 3,300 step. However, her speed has slowed down. It seems like it'll be difficult for her to climb to the 3,500 step. At this time, Duan Lingtian learned that Feng Chi-Chi was the ancient Phoenix clan's #1 prodigy under the age of 1,000. Most importantly, Feng Chi-Chi was a female prodigy. Feng Chi-Chi was a woman. Feng Chi-Chi. I wonder how Tianwu is doing in the ancient Phoenix clan? Chapter 32-25. Feng Chi-Chi was ranked first on the peak of gravity ranking. Moreover, she had climbed over 3,400 steps. This attracted everyone's attention. Even those who were climbing the peak of gravity paused and stared at the peak of gravity ranking. Feng Chi-Chi, 3,432 steps. Feng Chi-Chi, 3,433 steps. Feng Chi-Chi continued to climb the peak of gravity ranking, but her speed had obviously slowed down. In the end, it took her a dozen breaths to reach the next step. In the end, Feng Chi-Chi stopped at the 3,462nd step. But even so, her results were still far ahead of everyone else. Currently, Huan who was ranked second, had only reached the 3,000 step. Amazing! As expected of the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the ancient Phoenix clan, her result is comparable to Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. That's right. That year, Yu Jiancheng's record was 37,870 meters. That is, he stopped at the 3,787th floor. Now, Feng Chi-Chi stopped at the 3,462nd floor. She's only 300 floors away from him. Grassroots prodigies like us can't compare to a prodigy from a grade 1 force. She's amazing. Did you notice? Now, both the first and second place on the peak of gravity ranking are women. Don't tell me men are inferior to 2 women? As Feng Chi-Chi stopped at the 3,462nd step of the peak of gravity and reached the top of the peak of gravity ranking, the people around the peak of gravity in Tianjiao's secret realm started to get excited. Feng Chi-Chi was a famous young prodigy in the Nando territory. After all, she was the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the ancient Phoenix clan. However, most people only knew that she was strong, but they had never fought her before. Therefore, they had no idea what she was capable of. Today, however, Feng Chi-Chi's result on the peak of gravity ranking gave them a better understanding of her strength. The group of grassroots prodigies who had reached the top because of Huan were more or less disappointed when they saw Feng Chi-Chi's strength surpassing all others. Naturally, most of them felt that Huan had done well. Look, another person is rapidly climbing the peak of gravity after reaching the 20,000 step. It's Bailey Hongfei. Bailey Hongfei is the #1 prodigy in the Bailey clan. It is said that his strength is not inferior to Feng Chi-Chi's. Let's see how high he can climb in the end. The name that was rapidly rising up the peak of gravity ranking was none other than the #1 prodigy of the Bailey clan, Bailey Hongfei. Bailey Hongfei soon reached the 3,000 step as well. Then he continued to climb. Soon his speed slowed down as well. In the end, he stopped at the 3,466th floor of peak of gravity, 4 floors higher than Feng Chi-Chi. He's actually 4 levels higher than Feng Chi-Chi. Could it be that his strength is stronger than Feng Chi-Chi? Many people thought so. Of course, many people didn't think so. Feng Chi-Chi got the 362nd floor first. Bailey Hongfei is 4 floors ahead of her. It doesn't mean that he's stronger than her. It's just that he's more motivated because Feng Chi-Chi is ahead of him. I think so too. If Bailey Hongfei went up first and Feng Chi-Chi went up later, it might be because Feng Chi-Chi's ranking is higher than his. Even Duan Lingtian felt the same way. There was only pressure when there was a comparison. After Feng Chi-Chi reached the 30,000th floor, it was inevitable that she would slack off since there was no one ahead of her. Bailey Hongfei, on the other hand, must have been obsessed with surpassing Feng Chi-Chi. That was why he managed to surpass her by 4 floors. He only managed to surpass 4 floors because of his obsession. I'm afraid Bailey Hongfei is not as strong as Feng Chi-Chi. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After Bailey Hongfei, It had been a long time since another prodigy like him and Feng Chi appeared on the peak of gravity. Half an hour later, Huan was still in third place. Huan, let's go. Duan Lingtian brought Huan away from the peak of gravity. After all, the genius secret realm did not only have the peak of gravity. There were many other places. Brother Lingtian, did you notice that the celestial origin energy in my body seems to have become denser after climbing the peak of gravity? Huan asked. Upon hearing Huan words, Duan Lingtian sensed the celestial origin energy in his body. Indeed, his celestial origin energy had become denser. It seems like the pressure from the peak of gravity can help one's cultivation as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes glinted. It's said that there's a place in the genius secret realm called the world of laws. One can increase one's comprehension of the laws there by fighting with the formation spirits. Before entering the genius secret realm, Duan Lingtian had learned about this. For this reason, he was very interested in the world of laws. After asking around for directions, Duan Lingtian and Huan finally arrived at the world of laws half a day later. In the genius secret realm, there were not as many worlds of laws as the peak of gravity. There were 99 peaks of gravity in total. On the other hand, there were only 9 worlds of laws. For this reason, when Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the world of laws, there were already more than 100 people gathered there. This was because most of them were stuck at the peak of gravity. The world of laws was located in a vast plain. When one arrived at the plain, one could see that there was a separate space where the fluctuations of the laws were different. These spaces that contained the fluctuations of the laws were grouped together to form the world of laws. Every space was independent of each other. Currently, many people were challenging the world of laws. Once one entered the world of laws, a formation spirit with the same cultivation base as one would appear. No matter what profundities one cast, the formation spirit would cast the same profundities. Most importantly, the formation spirit had rich combat experience. It was said that the formation spirit's combat experience was comparable to the combat experience of a celestial emperor. Very few people were able to defeat a formation spirit. In the world of laws, those who could fight a formation spirit to a draw were considered outstanding. Not only would those who defeated a formation spirit be rewarded by the world of laws, but they would also be noticed by many forces. After all, if anyone defeated a formation spirit, a voice would ring in the world of laws, announcing that they had defeated the formation spirit. In the past 10,000 years, the 2 grassroots prodigies who were invited by the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan were only invited after they defeated the formation spirit. What a beautiful woman! As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the world of laws, a sinister-looking young man dressed in brocade robes walked over to them while waving a fan made of feathers. I'm Yun Xiao from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. Shall we get to know each other? The young man ignored Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, blocking Duan Lingtian and Huan's path. However, Huan completely disregarded him. Scram! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he shouted, Brat, don't tell me you don't know who I am? I'm the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. How dare you offend me? The young man looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as he said, I'll give you a chance. Kneel and kowtow 3 times before you leave her. Otherwise, I'll kill you. As soon as the young man finished speaking, a dark light shone from his body, blotting out the sky. The commotion here had alarmed quite a few people as well. Did that purple-clad young man offend Yun Xiao? Not only is Yun Xiao a prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect, but he's also the only son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. Who's that young man? How dare he offend Yun Xiao? It's not that young man who offended Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao is the one who's looking for trouble. Some people were paying attention to Duan Lingtian and Huan when they saw Yun Xiao blocking Duan Lingtian and Huan's path. Yun Xiao's strength is above average among the prodigies in the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. That purple-clad young man must be a grassroots prodigy. I'm afraid he's in trouble. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Duan Lingtian and Yun Xiao were at each other's throats, and everyone's attention was on them. At this moment, Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, made her move. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huan raised her hand, and a gray light flashed in the air, cutting Yun Xiao into two. As soon as Huan made her move, Yun Xiao stood rooted to the ground as though he had been struck by lightning. "Those who want to kill Brother Ling Tian deserve to die," Huan said coldly. Huan said coldly as she glanced at Yun Xiao's corpse. Gasp! 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 Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw Huan trying to kill Yun Xiao. They stared at Huan as if they had seen a ghost. "That woman is too strong." That's Yun Xiao, a prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Although he's not the most outstanding prodigy, he's still a prodigy who managed to climb more than 2,300 steps at the peak of gravity. That woman killed him in an instant. Since she dares to kill Yun Xiao, she must have a powerful background as well. Is she from a grade 1 force? I don't know. Did you hear that? Earlier, she addressed the purple-clad young man next to her as Brother Ling Tian. Is he Duan Ling Tian? The grassroots prodigy who managed to climb nearly 3,000 steps at the peak of gravity? It said that Huan who managed to climb 3,000 steps of the peak of gravity is his companion. Could it be that woman? That must be it. My friend just sent me a message saying that Huan is a peerless beauty that's hard to come by. Look at her. Have any of you seen a woman who can compare to her in terms of looks? As the onlookers discussed among themselves, they began to speculate about Duan Ling Tian and Huan identities. If I'm not mistaken, they're grassroots prodigies, right? Two grassroots prodigies actually dared to kill Yun Xiao? Killing Yun Xiao is equivalent to offending the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Unless they join one of the 3 strongest grade 1 forces, it's unlikely they'll survive. If they want the 3 grade 1 forces to protect them, their strength isn't enough. Chapter 32-26. Perhaps Yun Xiao was strong. However, he was not as strong as Duan Ling Tian and Huan. At the same time, she unleashed the innate skill that only direct descendants of the Phantom Fox clan's main clan could use. She spread out her psychic energy to distract Yun Xiao. By the time Yun Xiao regained his senses, Huan had already raised her hand and killed him. Perhaps Yun Xiao didn't even know how he died until the moment he was killed. Aren't these two a little too careless? They're acting as though nothing has happened. The onlookers soon discovered that while they were worried about Huan and Huan were walking toward one of the spaces in the world of laws as though nothing had happened. Huan why don't you go in and give it a try? Duan Ling Tian said to Huan with a smile. If you defeat the formation spirit, apart from announcing it to the entire genius secret realm, you'll also receive a reward. I'm curious to know what the reward is. All right. Huan nodded before she entered the space filled with the law of space. Before this, no one had entered this space of law. On the other hand, the other law spaces were more lively. For example, the law spaces of the 5 elements were the most lively. Next were the law spaces of the wind, lightning, and ice laws. As for the spaces that contained the laws of light, destruction, and the 4 supreme laws, apart from Huan and Eva who were in the space, there was no one else in the other spaces. However, there was a person fighting the formation spirit in the space containing the law of darkness. The battle was intense, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Naturally, it was not because his combat experience was on par with the formation spirit. It was because he had something else to rely on. The formation spirit had the same cultivation base and comprehension of profundities as him. In fact, the formation spirit had more combat experience than him. If he had other techniques, the formation spirit would not be able to replicate them. For example, Huan the formation spirit could only replicate Huan-er's cultivation base and comprehension of profundities. However, it could not replicate Huan-er's other techniques as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. It seems like Huan wants to increase her combat experience by fighting the formation spirit. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered Huan did not use any of her 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox techniques. Instead, she relied on her cultivation base and comprehension of profundities to fight the formation spirit. As time passed, Huan gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. What a mysterious formation. Earlier, when she stepped into the law space, her opponent appeared. At the same time, she and her opponent were isolated in a separate space. During this time, no one could attack Huaner since she was protected by the laws of the genius secret realm. It was the same for the others as well. Anyone who entered the law space and fought with the array spirit that was born from the law space would be isolated and protected. Meanwhile, the news of the death of Yun Xiao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect, had spread like wildfire. Yun Xiao's. Huan's the woman who killed Yun Xiao. Yun's killed Yun. Yun killed? A grassroots prodigy killed Yun Xiao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Demon sect. Will she be able to survive? Based on her current strength, it's not enough for the ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, or the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect to protect her. Although the genius secret realm was huge, the speed at which the news spread was extremely fast. Yi Chun, who had invited Duan Lingtian and Huaner to join the Thousand Hands Devil sect, smiled wryly when he heard about Yun Zhao's death. It seems like they won't be joining the Thousand Hands Devil sect. However, Yi Chun was indifferent to Yun Zhao's death. He was not angry at all. It was clear Yun Xiao and Yi Chun were not close even though Yi Chun was his father's direct disciple. Yun Xiao is dead? Many young prodigies from Grade 1 forces also learned about Yun Zhao's death. That grassroots prodigy is really bold. Isn't she afraid of death? Although Yun Zhao's strength is mediocre, he's still the young sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Even we don't dare to touch him. However, he was killed by a grassroots prodigy. Rumor has it that Yun Xiao provoked the young sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect and was killed instead. It did not take long before more than half of the genius secret realm was talking about Yun Zhao's death. At the same time, Huan was still fighting the formation spirit in the world of laws. She seemed to be on the verge of defeat. I thought she'd be able to fight the formation spirit to a draw. However, it seems like I was wrong. If she can't even defeat the formation spirit, there's no way the Bailey clan, Ancient Phoenix clan, and Thousand Tribulations Sword sect will be interested in her. She'll lose in 30 breaths at most. Many people were paying attention to the battle between Huan and the formation spirit since they had witnessed Huan killing Yun Xiao. They could not help but shake their heads when they saw Huan was about to be eliminated. However, at this moment, an aura that was different from the profundities of a law and celestial origin energy suddenly surged out of Huan body. In the next moment, Huan opponent stopped fighting. Huan made her move and destroyed the formation spirit with a single blow. The formation spirit was about to defeat Huan. However, in the next moment, Huan defeated it. She defeated the formation spirit? Heavens! Can someone tell me what's going on? Wasn't she about to lose? Many of the onlookers were aghast. Of course, there were also those who were more observant. They looked at Huan with a hint of surprise in their eyes. So she still has other tricks up her sleeve. How unexpected. From the beginning until the end, she was accumulating battle experience? She only used her true strength to defeat the formation spirit in the end? The scene earlier was exactly the same as the scene where she killed Yun Xiao. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, a loud and majestic voice rang in the genius secret realm. Congratulations to Huan for defeating the formation spirit from the law of space in the world of laws. Defeating the formation spirit in the law world would cause an announcement that would resound throughout the entire genius secret realm, letting everyone know about it. At this moment, Huan name spread throughout the genius secret realm. Those who knew about Huan were even more shocked by her strength. Those who did not know about Huan now knew that a grassroots prodigy had appeared in the genius secret realm. Congratulations to Duan Lingtian for defeating the formation spirit from the law of space in the world of laws. Not long after Huan made the announcement, another voice echoed in the prodigy's secret realm. Duan Lingtian? Everyone in the world of laws shifted their attention from Huan to Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had just defeated the formation spirit from the law of space. Although the formation spirit could replicate Duan Lingtian's cultivation base and profundity from the law of space, It could not replicate the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth's power. With the power from the 5 divine elements, Duan Lingtian had easily defeated the formation spirit. Similar to the law of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, external forces were prohibited in the space of the laws of the heaven and earth. Swoosh! Swoosh! After Huaner and Duan Lingtian defeated the formation spirit, the people in the genius secret realm received news that 2 items had appeared in front of them. They were a celestial fruit and a celestial weapon. The celestial weapon was a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Therefore, it was not attractive to Duan Lingtian and Huaner. The celestial fruit, on the other hand, was a high-quality celestial fruit that could boost a celestial lord's cultivation base. Huaner and Duan Lingtian, these 2 grassroots prodigies, actually defeated the formation spirit from the world of laws. The grassroots prodigies in the genius secret realm were shocked by Duan Lingtian and Huaner's achievements. I didn't expect grassroots prodigies like them to exist. So far, 2 grassroots prodigies have defeated the formation spirit. However, none of the prodigies from Grade 1 forces have defeated the formation spirit. While many grassroots prodigies were discussing this, the voice that resounded throughout the entire genius mystic realm was heard again. Congratulations to you, Tianxing, for defeating the formation spirit from the law of space in the world of laws. Yu Tianxing. He was one of the most monstrous prodigies among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. He was also the nephew of Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Yu Jiancheng had always been focused on his cultivation and had never married. For this reason, he treated Yu Tianxing as his own son. It's Yu Tianxing, a prodigy from a Grade 1 force, has finally defeated the formation spirit from the world of laws. Good job, Yu Tianxing. After Yu Tianxing, a few other prodigies from Grade 1 forces managed to defeat the formation spirit from the world of laws. In just a day, more than 10 people managed to defeat the formation spirit from the world of laws. However, Duan Lingtian and Huaner were the only grassroots prodigies who managed to defeat the formation spirit from the world of laws. If it was in the past, even if the Thousand Tribulations sword sect wasn't interested in them, the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey clan would have invited Duan Lingtian to join them. However, they've killed the only son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Based on their strength, the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey clan still haven't made a move. If they accept them, they'll offend the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Although the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey clan aren't afraid of the Thousand Hands Devil sect, they're still Grade 1 forces. They'll have to show some respect to the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Unless Duan Lingtian and Huaner display their monstrous strength, they won't be able to protect them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian brought Huaner to a secluded place to cultivate. To be more precise, they were comprehending the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity. As for Huaner, she needed to absorb the spirit fruit she had obtained earlier to improve her strength. Before they went to bed, Duan Lingtian glanced at Huaner, who had just consumed the celestial fruit, and thought to himself, with Huaner's foundation, she should be able to become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord in a short time after consuming the spirit fruit. Chapter 32-27. In the genius secret realm, apart from the peak of gravity and the world of laws, there were many other places to test the prodigies. The prodigies from Grade 1 forces were able to achieve outstanding results in each of the places. However, after Duan Lingtian and Huaner disappeared, Ho Zilong was the only one left to carry the burden of the grassroots prodigies. Duan Lingtian and Huaner haven't appeared in the genius secret realm for 6 years, right? I wonder where they are now. Don't tell me they were killed by the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Impossible. Even the strongest prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect might be stronger than Duan Lingtian and Huaner, but it's impossible for him to defeat them if they join forces. In just a blink of an eye, more than 6 years had passed since the genius secret realm opened. However, ever since Duan Lingtian and Huaner left the world of laws, they had completely disappeared. It was as though they had left the genius secret realm. At this moment, a black-clad young man with a cold expression on his face could be seen sitting at the peak of a steep mountain in the genius secret realm. A murderous aura was emitted from the young man's body. His sharp eyes were like two beams of sword light. On his body, strands of black light were faintly discernible, and then all of them were retracted into his body. I've finally become a two-forms celestial lord. I've also comprehended the law of darkness annihilation profundity to the mastery stage. A rare smile could be seen on the black-clad young man's cold face. It has been 6 years since I entered the genius secret realm. I've been cultivating and comprehending profundities since then. It's time for me to go out and have a look. The black-clothed youth stood up, his gaze like lightning. I wonder how Yu Tianxing of the Taya bloodline will perform. The Tai progeny was one of the progenies in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Currently, the most outstanding prodigy in the Tai progeny was Yu Tianxing, the nephew of Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Apart from that, Yu Jiancheng was also the leader of the Tai progeny. There were 10 progenies in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. They were Xian Yuan, Zhan Lu, Qi Xiao, Tai, Qixing Longyuan, Ganjiang, Mo Xie, Yu Chong, Chun Jun, and Chengying. Duan Lingtian was not aware that there were so many branches in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. This was because the names of the branches of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect were the 10 great swords in ancient myths and legends. Duan Lingtian would not believe it even if someone said the Thousand Tribulations sword sect had nothing to do with the 10 great swords in Earth's ancient myths and legends. Let's find a peak of gravity first. Let's see. How far away am I from the Yu Jianqing of the past? At the peak of the steep mountain, the black-clothed young man with a cold expression muttered to himself. His entire body flashed, and he was already far away on a blood-red sword light. Soon, he landed at the foot of a peak of gravity. At this moment, there weren't many people left at the foot of the peak of gravity. There were only a dozen people left. This person, what a terrifying aura! As soon as the black-clothed young man appeared at the foot of the peak of gravity, he attracted the attention of a few people who had not climbed the peak of gravity. They could feel the cold and sharp aura emanating from the black-clothed young man. The black-clothed young man stood there like an indestructible sword. No one dared to approach him. Is he here to climb the peak of gravity? A few people watched as the black-clothed young man walked toward the peak of gravity. They could not help but feel excited. How many steps would such a young man reach? Yu Tianxing is ranked first? The black-clothed young man's eyes landed on the ranking of the peak of gravity. With just a glance, he saw the name ranked first. Yu Tianxing, 3,537th step. The black-clothed young man continued to look down. Feng Qi, Bailey Hong Fei, Duan Lingtian? The black-clothed young man's eyes narrowed when he saw the name at the bottom of the ranking. At the same time, he, who was originally calm and cold, seemed to have lost his composure. His breathing quickened at this moment. His chest heaved up and down like a bellows. He did not stop for a long time. Could it be him? The black-clothed young man muttered to himself for a while before he regained his senses. Forget it. Why am I thinking so much? If it's really him, I'll have the chance to meet him in the future. A faint smile appeared on the black-clothed young man's face when he finished speaking. The people nearby looked as though they had seen a ghost when they saw the smile on the black-clothed young man's face. He knows how to smile? I thought he always had that coffin-like face. Shoo! Lower your voice. Do you want to die? Although they had not seen the black-clothed young man in action before, they could tell he was not a simple person based on his sharp aura. He was not someone they could afford to offend. Whoosh! In the next moment, they saw the black-clothed young man's figure flicker as he soared into the sky on a blood-red sword. In the span of a breath, the black-clothed young man had already reached the 1,000th step of the peak of gravity. In the span of 3 breaths, he had reached the 2,000th step of the peak of gravity. He's so fast. Isn't his speed a little too fast? At this moment, the people who were climbing the peak of gravity and those who were at the bottom of the peak of gravity were shocked by the black-clothed young man's speed. Who's he? He's so terrifying. Unless he's a grassroots prodigy. There's no way he's a nobody from a grade 1 force. He's at the 2000th step. He's going to leave his name behind. The dozen or so people near the peak of gravity, including those who were at the bottom of the peak of gravity, stopped climbing and stared at the black-clothed young man who was at the 2000th step. At this moment, the black-clothed young man raised his hand and grabbed a writing brush in the air. Then he wrote 2 words in the air. At the same time, the dozen or so people near the peak of gravity shifted their attention to the bottom of the peak of gravity. A new name appeared at the bottom of the peak of gravity. Suli. He's Suli? The prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations sword sex shadow support progeny? He's said to be as strong as Yu Tianxing? It's said that this prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations sword sex shadow support progeny came from the mundane realm. He obtained the legacy of the shadow support progeny in the mundane realm and was personally brought to the Jade Emperor Heaven by the progeny leader of the shadow support progeny. For the progeny leader of the shadow support progeny to personally bring him to the mundane realm, it seems like his innate talent is terrifying. Of course, it's said that he's only close to 300 years old. But Yu Tianxing is more than 800 years old. What? Suli isn't even 300 years old? What was even more shocking was that after the black-clothed young man called Suli arrived at the 2000th step, he continued to fly upwards. In the span of 5 breaths, he had already reached the 3000th step. His speed is too terrifying, right? Suli, the prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations sword sex shadow support progeny? It's only been 5 breaths since he appeared on the peak of gravity ranking, and he's already at the 3000th step? Even Yu Tianxing isn't as fast as him, right? Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. It's said that Suli's only a 1 basic celestial lord. Even if you've broken through, you'll only be a 2 forms celestial lord. Don't forget that he's capable of fighting Yu Tianxing, a 5 elements celestial lord, when he's only a 1 basic celestial lord. If he breaks through and becomes a 2 forms celestial lord, he might even be stronger than Yu Tianxing. That's not necessarily the case. Previously, when they sparred, it's said that Yu Tianxing won. Even if he breaks through, he might not be able to defeat Yu Tianxing. That's right. Since Suli has improved, Yu Tianxing has as well. At this moment, in front of the peak of gravity in various parts of the genius secret realm, everyone's attention was attracted by the name on the 3000th stair, which was still rising rapidly. Suli, the prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations sword sex shadow support progeny. Rumor had it that Suli was from the Yen Huang realm, the mundane realm where the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven came from. In our Jade Emperor Heaven, there are too many powerhouses from the mundane realm, Yen Huang realm. Although Suli's performance is not bad, he still has a long way to go if he wants to be mentioned in the same breath as those giants. In any case, even those powerhouses from Yen Huang realm might not be able to surpass Suli when they were at his age. Even so, Suli's achievements have something to do with the Thousand Tribulations sword sex shadow support progeny's legacy in the mundane realm. So what? Don't tell me the other progenies of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect didn't leave their legacies in the mundane realm as well? Aren't the geniuses from the mundane realms mediocre in the Jade Emperor Heaven after receiving their legacies? That's right. Suli is from the mundane realm. It's a miracle that he's able to reach this stage. Everywhere in the genius plane, most people were talking about Suli. Suli. On a lake in the genius secret realm, a white-clad young man who was walking on the lake as though it was flat ground received a message. His eyes narrowed immediately. In the next moment, his figure flashed before he turned into a sword ray and flew in a certain direction. Senior brother Tianxing? A green-clad young man who was standing next to the white-clad young man was stunned for a moment before he followed after the white-clad young man. When the two of them appeared, they were already hovering in the air near the peak of gravity. They looked at the ranking on the peak of gravity from afar. Currently, the person ranked second was no longer Feng Chi. It was someone else. Suli, the 3522nd step. Do you think he can surpass me? The white-clad young man asked the green-clad young man next to him. This Suli actually ascended such a high flight of stairs? He's only 15 steps away from you, senior brother Tianxing? The green-clad young man looked at the peak of gravity ranking in shock. Chapter 32-28. He's still going up. Although Yu Tianxing's expression remained calm as he watched Su Li climb up to the 3,523rd step, his eyes narrowed slightly. If Su Li did not appear, he would be the only one in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. However, Su Li had overshadowed him as soon as he appeared. Even his uncle, Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect and the leader of the Tai progeny, thought highly of Su Li. It was as if a child who was surrounded by a group of people suddenly found another child, causing the people who were originally surrounding him to also run and surround that child. Although Yu Tianxing had lived for more than 800 years, he still found it hard to accept. His speed is very slow now. I don't think he'll be able to surpass you, senior brother Tianxing. Although the young man next to Yu Tianxing said this, his expression turned solemn when he saw Su Li's name on the peak of gravity ranking. Senior brother Tianxing, did Su Li make a breakthrough? When he first entered the peak of gravity ranking, he wasn't that strong, right? The young man asked Yu Tianxing. The young man's name was Hejan. He was also a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. He was the strongest prodigy in the Clear Lu progeny under the age of 1,000 in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. However, compared to Yu Tianxing and Su Li, Hejan was much weaker. Since Hejan was 200 years younger than Yu Tianxing, his innate talent and comprehension skills were not necessarily inferior to Yu Tianxing's. He must have made a breakthrough, Yu Tianxing said confidently. His cultivation base is close to that of a two-forms celestial lord. It's normal for him to make a breakthrough after entering the peak of gravity ranking. I wonder if his comprehension of the law of darkness has improved. If it has, perhaps, he'll be able to surpass me on the peak of gravity ranking. Yu Tianxing stared at Su Li's name on the peak of gravity ranking intently. Currently, Su Li's strength had increased by another level. Even if Su Li surpassed him on the peak of gravity ranking, it would be difficult for him to surpass Su Li since he had already done his best. Unless Su Li's strength improved, it would be impossible for him to surpass his current strength. Feng Qi of the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey Hongfei of the Bailey clan were equal in strength. In fact, Feng Qi was even stronger. However, with Feng Qi as his goal, Bailey Hongfei performed exceptionally well and surpassed Feng Qi. Later, Feng Qi climbed the peak of gravity again and surpassed Bailey Hongfei. However, he was different from Bailey Hongfei. If Bailey Hongfei's goal was to surpass Feng Qi, then his goal was to surpass his uncle Yu Jiancheng, the leader of the Tai progeny and the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Yu Jiancheng had left behind an insurmountable record at the peak of gravity in the Genius Secret Realm, reaching the 3,787th step. This was a record that no one had broken in the past 20,000 years. I don't think that's possible. If he wants to improve his comprehension of the law of darkness, he'll have to comprehend another profundity from the law of darkness to the mastery stage. Hejan sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, "Nothing is impossible." Yu Tianxing said indifferently, "Before he appeared, would you have believed that a person from the mundane realm could reach this level?" Hejan smiled bitterly. Even he found Su Li's meteoric rise unbelievable. I wonder how the Shadow Support progeny is so lucky to be able to find such a treasure. In truth, the Shadow Support progeny did not have much of a presence among the 10 progenies in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. However, Su Li's appearance made the Shadow Support progeny one of the most popular progenies in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Don't forget that the Shadow Support progeny once had a peerless genius. I suspect Su Li has inherited his legacy. Yu Tianxing said in a deep voice. Senior brother Tianxing, are you talking about the person who left the Thousand Tribulations sword sect and challenged the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven? Hejan sucked in a breath of cold air. Rumor has it that after the person failed to challenge the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, he was severely injured and became a god. However, no one heard anything about him after that. Many people said he went to the realms of gods. Hejan had also heard rumors about the powerhouse from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect's Shadow Support progeny. He knew the Thousand Tribulations sword sect was not just a grade 1 force in the Jade Emperor Heaven. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect used to be a heaven-grade force in the Jade Emperor Heaven. It had many titled celestial emperors and was second only to a heavenly emperor's force in the Jade Emperor Heaven. In the Devata realms, regardless of whether it was the Title Temple or the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the most powerful force was undoubtedly the Heavenly Emperor's force. There were many titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The palace master of the Heavenly Emperor Palace was the Heavenly Emperor who ruled over the Devata realms. Below the Heavenly Emperor's force were heaven-grade forces. Heaven-grade forces were overlords in their respective Devata realms. Heaven-grade forces had many titled celestial emperors. Some heaven-grade forces even had as many titled celestial emperors as a Heavenly Emperor's force. However, a Heavenly Emperor's force had a Heavenly Emperor who could suppress many titled celestial emperors alone. Below heaven-grade forces were the Super Grade 1 forces. A Super Grade 1 force would have at least one titled celestial emperor. A force without a titled celestial emperor was only a Grade 1 force regardless of how many celestial emperors it had. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was currently a Grade 1 force. However, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect used to be a heaven-grade force with many titled celestial emperors. That's only a rumor. A hint of respect could be seen in Yu Tianxing's eyes as he spoke. This was the respect he had for the powerhouse from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Shadow Support progeny. In fact, after the powerhouse from the Shadow Support progeny was defeated by our Jade Emperor Heaven's Heavenly Emperor, he was already on the verge of death. In the end, he didn't go to a realm of gods and died. However, it's said that before he died, he left the Devata realm and returned to his hometown, the mundane realm where Suli was before he came to the Jade Emperor Heaven. That mundane realm is called the Yen Huang realm. The Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven and many powerful figures in the Jade Emperor Heaven came from there. Yu Tianxing glanced at Hejan before he continued to say, at that time, due to the powerhouse's death, many forces who wanted to curry favor with the Heavenly Emperor joined forces to suppress the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Almost all of the titled celestial emperors in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect were killed at that time. After that, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was forced to leave the Jade Emperor territory and come to the Nando territory. Yu Tianxing could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. Does this mean the powerhouse from the Shadow Support progeny is a sinner of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect? Hejan's eyes widened slightly. A sinner? Yu Tianxing glanced at Hejan indifferently. You better watch your mouth. If my uncle finds out about this, he won't let you off easily. The person my uncle admires the most is the powerhouse from the Shadow Support progeny. It's precisely because Suli is suspected to be that person's successor that eldest uncle takes great care of him. For this reason, he even called me over and told me not to suppress Suli behind his back. Even if I wanted to suppress Suli, I had to do it openly. Otherwise, he wouldn't spare me. A hint of bitterness could be seen on Yu Tianxing's face when he reached the end of his sentence. He regarded his uncle as his father. Naturally, he would listen to his uncle's words. If Suli has really inherited the powerhouse's legacy, doesn't that mean he has inherited the legacy of a god? Hejan sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, his eyes flashed with envy and jealousy. How else do you think he's able to achieve so much even though he's not even 300 years old? Don't forget he's only from the mundane realm. Yu Tianxing said. Senior brother Tianxing, do you think there are no titled celestial emperors in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect? Hejan suddenly asked such a question. Titled celestial emperors? Yu Tianxing smiled faintly. Celestial emperors can only become titled celestial emperors when their strength reaches a certain level and they pass the test in the title temple. However, is there a lack of titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms who haven't obtained a title from the title temple? Yu Tianxing looked at Hejan meaningfully when he finished speaking. You're right. Hejan nodded. In fact, it's not just the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Even the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan have celestial emperors whose strength is comparable to titled celestial emperors who haven't obtained a title from the title temple. As soon as Yu Tianxing finished speaking, he instinctively shifted his gaze to the peak of gravity ranking. With just a glance, his pupils constricted. He Zhan's eyes followed Yu Tianxing's gaze and shifted to the peak of gravity ranking as well. Su Li's name was still in second place. However, after Su Li's name, the number of steps he ascended had already become the 3,536 step. Right now, Su Li was only one step away from Yu Tianxing, who was in first place. Su Li actually managed to ascend to the 3,536 step. He Zhan exclaimed in shock. He Zhan sucked in a breath of cold air before he looked at Yu Tianxing in a daze. Senior Tianxing, it seems like Su Li has comprehended another profundity from the law of darkness to the mastery stage after he came in. It's obvious. Yu Tianxing nodded. His expression was grave as he felt a huge pressure weighing down on him. Meanwhile, more than 90% of the people in the Genius Secret Realm were gathered in front of the peak of gravity. Most of them had already challenged the peak of gravity. They were here to watch the show instead of challenging the peak of gravity again. Su Li is only one step away from catching up to Yu Tianxing. It seems like the two prodigies from the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect are going to compete on the peak of gravity. Chapter 32-29. In the Genius Secret Realm, the 99 peaks of gravity, which were originally deserted, were bustling with activity at this moment. All of this was because of one person, Su Li, the prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Shadow Support progeny. At this moment, the peak of gravity where Su Li was challenging was filled with people. Numerous gazes shot out from below the peak of gravity and landed on the black figure standing on the 3,536 step of the peak of gravity. Can Su Li ascend another step and be on par with Yu Tianxing? Many people were filled with anticipation. I think so. Based on Su Li's expression, it's obvious he's determined to continue. If he doesn't think there's any chance for him to ascend, he won't waste his time there. Let's wait and see. Su Li is the second prodigy in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect after Yu Tianxing. It's obvious he's more outstanding than Yu Tianxing. In the past, everyone thought Yu Tianxing would be the next sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. However, now that Su Li has appeared, it seems like Yu Tianxing won't necessarily be the next sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. That's not necessarily the case. If Su Li is more outstanding than Yu Tianxing, he might return to the Jade Emperor territory in the future. After all, not everyone wants to be the sect leader of a sect. That's true. In the Devata realms, there are many people who are unwilling to be tied down by a sect. That's why they want to ascend to a higher realm. At the foot of the peak of gravity where Su Li was climbing, not only were there grassroots prodigies, but there were also many prodigies from Grade 1 forces. Bailey Hongfei, do you think Su Li will be able to ascend another step? As one of them spoke to a young man standing alone not far away, everyone's gazes immediately shifted to the latter. Bailey Hongfei, the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Bailey clan? He was currently ranked 4th on the peak of gravity ranking? Yiwu Dao, don't just ask me. What do you think? Bailey Hongfei, a young man dressed in a long grayish-white robe, asked indifferently as he glanced at the young man who had asked him the question. Yiwu Dao, the number 1 genius of the Profound Sky Dao sect's younger generation and currently ranked 5th on the peak of gravity rankings? Yi Dao Denier only managed to climb 3 steps less than Bailey Hongfei. It seems like he's just as strong as Bailey Hongfei. It's said that Yi Dao Denier is skilled in the Dao of slaughter. He has killed many people who are stronger than him. In a battle to the death, Bailey Hongfei might not be a match for him. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Bailey Hongfei is here. More and more people were looking at the young man named Leaf Dao Denier, and whispers could be heard. I think he can go up. Yi Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled. Just as Yi Wudao finished speaking, Su Li, who was standing on the 3,536th step of the peak of gravity, finally moved once more. Whoosh! At the same time Su Li flew up, the black power around his body surged like a flood, slamming into the void and lifting him up. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Li stood on an even higher step. He was now on the 3,537th step. Su Li's result was the same as Yu Tianxing's. However, since Su Li was the last to reach the 3rd step, he was still ranked second on the peak of gravity rankings. Even so, it still caused an uproar in the genius secret realm. He's ascended. It seems like Su Li's strength is on par with Yu Tianxing's now. Yu Tianxing is no match for Su Li. Is Su Li really someone who came from the mundane plane? As Su Li ascended the 3,537th step of China's Li Feng, everyone around the peaks of gravity was shocked. He's still there? Is he going to continue? Su Li is going to challenge a higher step? Is he going to surpass Yu Tianxing? Many people around the peak of gravity where Su Li was standing had noticed this. Messages were sent out one after another, and those who were preparing to leave the peak of gravity immediately stopped in their tracks. Su Li wants to challenge a higher step. Is this for real? Earlier, it took Su Li a long time to reach this step. It's obvious he's struggling. Now he's going to challenge a higher step? Can he really reach the next step? Many people were not optimistic about Su Li's chances of reaching the next step. After all, the higher the step, the harder it was to reach the next step. When it came to the steps that Su Li was on, the difficulty of each step differed greatly. Su Li's only a one basic celestial lord, right? Even if he has a breakthrough, he's only a two forms celestial lord. Even Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, might not be able to reach Su Li's current step, right? I agree. Yu Jiancheng had set the record when he was a 6-combo celestial lord. Rumor has it that Su Li isn't even 300 years old yet. If the genius secret realm only opens a few hundred years later, Su Li will definitely be able to break Yu Jiancheng's record. The genius secret realm only opens once every 1,000 years. Every time it opens, only celestial lords below the age of 1,000 are allowed to enter. Everyone can only enter once. Su Li isn't even 300 years old, but he's already forced to enter. It's really unfair to him. There's nothing unfair about this. It's just fate. In the end, nobody left the 99 peaks of gravity. Except for the peak of gravity where Su Li was, all the people near the other 98 peaks of gravity were staring at the ranking board. Su Li's name was still shining. In other words, he was still on the peak of gravity. This was because once a person on the leaderboard left the peak of gravity, his name would no longer shine on the leaderboard. Some people who lived near the peak of gravity even rushed towards the peak of gravity where Su Li was. They wanted to watch the show in person. Watching Su Li climb the peak of gravity was more interesting than watching the ranking. Senior Tianxing, Senior Hejian. At this moment, Yu Tianxing and Hejian appeared near Su Li's peak of gravity. At the same time, a valiant-looking young woman bowed and greeted them. Junior Sister Yun, if it weren't for you, Senior Tianxing and I wouldn't have known that Su Li is here. Thank you. Hejian thanked the young woman with a smile on his face. The young woman was also a prodigious disciple of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Her name was Yun Yi, but she was not from Hejian, Yu Tian, or Su Li. She was from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect's Yuchang progeny. She was the most outstanding prodigious disciple in the Yuchang progeny. Of course, her strength was no match for Hejian. Much less Yu Tianxing. There's no need to thank me, Senior Hejian. It's just a small favor. Yuni looked at Yu Tianxing, who was standing next to Hejian, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Yu Tianxing had many admirers in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. However, since he was focused on his cultivation, he did not have any partners. Yun Yi was one of Yu Tianxing's admirers. Senior Tianxing, it's already very difficult for Su Li to reach the same height as you. I don't think he'll be able to reach the next height. Yun Yi smiled at Yu Tianxing. Senior brother Yun Yi, don't underestimate Su Li. He took less time to reach the 3,537th step, from the 3,536th step to the 3,537th step compared to me. Yu Tianxing shook his head when he heard Yun Yi's words. Therefore, it's possible that he won't. Just as Yu Tianxing was about to say that Su Li might be able to surpass him in the future, his pupils constricted before he could finish speaking. This was because he saw Su Li making a move on the peak of gravity. Su Li is making a move. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Li stepped into the air, and turned into a giant sword that was blood and black. Around the giant sword, black fog and blood-red fog intertwined and moved, as if a black dragon and a snow dragon were roaming around the giant sword. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the earth-shattering sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, Suli transformed into a sword and flew up to the 3,538th step. He did not land on the ground but continued to fly up to the next height. 1, 2, 3. Suli didn't stop until he reached the 3,552nd step, landing on that step. At the same time, the energy on his body dissipated as he stepped into the air and left the peak of gravity. He stepped on a blood-red sword ray and flew away. Everyone could only see the mysterious black figure of Suli's back. Are my eyes deceiving me? Suli has reached the 3,552th step? What's going on? Didn't Suli have a hard time reaching the same height as Yu Tianxing earlier? How did he reach such a high height all of a sudden? Heavens! Even Yu Tianxing has only ascended the 3,537th step. Yet Suli has already ascended 15 steps more than him. Suli's too terrifying. He's been accumulating his strength since the beginning? He didn't use his full strength earlier? Everyone in the peak of gravity was shocked by Suli's sudden leap of 15 steps. Suli. Yu Tianxing's expression turned solemn as he looked in the direction Suli had left. It seems like he has made a huge breakthrough in the genius secret realm this time. This? Hejan and Yuni, who were standing next to Yu Tianxing, were stunned as well. They were still staring at the name that was ranked first on the peak of gravity. Suli 3,552th step. Putting everything else aside, based on Suli's ranking on the peak of gravity, I'm afraid no one in the genius secret realm will be able to break it. I think so too. I thought no one would be able to break Yu Tianxing's record. I didn't expect Suli to break it. Chapter 3230. Over the next 2 years, the rankings in the genius secret realm were refreshed. Places like the peak of gravity were refreshed. As for those who refreshed the rankings, they all reached the top of the rankings. The person who refreshed the rankings was none other than Suli. Duan Lingtian? He hasn't appeared since? Suli muttered to himself as he sat cross-legged on a branch in a gloomy forest. He extended his hand. His hand moved at lightning speed, and a leaf that fell from the sky was instantly sliced into thousands of pieces by countless cold sword chi. Swoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as Suli leaped into the air and flew out of the forest on a blood-red sword chi. Meanwhile, in a cave on the side of a remote canyon, 2 figures walked out together. It was a man and a woman. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and the woman was peerlessly beautiful. Huan I didn't expect us to have been in the genius secret realm for 8 years in just a blink of an eye, the purple-clad young man said with a sigh. Brother Ling Tian, you didn't have to stay here with me for so long if you didn't wait for me, the white-clad young woman said apologetically. A woman in snow-white clothes said guiltily. The man and woman were none other than Duan Lingtian and Huan who had been in closed-door cultivation in the genius secret realm for 8 years. Silly girl. I didn't wait for you for nothing. My strength has improved a lot over the past 8 years. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Now that we're in the genius secret realm, I think we're pretty strong. Let's go out and take a look to see if we can find anything. At the same time, if there's an opportunity to show off, let's wait for the people from the Grade 1 forces to come looking for us. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he and Huan left the remote valley. Not long after he left the valley, Duan Lingtian saw a gigantic pagoda that occupied a vast area. The gigantic pagoda was 30 stories tall, and it stood there like a giant. Is this a formation spirit pagoda? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he guessed what the giant tower in front of him was. Previously, before he went into seclusion, he had heard some of the geniuses mention the Array Spirit Pagoda. The Array Spirit Pagoda was a huge pagoda that tested the strength of those who entered. Those who entered the Array Spirit Pagoda would not be able to use any external force, just like in the peak of gravity. This Formation Spirit Pagoda record seems to be left behind by Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. It only took him 132 breaths to kill all of the formation spirits in the 30-level Formation Spirit Pagoda. Duan Lingtian had learned this from other grassroots prodigies. We've been in seclusion for 8 years, so there are only 2 years left before the Genius Secret Realm ends. I wonder what kind of records the prodigies from the Grade 1 forces have left in the past 8 years. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian brought Huan to the Formation Spirit Pagoda. There was a stone tablet in front of the Formation Spirit Pagoda, and Duan Lingtian could see the ranking on it. First place, Su Li. When Duan Lingtian saw the person who ranked first in the Formation Spirit Pagoda was Su Li, a familiar yet distant figure appeared in his mind at the right time. He had a friend who was also called Su Li. However, he had not seen Su Li ever since they parted ways in Yanhuang Realm. Calculating the time, he and Su Li had not seen each other for 200 years. This name is really heartwarming. Although he felt the name was familiar, Duan Lingtian never thought that this Su Li would be that friend of his. Although Su Li's friend had great fortuitous encounters, it was unrealistic for Su Li to break through and become a celestial lord in such a short time. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not even consider this possibility. Second place, Yu Tianxing. Yu Tianxing is the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, right? Although Duan Lingtian did not see Yu Tianxing's ranking when he ascended the peak of gravity, he knew Yu Tianxing was the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. He was even stronger than Feng Chi from the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey Hongfei from the Bailey clan. Duan Lingtian continued reading. Third place, Yi Wu Dao. Yi Wu Dao is the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Profound Sky Dao sect. Duan Lingtian recognized the other 2 people who were ranked after Yu Tianxing, Feng Chi and Bailey Hongfei. Ho Zilong is a grassroots prodigy, and yet, he's ranked in the top 10 of the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Duan Lingtian was familiar with Ho Zilong's name. When he looked at the peak of gravity rankings, Ho Zilong was also ranked in the top 10. So far, Su Li's result is the best. It only took him 141 breaths. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted when he saw Su Li's result. What a beautiful woman. Could she be Huan? Is the purple-clad young man standing next to her Duan Lingtian? They're the ones who killed Yun Shao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. They haven't appeared for 8 years. I thought they were killed by the Thousand Hands Devil sect's prodigies. I didn't expect them to still be alive. Many people were standing in front of the Formation Spirit Pagoda. More and more people were paying attention to Duan Lingtian and Huan. Duan Lingtian and Huan had been in closed-door cultivation for 8 years. Now that they had reappeared, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. They're the ones who killed Yun Shao. Not far away, a blue-robed young man raised his eyebrows and sent a message. Yun Yi, the woman who killed your junior brother has appeared. She's in the Formation Spirit Tower you went through before. Similar to the World of Laws, there were only 9 Formation Spirit Pagoda in the Genius Secret Realm. However, more than one person could enter the Formation Spirit Pagoda at the same time. After entering the Formation Spirit Pagoda, each person would enter a separate space in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. They would have to kill all the Formation Spirits on each floor before they could proceed to the next floor. Once they killed all the Formation Spirits on the 30th floor, they would be considered to have cleared the Formation Spirit Pagoda. As long as the prodigies who entered the Genius Secret Realm were not too weak, it would not be difficult for them to clear the Formation Spirit Pagoda. However, it would be difficult for them to clear the Formation Spirit Pagoda in a short time. Huan, let's go in and have some fun. Duan Lingtian ignored the onlookers and called out to Huan before the duo entered the Formation Spirit Pagoda. After entering the Formation Spirit Pagoda, Duan Lingtian discovered Huan had disappeared from his side. However, he was not worried since he knew it was only temporary. He had entered the space in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. The Formation Spirit Pagoda's timer starts as soon as the Formation Spirits appear. Now, let's wait for the Formation Spirits to appear. Although the Formation Spirit had yet to appear, Duan Ling Tian's nerves tensed up at this moment. His eyes narrowed. Outside the Formation Spirit Pagoda, a young man dressed in dark blue robes descended from the sky. Where are they? The young man had a cold expression on his face. His eyes were cold, and he exuded a chilling aura that made it seem as though he did not want anyone to get close to him. As soon as he appeared, he asked the young man who had sent the message earlier. It's Yun Yi, the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Hands Devil sect. A few people recognized Yun Yi immediately. Yun Yi, the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Hands Devil sect, was currently ranked 7th on the Formation Spirit Pagoda ranking. They've gone in, the young man who was questioned by Yun Yi said as he glanced at the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Good, very good. Yun Yi nodded. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, Then, I'll wait here for them to come out. Yun Yi, why don't we call more people over? They're quite strong. If the two of them join forces, we might not be able to suppress them. The young man who had sent the message earlier suggested, I'll send a message to the other prodigies in the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Yun Yi knew Duan Lingtian and Huaner were strong, so he did not dare to be careless. He quickly sent a message to the other prodigies in the Thousand Hands Devil sect. However, the other prodigies were too far away. It would be impossible for them to come over in such a short time. Yun Yi, why don't we see how long it'll take them to come out? If they're close to you, there's no need to make a move. Yun Yi nodded. All right. Yun Yi nodded. Then he asked, How long have they been in there? They've been in there for about 30 breaths. Normally, one would have 20 breaths to prepare after entering the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Yun Yi nodded. I'd like to see how long it'll take them to come out. Yun Yi looked at the Formation Spirit Pagoda coldly. When the others saw Yun Yi, they knew he was here for Duan Lingtian and Huaner. I wonder if those two are a match for Yun Yi. Time continued to pass. Swoosh! When a purple figure appeared, many people, including the young man standing next to Yun Yi, widened their eyes in shock. How did he come out so quickly? The young man standing next to Yun Yi widened his eyes in shock as well. 127 breaths. Heavens! Sect leader Yu Jiancheng of the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect is going to break the record that has been held for almost 20,000 years? I didn't think I'd have the chance to witness this. This trip was worth it. This trip was worth it. Soon after, they discovered the person ranked first on the Formation Spirit Pagoda's ranking was no longer Su Li, the prodigy from the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect. Duan Lingtian had taken 127 breaths. The record set by the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect 20,000 years ago was 132 breaths. In other words, the time Duan Lingtian spent in the Formation Spirit Pagoda was 5 breaths shorter than the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. After all, it was impossible for one to hold back in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for one to compress one's time. 5 breaths of time, this could already be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Gulp. Chapter 32-31. Yes. At this moment, the young man who had sent a message to Yun Yi had also checked the ranking of the Formation Spirit Pagoda with his divine consciousness. He was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian had broken the record set by Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Duan Lingtian was simply too heaven-defying. In just a blink of an eye, more than 10 breaths had passed. At the same time, a white figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Brother Lingtian, you came out so quickly? Huaner asked in surprise when she saw Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, how long did you take? Huaner, your result is not bad. It only took you 143 breaths to come out. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already probed Huaner's ranking with his divine consciousness. Currently, Huaner was ranked 3rd, behind Su Li, and ahead of Yu Tianxing. Su Li had taken 141 breaths to come out, while Yu Tianxing had taken 144 breaths. He was only 1 breath ahead of Huaner. Even so, Yu Tianxing was still pushed to the back by Huaner. He had fallen from 2nd to 4th. She's Huaner who killed my junior brother Yun Xiao? Yunyi asked again as he looked at the young man standing next to him. When the young man nodded, Yunyi had already turned into a streak of light and left in a hurry. As for the young man, he also left after Yunyi. Most of the people present on the scene saw that the young man was familiar with Yunyi. If Duan Lingtian and Huaner pursued the matter, they would find out that the young man had a close relationship with the Thousand Hands Devil sect. At that time, if the two of them attacked him out of anger, he would definitely die. I didn't expect both of them to be so strong. It has been 8 years since the Genius Secret Realm opened, and one of them has reached the top of the Formation Spirit Pagoda's ranking while the other is ranked 4th. Now, the people who could still refresh the rankings in various places in the Genius Secret Realm were basically very strong people. However, after they refreshed the rankings, there might not be any changes to the rankings. This was because those with strength would have already refreshed the rankings. It said that the person who set the record will be rewarded with an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Numerous gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian, and many people's eyes even flashed with a wave of envy and jealousy. Duan Lingtian, who was about to leave with Huaner, was stunned when he heard the conversation. That seemed to be the case. In the Genius Secret Realm, those who managed to break the record would be rewarded with an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Just as Duan Lingtian had this thought in his mind. Whoosh! Along with a burst of strong light that descended from the sky, a 3-foot-long blade with a flowing light revolving around it slowly descended and finally landed in front of Duan Lingtian. It really is an Emperor-grade celestial artifact. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell it was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. The aura it emitted was similar to the Jasper Celestial Sword in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The 3-foot-long sword was green in color. It emitted a sharp aura even before it landed in Duan Lingtian's hand. With a wave of his hand, the Emperor-grade celestial sword flew into Duan Lingtian's hand. As soon as the Emperor-grade celestial sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, a loud and clear voice rang in the Genius Secret Realm. Congratulations, Duan Lingtian. You've cleared the Formation Spirit Pagoda in 127 breaths. You've broken the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Not only would defeating the Formation Spirit in the World of Laws be announced, but breaking the record in the Genius Secret Realm would also be announced. Apart from that, the reward for breaking the Formation Spirit Pagoda was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian? He's here again? Heavens! He broke the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda? I remember the record was set by Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. How did he manage to break the record? That year, Yu Jiancheng only took 132 breaths to clear the Formation Spirit Pagoda. However, this Duan Lingtian is even more terrifying. He only took 127 breaths. That's 5 breaths less than Yu Jiancheng. The prodigies in the Genius Secret Realm were shocked when they heard the announcement. They didn't expect to meet someone who had broken the record of the Formation Spirit Pagoda in the Genius Secret Realm this time. After all, that record had been maintained in the Genius Secret Realm for nearly 10,000 years. 8 years ago, Duan Lingtian couldn't even reach the 3,000 step at the peak of gravity. Now, he's breaking the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda? Compared to the peak of gravity, the Formation Spirit Pagoda values one's overall strength more. It seems like he's very strong. Why do I feel like they're not the same person? Although a person's performance at the peak of gravity is not bad, that's all there is to it. However, this person from the Formation Spirit Pagoda broke Yu Jiancheng's record. They're on a completely different level. I agree. Logically speaking, someone who can break the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda should be able to break the record in the peak of gravity as well. That's why Yu Jiancheng broke the record in 2 places. Many people thought the person who broke the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda was different from the person who failed to reach the 3,000 step at the peak of gravity 8 years ago. Duan Lingtian. He broke Uncle's record? Within a valley, Yu Tianxing, who was sitting cross-legged on a stone platform halfway up a mountain, suddenly opened his eyes and revealed an astonished expression. I must get Duan Lingtian to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Yu Tianxing rose to his feet and sent a message to all the disciples in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect to pay attention to Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. If they found Duan Lingtian, they were to invite Duan Lingtian to join the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Before entering the genius secret realm, Yu Tianxing's uncle, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, had told him, Duan Lingtian, if someone broke his record in the genius secret realm, no matter which record it was, he must invite that person to join the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. It was precisely because of this that Yu Tianxing lost his composure and was at a loss when he learned that someone had broken Yu Jianxing's record. At this moment, even Su Li had received Yu Tianxing's message. Although they were from different branches of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, they were still disciples of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Therefore, they had exchanged soul pearls before they entered the genius secret realm. Duan Lingtian? When Su Li received Yu Tianxing's message, he was still shocked by the voice that had resounded throughout the entire genius secret realm. 127 breaths? He had entered the Formation Spirit Pagoda a few times a year ago, but his best result was 141 breaths of time. In fact, he had used the same amount of time twice. For this reason, he knew it would be extremely difficult to shorten the time he spent in the genius secret realm by one breath unless he improved his strength. This Duan Lingtian is really monstrous, just like that friend of mine. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Su Li's eyes. At the same time, in the air above a lake, there was a beautiful woman in a purple-red robe with a graceful figure. Her autumn eyes shone brightly at the right time. Duan Lingtian? He broke Yu Jiancheng's record? The woman inhaled sharply before she sent out a series of messages. Senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brothers, and junior sisters of the ancient Phoenix clan, spare no effort to find Duan Lingtian and invite him to the ancient Phoenix clan. The woman was none other than Feng Chi-Chi, the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the ancient Phoenix clan. At the same time, Feng Chi-Chi sent out a series of messages. Bailey Hongfei also sent out a series of messages, asking the Bailey clan to pay attention to Duan Lingtian's whereabouts and invite Duan Lingtian to join the Bailey clan. Although the other Grade 1 forces knew their chances of success were slim, they still made their moves. For example, Yiwu Dao, the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Profound Sky Dao sect, also sent a message to the other prodigies in the sect to look for Duan Lingtian and invite Duan Lingtian. If there was any Grade 1 force that did not make a move, it would be the Thousand Hands Devil sect. The woman who was so close to Duan Lingtian was the one who had killed Yun Shao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. No matter how talented Duan Lingtian was, it was impossible for him to accept Duan Lingtian. Even if he accepted Duan Lingtian, he would lure Duan Lingtian to the Thousand Hands Devil sect and kill him. Duan Lingtian was not so stupid as to willingly follow the Thousand Hands Devil sect to the Thousand Hands Devil sect. That would be tantamount to suicide. Huan this is for you. Outside the Formation Spirit Pagoda, Duan Lingtian casually tossed the Emperor Grade Celestial Sword to Huan as though it was a piece of trash. Thank you, Brother Lingtian. Huan accepted the Emperor Grade Celestial Sword without any hesitation. She knew her brother Lingtian had a better weapon. Otherwise, she would not have accepted the Emperor Grade Celestial Sword. He's giving away an Emperor Grade Celestial Sword just like that? It's no wonder such a beautiful woman is willing to follow him. He's really generous. It seems like he doesn't care about the Emperor Grade Celestial Sword at all. Who is he? Why would a grassroots prodigy be like him? Many people were shocked by Duan Lingtian's casual act of giving away the Emperor Grade Celestial Sword to Huan. However, there were also some who were confused by Duan Lingtian's disdain for the Emperor Grade Celestial Sword. They speculated that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a person stepped forward and cupped his fists at Duan Lingtian. I'm Bailey Kong, a disciple of the Bailey clan. I'd like to invite you to join the Bailey clan. With your innate talent and comprehension ability, the Bailey clan will definitely not mistreat you. We'll provide you with the best resources to nurture you. The person who stepped forward was a young man. Based on his words, it was clear he was a prodigy of the Bailey clan. Duan Lingtian, I'm Lin Ji, a disciple of the Profound Sky Dao sect. The Profound Sky Dao sect welcomes you. If you're willing to join the Profound Sky Dao sect, we'll treat you well. It won't be inferior to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, the Ancient Phoenix clan, or the Bailey clan. Chapter 32:32. Thank you for inviting me, but I haven't decided which force I want to join yet. I'll decide later. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly at the people from the Bailey clan and the Profound Sky Dao sect before he left with Huan Er. The group of people watched them leave. Only when their figures disappeared from their sight did they regain their senses. It seems like there's going to be another monstrous genius in the Nan-do territory. A middle-aged man muttered to himself. A grassroots prodigy who broke the record set by sect leader Yu Jianchong of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. How unexpected. Even the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect won't miss such a monstrous genius. Everyone was shocked. They were certain the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, which had always been cold and aloof, would take the initiative to invite Duan Lingtian to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Indeed, they were right. At this moment, the prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect who were in the genius secret realm were searching everywhere for Duan Lingtian. They wanted to invite Duan Lingtian to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. On the other side, after Duan Lingtian and Huan Er left the Formation Spirit Pagoda, they walked in a random direction. Soon after, a familiar yet unfamiliar mountain appeared before their eyes. This mountain peak towered into the clouds. The reason why it looked familiar was because it was exactly the same as the peak of gravity that they had seen before. It was unfamiliar because the location of this mountain was different from the location of the peak of gravity. This mountain was located in a swamp forest at the foot of the mountain. On the other hand, the peak of gravity was located on a plain. The peak of gravity. The mountain in front of them was also a peak of gravity. Although it was located in a swamp forest, it was still very eye-catching. Some of the tall trees in the swamp forest were not worth mentioning in front of the peak of gravity, which was so high that it reached the clouds. Moreover, there was an empty space around the peak of gravity. Previously, when Duan Lingtian and Huan Er arrived at the peak of gravity, they saw dozens of people. However, this time they only saw 3 people. The 2 of them stood at the foot of the peak of gravity, watching one person climb the peak of gravity. I wonder which level third brother will be able to reach this time. He won't be able to leave his name on the peak of gravity if he reaches the 2000th level. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. Third brother is too stubborn. His best result before this was the 1965th level. If he wants to surpass the 35-level gap, he'll have to improve his strength. The other young man also shook his head and sighed. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, 2 figures appeared out of thin air at the foot of the peak of gravity, attracting their attention. Their attention was immediately drawn to Huan Er's flawless face. These 2, aren't they Duan Lingtian and Huan Er? Who else could it be but Huan Er in the genius secret realm? After a brief conversation, the 2 young men quickly figured out the identities of Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. After all, Huan Er's face was very recognizable. In the genius secret realm, no one had ever seen anyone who could compare to Huan Er in terms of looks, let alone someone who was prettier than her. Could this Duan Lingtian be the Duan Lingtian who broke the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda? The young man muttered to himself. I don't think so. Duan Lingtian couldn't even reach the 3000th step in the peak of gravity. It has only been 8 years. How strong can he be? The middle-aged man shook his head. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er arrived at the peak of gravity again. Huan Er, shall we compete? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Sure. As soon as Huan Er finished speaking, the 2 young men at the foot of the peak of gravity discovered that Duan Lingtian and Huan Er had vanished from their sight. Teleportation? This thought appeared in their minds at the same time. It wasn't that no one used teleportation to climb the peak of gravity, but if one used teleportation to reach a high place, it would be very uncomfortable. He might as well climb up 1 level at a time. That way, he would be able to go further. When Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's names lit up on the peak of gravity leaderboard, the 2 people at the foot of the mountain looked up, and their pupils constricted. This was because they discovered that, in just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Huan appeared on the 3,000 step. With a single teleportation, he crossed 3,000 steps. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's ranking on the peak of gravity was pushed behind Huan. As for Huan, her previous record was the 3,000 step, so her position did not change this time. However, even so, the two people below the peak of gravity were still shocked. Heavens! They just teleported to the 3,000th step. That's 30,000 meters of the peak of gravity. It's understandable if it's Huan. After all, she once climbed the 3,000th step. However, what's up with Duan Lingtian? 8 years ago, he couldn't even climb the 3,000th step, and now, he's able to do it with just a single teleportation? Huan's body swayed a little, but Duan Lingtian's body didn't move at all. It's as though he didn't feel any pressure at all. The two people at the foot of the peak of gravity were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan's current state. At the same time, the people at the other 98 peak of gravity also noticed the changes in the peak of gravity leaderboard. Duan Lingtian, Huan, they're challenging the peak of gravity again. Duan Lingtian has also climbed the 3,000th step. Didn't they say that Duan Lingtian and the Duan Lingtian who broke the Formation Spirit Pagoda are not the same person? As the people at the foot of the peak of gravity discovered Duan Lingtian and Huan's names, the peak of gravity became lively again. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Outside the genius secret realm, the prodigies who were busy with their own matters began to make their way to the peak of gravity curiously when they heard the news. Su Li is ranked first as well. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of space's fundamental profundity, the space elemental profundity, surged out of his body and easily withstood the pressure from the peak of gravity. Only at this moment did he pay attention to the peak of strength ranking, and discover that Su Li was also the one who had left his name at the top of the peak of gravity list. Su Li was ranked first on the peak of gravity leaderboard since he had climbed the 3,552nd step. Su Li is quite strong. I didn't expect him to be a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect as well. I thought he was just a grassroots prodigy. Earlier, when he was outside the Formation Spirit Pagoda, he had heard people talking about Su Li. At that time, he learned Su Li was also a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Based on the current situation, Su Li was even stronger than Yu Tianxing, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Meanwhile, Huan, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, finally caught her breath. Huan, let's continue. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huan before he continued to climb the peak of gravity. His speed was so fast that the two prodigies at the foot of the peak of gravity were dumbfounded. He's still so fast after climbing the 3,000th step? The two prodigies were shocked to see Duan Lingtian climbing the 3,300th step at an extremely fast speed. Although he had slowed down a little, he was still very fast. It was only when Duan Lingtian reached the 3,500th step that his speed began to slow down. At the same time, Huan's speed began to slow down when she reached the 3,300th step. Could it be that Duan Lingtian concealed his strength 8 years ago? Isn't it obvious? Duan Lingtian is ranked second on the peak of gravity ranking. Moreover, it seems like he's doing it with ease. He must have hidden his strength 8 years ago. When the crowd saw Duan Lingtian's name had surpassed Yu Tianxing's, they were certain that Duan Lingtian was ranked second on the peak of gravity ranking. Duan Lingtian, who challenged the peak of gravity 8 years ago, was the same person who broke the record set by Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. I wonder if Huan has grown stronger in the past 8 years, or if she hid her strength back then. She's almost at the 3,400th step now. Many people noticed Huan's rapid rise in the peak of gravity ranking. He surpassed Duan Lingtian. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's name rose to the top of the peak of gravity ranking, surpassing Su Li. Su Li's record was at the 3,552nd step. Currently, Duan Lingtian had reached the 3,553rd step. However, Duan Lingtian was still climbing the peak of gravity ranking. Step by step, step by step. Is Duan Lingtian going to challenge the record set by Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect? Many people felt chills running up their spines when they saw this. Their eyes lit up as they looked at Duan Lingtian, who had reached the top of the peak of gravity ranking. Will he be able to create another miracle? I think it's possible. After all, he broke Yu Jiancheng's record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda and surpassed Yu Jiancheng's record by quite a bit. It shouldn't be difficult for him to break Yu Jiancheng's record. I agree. Whether it's the Formation Spirit Pagoda or the Peak of Gravity, it's all about strength. That's why Yu Jiancheng was able to set the record in both places. If Duan Lingtian manages to break Yu Jiancheng's record, he'll be acknowledged as the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Nando territory. At this moment, many people were looking forward to Duan Lingtian breaking Yu Jiancheng's record again. Duan Lingtian is really strong. Yu Tianxing and Hejian appeared in the air near the peak of gravity again. Hejian could not help but click his tongue when he saw the name that had reached the top of the peak of gravity ranking. Senior brother Tianxing, do you think Duan Lingtian can break the highest record set by the sect leader at the peak of gravity? Hejian asked Yu Tianxing. Chapter 32-33. When he broke the record of the peak of gravity, I'm not sure if he would have been able to break the record of the peak of gravity if he had only taken one breath less than Uncle. In response to Hejian's question, Yu Tianxing looked at the name at the top of the peak of gravity ranking and replied, however, the time he took to pass the Formation Spirit Pagoda was 5 breaths shorter than Uncle. This also means that his strength is much stronger than eldest Uncle's from back then. With his strength, it's not difficult for him to break Uncle's peak of gravity record if he wants to. As though Yu Tianxing's words were true, Duan Lingtian managed to ascend to the 3,600th and 3,700th steps in just a blink of an eye, even though his speed had slowed down. When he reached the 3,700th level, his speed slowed down further. However, he still easily reached the 3,788th level, successfully breaking Yu Jiancheng's record from back then. He broke the record again. Yu Jiancheng's record has been held by the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect for almost 10,000 years. Moreover, both of his records were broken by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is definitely the #1 prodigy in the Nando territory. Yu Tianxing, Su Li, I feel like none of them can compare to him. The difference is too big. Su Li should be fine, right? After all, he's not even 300 years old yet. Duan Lingtian might be 800 or 900 years old, just like Yu Tianxing. You're right. Su Li's potential isn't something he can compare to. Duan Lingtian's achievement of breaking Yu Jiancheng's record at the peak of gravity caused an uproar in the genius secret realm once again. Naturally, many people had expected Duan Lingtian to break the peak of gravity record. After all, the peak of gravity was similar to the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Both of them tested one's strength. As long as one was strong enough, one could easily break the record in both places. This was the same case for Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. However, it was obvious Duan Lingtian was much more terrifying than Yu Jiancheng. He still plans to continue to challenge higher levels? When they realized that Duan Lingtian's name was still flashing, the people near the peaks of gravity were shocked. That Huan reached the 3,539th level, 1 level higher than Yu Tianxing's. At the same time, many people discovered that Huan had already left the peak of gravity. She had surpassed Yu Tianxing, the prodigy of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, and was ranked 3rd on the peak of gravity ranking. Yu Tianxing is really unlucky. The Formation Spirit Pagoda was pushed down by Huan by a breath's time, and the peak of gravity was pushed down by Huan by 2 steps. Many people couldn't help but sigh, feeling that Yu Tianxing was unlucky. However, their words were quickly refuted by others. What do you mean by unlucky? That's strength, okay? A single breath of time in the Formation Spirit Pagoda isn't that simple. Also, everyone has a limit on the peak of gravity. Could it be that you have the confidence to reach a level higher than your limit? No matter what, no one doubted that she was stronger than Yu Tianxing. Of course, the strength mentioned here was pure strength and did not include other external forces. After all, external strength such as celestial talismans, celestial pills, and celestial weapons were prohibited in the Peak of Gravity and the Formation Spirit Pagoda. One could only rely on one's own strength. If it were not for the Peak of Gravity and the Formation Spirit Pagoda, no one would dare to say that Huaner was a match for Yu Tianxing. After all, Yu Tianxing was the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Even if Yu Tianxing fought Su Li outside, Su Li might not be able to do anything to him if Yu Tianxing used all his strength. Everyone was well aware of this. Duan Lingtian is too strong. I wonder how many more levels he'll be able to reach. Everyone who was in front of the Peak of Gravity was shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian ascending to the 3,800th level. Even those who were not in front of the Peak of Gravity were shocked. About an hour later, Duan Lingtian finally stopped and did not continue to challenge. At this time, he had reached the 3,922nd floor, which was a height of 39,220 meters. His record had surpassed Yu Jiancheng's record by more than 100 levels. It was truly heaven-defying. Rumor has it that those who break 2 records in the Genius Secret Realm will be rewarded with a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Many people were envious when they thought about this. Among Emperor-grade celestial weapons, offensive celestial weapons were extremely rare. Among the group of prodigies who entered the Genius Secret Realm, it was likely that none of them possessed a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Who would not be envious when they found out Duan Lingtian would be rewarded with a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon? At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had left the Peak of Gravity and was standing next to Huaner, also received his reward. It was a flexible armor. A purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he confirmed the soft armor in his hand was a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Then, he passed the soft armor to Huaner. However, Huaner did not accept it. Brother Lingtian, you don't have a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. You should keep it for yourself. Previously, Huaner had accepted Duan Lingtian's Emperor-grade celestial sword because she knew Duan Lingtian had the 7 orifices exquisite sword. However, she was unwilling to accept a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. In the end, Duan Lingtian could not persuade Huaner to accept the soft armor. He decided to give it to her when he obtained another purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Brother Lingtian, where should we go next? Huaner asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at the others at the foot of the Peak of Gravity and asked in a loud voice, "Everyone, do you know where we can break the record?" Now that Duan Lingtian had broken 2 records in the Genius Secret Realm and obtained 2 Emperor-grade celestial weapons, he could finally taste the sweetness of victory. Now, he really wanted to find some places where he could break records and challenge them. If he could break a few more records, he might be able to obtain a few more Emperor-grade celestial weapons. At this moment, there were more than 2 people at the foot of the Peak of Gravity. Many people had come to inquire about the Peak of Gravity. At this moment, there were dozens of people gathered at the foot of the Peak of Gravity. There are many places where we can break the record. However, the records in those places can't be broken by strength alone. A middle-aged man stepped forward and said to Duan Lingtian, "That's right." Another middle-aged man chimed in, "Even Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, only managed to break the record at the Peak of Gravity and the Formation Spirit Pagoda. As for the records in other places, he didn't manage to break the record at all. It's not that difficult to break the record at those places." Many people reminded Duan Lingtian that although there were many records that could be broken, they could not be broken by strength alone. Who can lead the way? Duan Lingtian did not think it was necessary for him to break the record. He only wanted to broaden his horizons. There's a place called the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation nearby. You can break the record there. A young man chimed in. The 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation? Many people gasped when they heard the young man's words. The 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation in the Genius Secret Realm. Those who can come out within a limited time will be ranked on the ranking. Based on this, it's obvious that it's not simple. When I entered the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation 2 years ago, no matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find the way out. In the end, I had no choice but to wait for the time to be up. The highest record for the 10,000 elephants illusory formation was set 100,000 years ago, right? The person who set the record was a prodigy from the Profound Cat clan. The Profound Cat clan specializes in illusory formations. Their prodigies are born with the ability to create illusory formations. I remember the person who came closest to setting the record was a prodigy from the Phantom Fox clan. That prodigy is a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Her name is Du Xian. I remember her name as well. She's a woman. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he instinctively turned to look at Huan who was standing next to him. As expected, when Duan Ling Tian looked at Huan tears welled up in her eyes. Mother, Huan mother's name was Du Xian. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this when he met Huan great-aunt, Du Fei, in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory. For this reason, he immediately thought of Huan mother when someone mentioned Du Xian. Huan you'll meet your mother sooner or later. Don't worry. Duan Ling Tian comforted her. Moreover, the Phantom Fox clan's Du clan is in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Once you become a celestial emperor, I'll accompany you there to see if your mother is there. All right. Huan mood improved when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, she said to Duan Ling Tian, Brother Ling Tian, I'd like to have a look at the 10,000 elephants illusory formation. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. A hint of mockery could be seen on his face as he said, It seems like you're going to break the record for the 10,000 elephants illusory formation. Duan Ling Tian had only heard about the 10,000 elephants illusory formation recently. However, based on the discussions in the surroundings, it was not difficult for him to figure out that the 10,000 elephants illusory formation was a place where illusory formations were set up. As a rare Thousand Phantoms ice fox in the Phantom Fox clan, she was naturally immune to illusory formations. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the 10,000 elephants illusory formation was nothing to Huan Where's the 10,000 elephants illusory formation? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as he looked at the person who had brought up the 10,000 elephants illusory formation. The person enthusiastically led Duan Ling Tian to the 10,000 elephants illusory formation. While Duan Ling Tian and Huan were making their way to the 10,000 elephants illusory formation, the people in the vicinity of the Peak of Gravity followed them. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.